What if the afterlife isn't a paradise waiting to be claimed, but a nightmarish prison, a realm of shadows where the dead scream in silence? Ancient Mesopotamians didn't just fear death, they trembled at the thought of what lay beyond. They crafted entire rituals to appease gods and gatekeepers of the underworld, believing the afterlife was a treacherous labyrinth where missteps could lead to eternal torment. Consider this, the Epic of Gilgamesh, a tale spun from the very fibers of civilization's dawn. Gilgamesh, a hero who could lift mountains, quakes in the face of mortality. Why? Because even he knew that death was just the beginning of a far worse horror. His frantic quest for immortality wasn't just a noble pursuit, it was a panic-stricken sprint from oblivion. Teeth chattering, he stares into the abyss and sees, what? A gaping maw ready to swallow his very essence? Darkness, deceit, and the chilling laughter of forgotten souls? The echoes of the ancients whisper that the afterlife was not just unknown, it was a lurking beast, coiled and waiting. Do you laugh at their superstitions? Think again. Mesopotamian tombs overflowed with sacrifices, burial goods, and intricate rituals, all designed to placate the monstrous deities that stalked the souls of the departed. Imagine being buried with a spoon so the dead could eat. Did they think the afterlife was a dinner party gone horribly wrong? Or perhaps it was a hellish buffet where the only dish is despair served cold. A city, a civilization, rose from mud and reeds, and yet they painted their walls with fear. The underworld, a twisted version of life, replete with rivers of lamentation and monsters lurking in the shadows. The dead required comfort, they said. So they left behind clay tablets of wisdom, warnings scrawled in cuneiform in instructions that read like a cosmic joke. Don't forget to bring your offerings, as if a loaf of bread could save your soul from the gnashing teeth of a forgotten deity. Tension grips you now, doesn't it? Can you feel the dread rising like steam from the cracked earth? What if everything you thought about death is wrong? The Mesopotamians crafted myths to explain their fears, but those stories were not mere tales, they were desperate attempts to understand a fate worse than death itself. The great river of the dead awaited, with its boatmen demanding payment in blood. So, here's the riddle, do you dare to confront the specter of your own mortality? The afterlife isn't a distant ghost, it's a relentless pursuer. Ancient Mesopotamians danced with shadows, painted masks of joy while shivering inside. With every heartbeat, the question looms larger, will you face the darkness, or will it devour you whole? The ancient whispers gnaw at the edges of your mind, an invitation to that forbidden knowledge. The truth is, they didn't fear death, they feared what came next. Are you ready to confront that terror? The moon hung low, a ghostly lantern casting a pallid glow over the crumbling city walls. The air was thick with dread, a palpable tension vibrating through the night. I found myself standing at the edge of the river, where the waters flowed like molten shadows, whispering secrets of those who had departed this world. The trees leaned in, gnarled and twisted, as if trying to catch a glimpse of the souls that lingered just beyond the veil. It was here that I learned the price of forgetting, of losing oneself in the mundane, because the afterlife, in all its twisted glory, was not a place of peace. It was a realm of shadows. Elia stood beside me, her hands trembling, knuckles white against the darkness. She had lost her brother, a bright spark snuffed out too soon, leaving only a hollow ache where laughter once resided. They say he's gone to the land of the dead, she whispered, voice cracking. But what if he's still here? What if he's trapped? I could see the desperation in her eyes, a raw wound that refused to heal, and it tore at my heart. We watched as the river swirled, reflecting the stars, each one a soul, perhaps, flickering in the vast expanse of the night. I remembered my own loss, the relentless gnawing of grief that echoed in my chest like a drum. I had buried my mother beneath a tangle of earth and sorrow, her spirit now lost to me, wandering in a place where I could not follow. The afterlife is nothing like we imagined, I murmured, thinking of the dark depths that awaited the dead. It's not paradise, it's a shadowy expanse. Elia turned to me, eyes glazed with unshed tears. But what if they suffer? The question hung heavy between us, a noose of fear tightening around our throats. The thought of her brother, wandering endlessly, lost in the murky underworld, sent chills down my spine. In Mesopotamia, the dead were not welcomed with open arms, they were ushered into a realm where dust and silence ruled, a place where even the gods dared not tread. In that moment, the air crackled with tension. Shadows danced along the riverbank, and I felt the weight of countless souls pressing against my skin. I could almost hear them, their whispers a haunting melody, a cacophony of despair and longing. "They say the dead drink from the waters of oblivion," I said, my heart racing. "But what if they crave the warmth of life?" I closed my eyes, envisioning my mother's laughter, the soft embrace of her hands. Would she even recognize me in that dark expanse? Elia clutched her own arms, a shiver rippling through her. "I can't bear the thought of him suffering. I need to know what lies beyond." The desperation in her voice cut deep. A part of me wanted to shield her from the truth, to spare her the agony of knowing what awaited her brother. But the reality was undeniable. Death was a nebulous shadow, a grim specter that hovered just beyond the horizon. I reached out, placing a hand on her shoulder, feeling the tremor in her bones. I had to be brave, even if my own heart felt like it was splintering. "We have to face it, Elia. The afterlife isn't kind. It's a bleak, dark expanse, a shadowy maze. The dead wander, without memory, without hope." The words hung like a shroud over us, heavy with truth. We were fragile in the face of such revelations, yet there was a fierce fire that ignited in Elia's eyes. "I'll find him," she vowed, her voice steady despite the tremors of fear that coursed through her. "I'll bring him back." I wanted to tell her it was impossible, that the journey into the underbelly of the afterlife was a one-way ticket. But I held back, gripped by her determination, a fierce, unyielding spirit that made me feel small. Around us, the night deepened, shadows creeping closer, as if the very darkness conspired against us. The river swelled, its current swirling like the thoughts of the dead, restless and unyielding. What if we could reach him? Elia mused, and I could see the spark of madness flickering in her gaze. What if we could call him back from the clutches of the underworld? I felt the chill of her words settle into my bones. We were teetering on the edge of sanity, caught in a web spun from desperation and desire. And what if he doesn't want to come back? I countered, the question hanging between us, heavy and unyielding. I could feel the weight of doubt clutching at my heart. What if the afterlife held something more than we understood? What if it was a place of peace that we could not fathom? Yet the fear of the unknown clawed at our spirits, and Elia's resolve hardened. "I won't let him suffer alone," she whispered, conviction lacing her words with a bitter sweetness. "I'll summon him, no matter the cost." Her voice rang out, defiant, a beacon in the oppressive darkness, and I couldn't help but feel a flicker of hope alongside the dread. But I also sensed the danger lurking in her determination. The boundary between the living and the dead was fraught with peril, a fragile thread that could snap with the slightest pull. The dark waters of the river began to churn, echoing the turmoil within us, and I felt it, a low hum, a warning from the depths. Would we dare to tread upon that threshold? Somewhere in the recesses of my mind, a voice whispered of ancient rites, of calling forth the spirits, of dancing with shadows and courting the unknown. "Elia, are you prepared for what lies beyond?" I asked, the words trembling on my lips. It was a question that cut deeper than I intended. In her gaze, I saw not just fear, but a fierce light, an ember of defiance burning against the night. "I am," she replied fiercely. "I will confront the darkness, for him." And with those words, the river surged, a violent rush of water that seemed to echo her resolve. A storm was brewing, not just in the skies, but within our hearts, a tempest that would draw us closer to the brink of recklessness. In that moment, I knew we were no longer merely witnesses to the concept of the afterlife, we were players in a game far grimmer than we could fathom. The night held its breath, and the shadows writhed, beckoning us into the unknown. The sky was bruised and heavy, a churning mass of charcoal clouds, as the temple bells tolled, a chilling, reverberating sound that clawed at the heart like a forgotten scream. Shimmers of lightning split the horizon, igniting the air with static energy, and for a brief moment, the world held its breath, teetering on the edge of chaos. Inside the great ziggurat of yore, shadows danced wildly, flickering against stone walls that had borne witness to the rise and fall of kings, the love of gods and the devastation of man. I remember Marduk's statue towering above, his eyes glinting with omnipotence, his stone lips curled in a semblance of a smile that belied the turmoil surrounding us. My pulse quickened as I watched priests scramble, their intricate robes swishing like whispers of secrets long buried. They murmured invocations to appease the gods, their voices a desperate symphony clawing against the tumult. But even in this sacred space, fear seeped through the cracks, gnawing at the edges of their faith. My heart raced for Ninsun, the high priestess, who stood resolute yet trembling, her fingers clutching the golden daggers that dangled from her waist like forgotten promises. She was a woman torn between the divine and the earthly, grappling with the weight of sacrifice that hung over her head like an impending storm. "We will not fail," she declared, her voice a fragile thread woven through the chaos. But I could see it in her eyes, the flicker of doubt, the flicker of a woman who had walked too close to the edge of her devotion. I remember the smell of incense, thick and cloying, wrapping itself around us like a lover's embrace turned suffocating. It filled my lungs with a sweetness that was almost sickening, yet I breathed it in, desperate for its comfort, its connection to something greater. As the rain began to pour, the sound drumming against the ziggurat like the heartbeat of the earth, I felt the weight of the universe pressing down upon me. There, in that moment, Tammuz, the once favored son of the goddess, now a mere echo of his divinity, stood at the fringes of my vision, his face shadowed, etched with a sorrow that rippled through time. "They fear the wrath of the gods," he whispered, his voice a soft lament. "But what of the wrath of man?" His question hung in the air, a spectral reminder of our frailty, of our insatiable hunger for power and control, even in the face of the divine. He was flawed, a man caught in the throes of his own destiny, driven by a need for recognition and love that felt as elusive as the wind. He had tasted power but knew its bitter aftertaste, seen the adoration of the masses turn to ash in his mouth. "What do the gods care for our tribulations?" he asked, eyes glistening like wet stones, revealing a vulnerability that was both heartbreaking and painfully relatable. As the storm raged outside, I felt a tremor ripple through the temple, a fleeting moment of uncertainty that sent shivers along my spine. The gods were restless, their voices echoed through the chambers, a cacophony of longing and ire. Each flicker of the flame ignited ancient memories of prayer and sacrifice, of blood spilled upon the altar and the sweet songs of hymns, now tainted with desperation. I could see Ninsun sway, her resolve wavering like the flames that danced around her. The weight of her responsibilities pressed upon her shoulders, heavier than the centuries of tradition she carried. Her faith was both her armor and her prison, and in that moment, I understood the paradox of her existence. "What do you want from us?" she cried to the heavens, her voice raw and desperate, a plea woven with the threads of anguish that bound her heart. I felt the rain pounding harder, drowning out her words, and in the distance, a thunderous roar echoed, a reminder that all things are fleeting, even faith itself. The shadows deepened, and the air crackled with a tension that was almost palpable. It was as if the very fabric of our reality was unraveling, and we stood at the precipice, caught between the divine and the mundane. Tammuz stepped closer, his anguish palpable. "We have sacrificed everything. What more do they demand?" The question hung heavy, a noose tightening around his throat. I could feel his despair, a mirror reflecting my own uncertainties, the haunting thought that perhaps the gods were indifferent to our struggles, merely observing from their elevated thrones, untouched by the blood and sweat of the people below. As the storm climaxed, flooding the streets of our city, I remembered the countless souls who had walked these paths before us, each marked by their own struggles, their dreams and desires swallowed by the insatiable hunger of the gods. I remembered the whispers of the past, the crumbling clay tablets that spoke of our ancestors, of their hopes and their heartbreak, of their unwavering devotion that had not saved them from the might of time. Ninsun's voice rose above the din, a piercing cry that cut through the chaos like a blade. "I will not let faith die tonight," she screamed, her declaration a fierce rallying cry that echoed within me, igniting a fire I had long thought extinguished. "We will fight for our beliefs, for our right to hope." I could feel the energy shift, a ripple of resolve weaving through the crowd, binding us together in a tapestry of shared faith and shared fear. In that moment, beneath the storm's fury, our hearts beat as one. And I was swept away in the swell of emotion, carried forward by the pulse of collective longing, a yearning that transcended the divine and reached deep into the core of our humanity. And so, As the gods watched from their celestial thrones, we stood on the brink of something profound, a reckoning that would either validate our existence or condemn us to the shadows of history, lost in the winds of time. The storm raged on, but within us, a fire burned fiercely, insatiable and unyielding. The moon hung low, a ghostly eye peering down, illuminating the shadows that danced along the ancient walls of yore. Night wrapped itself around the city like a shroud, thick and suffocating. I stood at the edge of the ziggurat, heart pounding, breath hitching as the whispers of the past clawed at my mind. The scent of damp earth and decaying offerings intertwined, sending a shiver down my spine. I could almost hear them, the echoes of the dead, their stories entwined with the living, pressing against my skin like a suffocating fog. I remember the night they came for me. It wasn't the demons or twisted spirits I feared, it was the truth I had buried, clawing its way back to the surface. Ninsun, my heart, had warned me, her eyes dark pools of worry. "Do not seek the underworld, my love," she had said, voice trembling like the fine threads of fate that held us together. But here I was, standing on the precipice of my own despair, knowing that the path I walked led straight into the maw of darkness. The weight of my choices settled like a stone in my chest. I had betrayed her, betrayed our dreams. I had turned away from the gods, seeking solace in the arms of a forbidden romance, the alluring shadow of Ishtar whispering sweet lies in my ear. And now, I was haunted, not just by the memory of her touch but by the spectre of her absence, a ghost that lurked in every corner of my soul. "Enkidu," I called out, voice trembling against the chill. I needed him, the wild man who had once roamed the earth, fearless and free. We had plunged into the depths together, chasing adventure like children chasing fireflies, but it was different now. I remembered when he fell, the darkness swallowing him whole, his spirit lost to the realm of the dead. It was my fault. I had not mourned him properly, had not honored the bond we shared, and now that gap yawned wide, an abyss I couldn't ignore. "Do you hear them?" I whispered, the shadows thickening as if they were listening, their breath cold against my skin. "The dead are restless tonight." I could feel their presence, the weight of their unshed tears, the stories they longed to tell. The Sumerians believed that the dead journeyed to the underworld, a place of darkness and dust, ruled by the goddess Ereshkigal. Here, the souls drank from the waters of forgetfulness, losing their memories like leaves falling from a tree in autumn. What awaited them in that desolate land? A barren existence, stripped of joy, where even the echoes of laughter were silenced. And suddenly I was there, in the underworld, the air thick with despair. Enkidu's spirit loomed before me, his eyes glistening with unspoken words. "You seek me, friend, but you must know the price," he murmured, voice like gravel scraping against the silence. "To wander between worlds is to embrace the chaos." I could feel the weight of my sins pressing down, threatening to crush me. Ninsun's face flashed before me, her warmth a beacon in the encompassing darkness. I was a fool to think I could escape the consequences of my actions. The Sumerians understood that the afterlife was not a mere journey but a reckoning, and here it was, raw and unforgiving. "Ereshkigal demands payment," Enkidu warned, his silhouette flickering like a candle in the wind. "You will have to confront what you fear most, yourself." My pulse quickened, the walls of the underworld closing in. I could almost see the figures of the dead, their faces twisted in anguish, shadows of what they once were. "I remember the stories, the rituals," I whispered, forcing the words through a throat tight with fear. "They offered gifts, sacrifices to ease the passage. But do you have anything left to offer?" Enkidu's voice sliced through me like a knife. "You have already given your heart." I staggered back, the truth hitting me like a cold wave. What was left of me? I had sacrificed my loyalty, my love, had I not already lost everything? Pain curled in my stomach, a grotesque reminder of my failures. I had cast aside the very things that tethered me to life, seeking fleeting pleasures, and now those choices haunted me in the hushed corridors of this dark realm. I turned, desperate to escape this confrontation, this reflection of my darkest fears. But the shadows twisted and turned, morphing into my own memories, the laughter of Ninsun, the warmth of her embrace, the way her smile could chase away the night. I was drowning in the weight of what I had lost. "Every step you take toward the underworld is a step away from the life you once knew," Enkidu's voice echoed, a chilling reminder of what awaited. Can you bear the truth of your own heart? I fell to my knees, tears hot against my skin, mixing with the dust of the earth. I remember, I sobbed, I remember every moment, every choice that led me here. The memories swirled around me, a storm of anguish and regret. Do not forget that the gods, too, are fickle, Enkidu said, his spirit flickering like candlelight. To seek their favor is to risk everything. And in that moment, I understood. The Sumerians believed the afterlife was not an escape but a continuation of the soul's journey, fraught with trials and tribulations that mirrored the struggles of the living. The shadows whispered of fate and free will, of the choices that bind us to our mortal coil and the legacies we leave behind. I had to confront my darkness, not just for myself but for Ninsen, for Enkidu, for every soul that wandered this earth. With a surge of determination, I rose, resolve igniting in my chest. I would face the shadows and the demons they carried. I would honor my past, allow the pain to guide me, and embrace the love that had once filled the void. I would not be lost to the underworld, for my heart still beat with the fire of those I had wronged. But as the night deepened, the moon hung heavy, and I could feel the pull of the abyss, a relentless tide drawing me back, whispering promises of oblivion. The struggle was only beginning, a battle that would echo through the ages, leaving traces of my existence etched into the fabric of time. And so I stood there, teetering on the edge of two worlds, the weight of the dead pressing against my soul, their stories intertwined with mine. I was caught in the web of existence, the pulse of life still alive in my chest, even as the shadows beckoned. The air hangs heavy, thick as fog, wrapping around me like a shroud as I stand at the edge of the ancient city. The walls, worn and weary, whisper tales of lost kings and forgotten gods. I clutch my heart, feeling its frantic rhythm, as a scream pierces the stillness, echoing off the stones. It's a cry that transcends time, a primal shout that speaks of fear and desperation. Gilgamesh, my friend, my king, stands before the great cedar tree, sword drawn, breathing heavily, his eyes wild with fury and grief. I will not forget, I will not die, he roars, a man wrestling with fate, with the shadows of mortality creeping at his heels. I remember the moment he first tasted loss, the death of Enkidu, a friend, a brother, a death that shattered the fragile glass of immortality he so desperately sought. It gnawed at him, hollowing out his insides, leaving echoes where laughter once lived. Why must they leave us? He'd whispered, voice cracking under the weight of unanswerable questions. Now, standing beside him, I feel that same hollow ache clawing at my own soul. To be alive is to be in pain, I think, as I watch his hands shake, rage and sorrow entwined, a tempest of human emotion. In the distance, the mountains loom, stark against the sky, shadows stretching like fingers reaching out for the sun. I will find Utnapishtim, Gilgamesh mutters, determination igniting a furious fire in his chest. I will grasp the secret of eternal life. There's a madness in his eyes, a wild abandon that calls to me. I, too, yearn for meaning in an existence painted with the ephemeral. The thoughts swirl in my mind like smoke, rising, falling, always out of reach. My own heart beats with the rhythm of his desperation, a synchronized dance of grief and hope. But there's fear too, a gnawing doubt that tugs at the corners of my being. What if the quest leads to nothing but more loss? What if the truth is as cold and unyielding as stone? I remember how Enkidu's laughter had filled the air, how the warmth of his friendship had been like a balm on a wounded soul. We can't escape, I whisper, barely audible over the wind's mournful howl. Death is part of life. But Gilgamesh, consumed by his desire, turns to me, eyes aflame. Then let us defy the gods, he shouts, a battle cry that reverberates through the valley, stirring the shadows that cling to the edges of our reality. Night falls suddenly, draping the world in darkness, the stars blinking above like ancient eyes watching our struggle. It is here, amidst the shadows, that I feel the weight of time pressing down like a heavy cloak. Memories flood my mind, flashes of laughter, brief glimpses of joy, faces lost to the abyss. I can almost hear Enkidu's voice echoing through the corridors of my heart. Live, my friend. Live fiercely. The night grows colder, and I shiver, both from the chill and the fear that bubbles beneath my skin. I see Gilgamesh's figure silhouetted against the moonlight, a warrior on the brink of madness. He strides forward, resolute, but there's a tremor in his step, an indication of the vulnerability that lurks beneath his bravado. Even kings are but men, flesh and blood, caught in the relentless churn of existence. I remember, I murmur to myself, trying to summon all my strength, but the words feel hollow, lost in the vast expanse of the cosmos. As we journey onward, the landscape shifts, becoming more surreal, as if the very fabric of reality bends under Gilgamesh's fervent will. Shadows twist and turn, whispers follow us, secrets of the ancient swirling like the dust beneath our feet. I sense the presence of something watching, something eternal, and I feel the hairs on my arms rise. It is said the gods delight in our suffering, I say, trying to lighten the oppressive atmosphere, but Gilgamesh only grits his teeth, unwilling to entertain doubt. The gods know nothing of our pain, he retorts, voice fierce. And yet, as we approach the distant shores of the water of death, an ominous silence blankets the air, thick and suffocating. The river ripples, dark and foreboding, the waters swirling like a tempestuous heart. This is it, Gilgamesh breathes, all mingling with fear. The weight of destiny hangs heavy between us, a tightrope strung across an abyss. Are you ready? I ask, but the question feels trivial, lost amid the enormity of what lies ahead. The truth lurks beneath the surface, and we are but fools daring to disturb the waters. With each step toward the river, I feel my resolve falter, as if the world tilts on its axis, shifting under the weight of our purpose. I remember the faces of those I've lost, the dreams I've held, and the laughter that once filled my days. They fade like stars at dawn, and I'm left grappling with the sickening reality that we are nothing but echoes in the vastness of time. I can't bear to lose you too, I whisper, a plea wrapped in fear. But Gilgamesh's eyes blaze with a fire that blinds him to the truth. I will bring Enkidu back, he vows, and I feel the abyss yawning at our feet, ready to swallow us whole. The river roars, a living entity, beckoning us closer, promising answers and revelations, yet all I see are ghosts, lingering specters of the past. The closer we get, the more the shadows stretch, twisting the fabric of our hopes. We are but fleeting moments, I whisper, a mantra against despair, but it only fuels his resolve. And as I stand beside him, heart pounding like a war drum, I know we are mere mortals grasping at something we cannot hold, a fleeting dream of eternity slipping through our fingers like sand. I shudder, feeling the chill of the night seep into my bones, knowing that the confrontation with fate is imminent. The air is electric with tension, every heartbeat a countdown, each breath a reminder of our fragility. We are caught in the web of existence, and as we step toward that swirling river, I brace myself against the tide of despair crashing against us, two souls, intertwined in our quest for what lies beyond the grave. Chapter 5. Anu and the Divine Hierarchy. In afterlife judgments, the air crackled in the dim light of the judgment chamber, thick with the weight of souls. A terrible stillness enveloped the room, as if reality itself held its breath. I stood frozen, heart pounding like the drums of war, feeling the oppressive gaze of Anu, the god of the heavens, the keeper of the scales. Shadows danced across the walls, whispering secrets of the damned and the saved, and in that moment, I felt the universe contract around me. Time twisted, stretched, and splintered into a million possible outcomes, each one a thread leading to the fragile fates of those standing before the divine. There they were, two figures caught in the crosshairs of eternity, Lyra, her dark hair cascading like a waterfall of night, and Kale, his face etched with the scars of regret. They were the remnants of lives lived, chaotic, beautiful, and broken. Both had wandered into the judgment of Anu with heavy hearts, their pasts a tapestry of shadows that whispered of lost love and unspoken fears. As I observed, Lyra's gaze flickered around the chamber, her lips parting as if the very air might offer her an escape from the impending reckoning. I could see the trembling in her hands, the way they clutched at her tattered dress, worn from a life that had chewed her up and spat her out. I remember her laughter once, how it sparkled like sunlight on water, but now, it felt like a ghost haunting the corridors of her mind. She had come here seeking redemption, but the question loomed, could she ever forgive herself for the choices that led her here? Kale stood beside her, a silent fortress of guilt, his broad shoulders slumped under the weight of a decision he wished he could take back. I remember the night he chose ambition over love, a moment that had cost him everything. The fire in his heart had burned bright and fierce, but it had consumed Lyra in its blaze. Now, he fidgeted, his fingers drumming a nervous rhythm against his thigh, an echo of the life he had once known, now reduced to an agonizing countdown toward judgment. Anu's presence loomed larger than life, a god cloaked in an aura of authority, eyes like burning coals that pierced through the veil of their despair. "You come before me," he intoned, voice resonating like thunder rolling through an empty sky, "not as mere mortals, but as the architects of your own fates." The weight of those words hung in the air, thickening the silence until it felt like a physical entity. My heart raced as I sensed the gravity of their choices pressing down with unbearable force. I remembered the stories passed down through generations, the whispered legends of trials and tribulations, of souls who had faced this very reckoning, each one a testament to the fragility of humanity. Lyra stepped forward, her voice a trembling wisp, "I never meant to hurt anyone. I thought I was doing what was right." The words tumbled from her lips, each one laced with desperation. She was a woman caught in the merciless gears of fate, a marionette whose strings had been pulled by unseen hands. "But at what cost?" Cale interjected, his voice low and jagged, cutting through the tension like a knife. "I thought I could escape the consequences. I thought I could be better, but..." His eyes fell, shattered dreams reflected in the depths. "I lost everything." The chamber seemed to shudder, the walls echoing their pain, the very fabric of time and space bending under the weight of their reckoning. Anu watched, a silent judge, unmoving and inscrutable. He was both the answer and the question, the final arbiter of their lives. The shadows swirling around him pulsed with a life of their own, a dance of fate and consequence that held the power to either condemn or redeem. "Do you understand what it means to bear the burden of your choices?" Anu's voice thundered, reverberating through their very souls. "Every action creates a ripple, every decision a wave that crashes into the shore of existence. You stand at the precipice of eternity, staring into the abyss of your own making." Lyra's breath hitched, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I remember the dreams we shared," she said softly, her voice breaking. "The plans we made, the laughter. I remember the warmth of your hand in mine." The memories flooded her mind, moments of joy that felt like distant stars, their light dimmed by the weight of regret. Cale reared back, anger twisting his expression. "And what of the life I was building?" he shot back, words sharp as shards of glass. "What of the future we could have had? I thought I was doing it for us." The bitterness dripped from each syllable, but beneath the anger lay a raw vulnerability, a heart laid bare, longing for understanding. The tension coiled around them, a noose tightening with each heartbeat. I felt the heaviness of their emotions, a palpable pulse that resonated within me. In that chamber of fate, time played tricks, dragging moments into an eternity marked by the choices of a single instant. Every heartbeat echoed, reminding me of the fragility of humanity, the way we stumble through life, blind to the consequences of our actions until we stand before the judgment of the universe itself. Anu stepped closer, his presence overwhelming as the shadows slithered closer, wrapping around the souls of those trapped in this celestial drama. "You must confront the truth of your existence," he declared, and in that moment, the air shimmered with electricity, sparking a confrontation that blurred the lines between heaven and earth. "I cannot forgive myself," Lyra whispered, her voice a gentle lament, heavy with loss. "I don't deserve to be saved." Cale's eyes blazed with a ferocity born of desperation. "You do," he cried, the sound reverberating like a war cry in the silence. "We both deserve a chance, Lyra. We are broken, yes, but we can still be whole again. We can still fight for what we lost." Anu watched, his gaze piercing through the heart of their conflict. "In this place of judgment, you hold the power to alter your fates. But know this, every truth revealed comes at a price." The shadows thickened, the air charged with tension, and I felt the weight of their choices, how they teetered on the brink of redemption or ruin. Each moment stretched, time coiling like a serpent ready to strike, while the echoes of their past reverberated around them. As their voices mingled, I felt the rise and fall of their breaths, the unyielding pulse of possibilities that shimmered in that judgment chamber. Lyra's tears glistened like stars in a dark sky, and Cale's fury crackled like lightning, both intertwined in a dance of despair and hope. Anu stood at the center of it all, a silent, overwhelming force, the cosmos swirling in his eyes, each flicker a reminder that they were not merely players in a game, but architects of their destinies, standing on the edge of eternity with the weight of the universe in their hands. And as the air thickened with anticipation and raw emotion, the moment hung suspended, a heartbeat away from revelation, a heartbeat away from judgment. The air is thick with a silence so profound it feels like a living, breathing entity wrapping around you like a shroud. Shadows stretch and contort, whispering secrets of the damned, and the ground beneath your feet is cold, too cold, as if the earth itself mourns the lost souls that wander in the dark. I stand at the edge of the underworld, the gateway to despair, where even the bravest hearts quail. The weight of the world presses down, an invisible hand gripping my throat, choking the breath from my lungs. I remember the last time I heard her voice, soft, like the rustle of autumn leaves, but laced with an urgency that sunk deep into my bones. "You will find me," she had said, eyes shimmering with a light that now feels like a forgotten dream. Her smile was a fleeting ghost that haunted my waking hours. I remember the way despair clawed through me then, the raw, aching need that spiraled into the abyss. And now, here I stand, trembling on the precipice of the underworld, where hope is swallowed whole by shadows. Beside me, Elias, the tattered remnants of a hero, stares into the darkness, his eyes haunted but resolute. He carries the weight of 1,000 regrets like a shroud, each one a chain binding him to this somber fate. "I've lost everything," he murmurs, voice thick with bitterness, as he clenches his fists, knuckles white against the looming threat. And still, I am drawn back to her. Like a moth to flame. Like a fool. His vulnerability cuts deeper than any sword. I can almost hear the echoes of his past, the laughter that once filled his life, now replaced by the chilling silence of eternal night. Then there's Mara. Fierce, defiant, like a storm raging against the void, yet her heart bleeds in quiet corners, shadowed by doubt. "You think you know pain," she snaps at Elias, but her voice trembles, betraying the cracks in her armor. "You don't know the depths. You haven't faced the darkness that consumes you from within." Her battles are fought in solitude, the scars of loss etched into her skin as stark as the constellations. She is a paradox, a warrior cloaked in sorrow, and yet there's a flicker of light in her, a determination to reclaim what was lost, even if it means wading through the filth of the underworld. Together, we stand on this threshold, trembling and alive. The air hums with memories, thick with the scent of damp earth and decay, yet beneath it all, there's a pulse, a heartbeat that thrums like a distant drum, drawing us closer to the chasm of sorrow. I remember the stories, the whispers of those who dared to tread the path before us, their voices woven into the fabric of this wretched place. Orpheus, with his lyre, singing notes that could turn the hearts of even the most reluctant souls, and Persephone, caught between two worlds, forever longing for spring's embrace. Each tale is a thread, weaving through the darkness, binding us to the past, their struggles echoing in the chambers of our own hearts. As we descend, the shadows writhe and coil, coalescing into shapes that tease the edges of our sanity. I feel icy fingers brush against my skin, a caress of fear that sends shivers down my spine. The path is littered with remnants of the lost, forgotten toys, tattered letters, remnants of lives once lived, now reduced to whispers on the wind. This is the underworld, a canvas painted in sorrow, where dreams go to die, and echoes of laughter fade into silence. "Do you remember?" I ask, voice trembling as the memories flicker like candle flames. The faces of loved ones lost rise before me, smiles suspended in time, laughter trapped beneath layers of dust. I remember the warmth of sunlit days, the breeze that carried the scent of blooming flowers, the taste of joy that now feels like a distant echo. "Do you remember when we were whole?" The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken grief. Elias turns to me, eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Every moment is a dagger," he whispers, and I can see the reflection of his own heartache mirrored in mine. Each memory a reminder of all we've lost. The truth is raw, cutting through the darkness, binding us in shared sorrow. Yet, even amidst despair, there's a flicker of something else, a defiance, a flame that refuses to be extinguished. Mara's laughter pierces through the gloom, unexpected and jarring. "We're not dead yet," she declares, a challenge lacing her words, igniting a spark in the heavy air. "Not if we keep moving." Not if we don't let them take us. Her spirit crackles with energy, and for a moment, the shadows recede, as if they too fear the strength of our resolve. But the underworld is relentless. It pulls at us, insistent and greedy, hungry for our souls. I can feel the weight of its despair clinging to my skin, wrapping around my heart like a vine, squeezing tighter with every step we take. It whispers promises of peace, of eternal rest, but I know better. I can't surrender, I can't allow the darkness to consume me. Not when there is still a flicker of hope burning within the depths of my soul. As we delve deeper, the air becomes thick with the cries of the lost, ghosts drifting through the shadows, their pleas echoing like a chorus of sorrow. Help us, they whisper, fingers reaching out, clawing at the fabric of reality. I feel their pain wash over me, a tidal wave of despair, and I falter, the weight of their suffering threatening to pull me under. But Elias grips my shoulder, grounding me, a lifeline in this tempest. Stay with me, he urges, his voice strong, unwavering. I nod, the fire in his eyes igniting a spark of courage within me, a reminder that we are not alone, not in this battle against the darkness. Mara leads the way, a beacon of defiance carving a path through the suffocating gloom. Her laughter bounces off the stone walls, echoing with a fierce joy that feels almost sacrilegious in this place of pain. We will find her, she cries, heart racing with determination. We will bring her back. Each word is a weapon, cutting through the shadows, and with every step, I can feel the weight of the underworld shifting, as if it acknowledges our resolve. And so, we move forward, deeper into the heart of this abyss, hearts pounding in unison, breaths heavy with anticipation. The darkness waits, hungry and watchful, but we carry our light, a fragile flicker of hope against the overwhelming tide. In this realm of lost souls, we are not just survivors, we are warriors, ready to reclaim what was taken from us. There is no end here, only the relentless march toward the confrontation that lies ahead, a battle not just against the shadows, but against the very essence of despair that threatens to consume us whole. The underworld whispers our names, taunts us with memories, but we hold fast, each heartbeat a reminder that we are alive, each breath a declaration against the void. We are drawn into the dark, but we will not be lost. We will fight. We will rage against the dying of the light. The air was thick, a heavy fog that clung to your skin like a shroud, wrapping you in the chill of the underworld. Shadows flickered, twisting into grotesque shapes that whispered secrets of the dead. A single heartbeat echoed, yours, pounding against the silence, a lone drum signaling the approach of fate. The walls, damp and cold, seemed to breathe around you, alive with the weight of untold stories, each one more tragic than the last. A distant wail pierced the stillness, an anguished cry that turned your blood to ice, freezing the moment in despair. Ereshkigal stood at the threshold of her dominion, her dark silhouette stark against the dim light filtering through the jagged cracks of the obsidian walls. She was a queen, but not the kind that inspired reverence, she was the very embodiment of loneliness, a forlorn goddess draped in shadows. Her eyes, twin pools of despair, glinted with a haunting sorrow, as if she carried the weight of every soul that had crossed her path. She had always been the ruler of the underworld, a silent sentinel watching over the lost, and yet, in her heart, lay an aching emptiness. But tonight was different. Tonight, a tempest brewed within her. The echoes of the past clawed at her mind, visions of betrayal and loss. She felt them whispering, taunting her with memories of her sister, Inanna, the goddess of love and war, radiant and free. Ereshkigal closed her eyes, the darkness pressing down, and she could almost hear the laughter of the living, the vibrant pulse of life that she had forsaken. A sharp pain tugged at her heart, a reminder that once, she too had danced in the light. Then there was Namtaru, a lowly spirit caught between life and the void, a forgotten whisper of humanity. He lingered in the shadows, yearning for warmth, for a taste of the life that had slipped through his fingers like grains of sand. Haunted by his own cowardice, he watched Ereshkigal, his heart breaking with every breath. He was a coward who had hidden from his fears, and now, here he was, faced with the goddess who ruled the fate of all souls. In her presence, he felt like a moth drawn to a flame, fascinated yet terrified. "I remember," he said, the words trembling on his lips, "the sun. I remember the warmth of the earth beneath my feet. It was not so long ago. It can't be gone." He didn't realize he was speaking aloud until the shadows around him stirred, as if Ereshkigal could hear the echoes of his regret. Remembering only deepens the wound, she replied, her voice like the rustle of dead leaves, heavy with sorrow. What good is memory in the face of eternity? But Namtaru craved something more than existence. He longed for redemption, a chance to confront the choices that had led him here. I can't stay here, he said, desperation creeping into his voice. I shouldn't be here at all. I was a coward, yes, but I am willing to face my truth. I want to be free. Her laughter was a dark melody, haunting and beautiful. Freedom is an illusion here, child. The chains of your choices bind you, and she hesitated, her breath hitching, I am the keeper of those chains. As she spoke, a shadow passed through her gaze. Would freedom mean her own solitude? Would she lose the very essence of her being? The thought clawed at her heart, a bitter reminder of the sister she had lost, the love that had slipped into the void of the cosmos, never to return. A shiver ran through her as she felt the boundaries of her own existence pressing in, suffocating. Then let me face my choices, Namtaru insisted, his voice trembling but resolute. I will bear the weight of my fears. I want to face it, whatever it is. Be careful what you wish for, Ereshkigal warned, her voice dripping with a darkness that seeped into the cracks of the stone walls. A silence stretched between them, thick and tangible, the kind that felt like the calm before a storm. You may find the truth is far more terrifying than the shadows that haunt you. But it was not just Namtaru who was wrestling with his fate. Ereshkigal felt the stirrings of something long buried, a flicker of hope threatening to ignite in the depths of her spirit. I remember the warmth, she whispered, almost to herself, the laughter of the living. Perhaps there is a way. As the words left her lips, the ground beneath them trembled, the shadows swirling faster, coiling like serpents in the dark, as if the very fabric of the underworld quivered at her revelation. Namtaru's breath caught in his throat, fear and yearning colliding within him. What do you mean? Is there a chance? Not a chance, Ereshkigal corrected, but a choice. Her eyes pierced through the darkness, a fierce glimmer of defiance igniting within them. But with choice comes sacrifice. Are you willing to pay the price? In that moment, time felt suspended, the world around them fading into an eerie blur. The clock that governed existence ticked louder, drowning out their fears. The essence of eternity hung in the air, thick with tension, as Namtaru stood at the precipice of his own destiny. I am, he breathed, the words spilling from his soul. I will face whatever it takes. Then let it be so, Ereshkigal said, her voice now a whisper, barely audible above the howls of lost souls. Let the shadows reveal your truth. And as she spoke, the atmosphere ignited with an electric charge, a fierce storm brewing on the horizon of their destinies. The choice hung in the air like a promise, binding them together in a moment that would change everything. In that heartbeat, amidst the shadows and echoes of eternity, Ereshkigal, the ruler of the underworld, and Namtaru, the lost spirit, stood on the edge of a precipice, where choices, fears, and destinies intertwined. The air hangs thick with the scent of burnt cedar, a pungent reminder of offerings made to the gods. I stand in the shadow of the ziggurat, its ancient stones whispering secrets of lives lived and lost. My heart races, pounding like a war drum, as I clutch the small clay tablet in my hands, etched with prayers, with names, with desperate pleas. It feels heavy, a weight that threatens to pull me down into the earth, into the waiting arms of the underworld, where darkness feasts on hope. In the distance, the sun slips below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of dread, and I can hear the cries of the mourners, their voices rising like smoke, curling into the twilight. There's a chill in the air, a foreboding that prickles the back of my neck. The afterlife looms over us here, a specter that shapes our very existence, lurking in every shadow, every corner of our daily lives, and I can't shake the feeling that it's watching, waiting. I remember the day I first heard the story of Ereshkigal, the queen of the underworld. Her kingdom is a vast expanse of silence, ruled by sorrow, where the dead wander in a haze of forgotten memories. You will face her, the priest had said, his eyes glinting with primal fear and reverence. When your time comes, she will judge you. I can still hear that warning echoing in my mind like a curse, a drumbeat of inevitability. Across the square, I see Ninsen, my neighbor, her eyes swollen with grief. She stands before a small shrine, a flickering candle illuminating the lines of anguish etched on her face. Her son, once a vibrant spirit, now lies cold and still beneath the earth, and she clings to the hope that the offerings will soothe his journey into the dark. What use is hope, I wonder, when the afterlife is so unforgiving? What comfort does the thought of an eternity bring when all that is left is the aching void of longing? I remember the laughter, she whispers, her voice trembling like a leaf caught in a storm. I remember the way his eyes sparkled with mischief. I want to reach for her, to tell her that I understand, that every heartbeat is a reminder of what we've lost, but the words tangle in my throat. Instead, I stand frozen, a voyeur of pain, unable to escape my own sorrow. And then there's Dumuzi, the farmer, his hands calloused and rough from toil. He's a man haunted by the specter of his missing sister, taken too soon, like a flower plucked from its roots. Every night, he visits her grave, pouring out his grief like an offering, wine, figs, and promises he can't keep. If the gods would only listen, he mutters, voice cracking under the weight of despair. If they would only bring her back. The moon rises high, casting a silver glow over the land, and the shadows stretch long and deep. Dumuzi's pain slices through the night like a knife, raw and unforgiving, and I feel an urge to comfort him, to tell him that she walks beside him, that the afterlife is not an end but a continuation. But as the words swirl in my mind, I realize I would only be lying. The afterlife is the great unknown, a dark abyss that swallows all certainty. I watch as he kneels, pressed to the earth, and I can't help but think of the weight of our rituals. The prayers, the offerings, they are nothing more than tokens of a desperate heart, a feeble attempt to bargain with the gods. I remember the stories told around flickering flames, the tales of those who crossed the river of forgetting, of souls who wandered, lost in the vast expanse of the afterlife. There's a horror in the idea that we may be forgotten, that our names will fade like smoke, leaving nothing but echoes in the air. As the sky darkens, the stars begin to twinkle, distant and cold. I can feel the universe beyond our little lives, vast and indifferent. It sends shivers down my spine, the thought that our existence is but a fleeting moment in a world that spins on without us. I think of my own mortality, of the choices I've made, the love I've lost. Will I be judged? Will I find peace? Or will I become another lost soul, wandering the shadows forever? The air crackles with tension as I hear the distant sound of a drumbeat, a rhythmic call to the gathering of souls. It beckons to me, and I feel my pulse quicken. The afterlife isn't waiting idly, it is alive, a living, breathing entity that demands our attention. I look back at Ninsen and Dumuzi, their grief palpable, their pain entwined with mine. We are bound together in this dance of life and death, caught in the delicate web of existence. I remember, I whisper into the night, not sure if I'm reaching out to them or to the cosmos itself. I remember the faces of those I've lost, the laughter that once filled the air. It's a mantra, a lifeline thrown into the swirling darkness. I remember the warmth of their embrace, the stories that defined them. With each repetition, I feel the weight of my memories pressing down upon me, and in that moment of raw vulnerability, I realize that the afterlife does not erase those we love. Instead, it transforms them, molds them into something eternal, woven into the very fabric of our being. They become the stars, the whispers in the wind, the flickers of light that guide us through the darkest nights. The drumbeat grows louder, and I know it's time to confront the shadows, to face the weight of our fears. I look at Ninsen, and in her eyes, I see a reflection of myself, broken yet unyielding, lost yet searching. Dumuzi stands tall, his shoulders squared against the weight of the world, and I feel a spark of hope ignite within me. We are not alone, we are in this together, our lives intertwined like the vines that cling to the ancient walls of our city, fighting against the tides of time. As we move toward the flickering light of the gathering, the air hums with the palpable energy of the unknown. The afterlife calls to us, promising answers, whispering truths that may shatter our illusions or set us free. The night stretches on, dark and full of promise, and I take a deep breath, steeling myself for what lies ahead, knowing that the weight of the afterlife will forever shape our days. The air is thick, and a silence hangs like a shroud, punctuated only by the distant sound of a clock ticking, a reminder, a countdown to the inevitable. I stand there, feeling the weight of the moment pressed down on my chest, a leaden embrace that steals my breath. The night is hauntingly quiet, the kind of quiet that sets your heart racing and your skin prickling with unease. Outside the window, shadows dance in the flickering light of the candle, their shapes twisting and contorting into forms that seem to whisper secrets of the dead. Annie, my sister, stands beside me, her fingers trembling against the cold wood of the table. Her eyes, usually so full of life, now mirror the emptiness of the room. "Are you ready?" she whispers, voice barely above the crackle of the flame. "But how can you be ready for something that pulls at the very essence of who you are?" We both know what comes next, yet the thought churns in my stomach like a storm, violent and relentless. Across the room, the casket rests, an ornate box draped in dark velvet. It feels more like a trap than a resting place, an elaborate prison for the soul that has left this world. I want to scream, to claw at the walls, but instead, I remain rooted to the spot, the weight of grief anchoring me as I stare at the lifeless form of our father. It's absurd how still he looks, as if he's merely taking a nap, and I half expect him to wake up with a joke about the absurdity of being dead. He always said life was a punchline, I think, a bitter smile creeping onto my lips before the reality of the moment slams into me again. I remember the laughter that once filled this space, a cacophony that could drown out the darkest thoughts. But laughter feels like a cruel ghost now, haunting me with its absence. I remember, I whisper to myself, hoping to summon a flicker of the joy that once was. It's a futile effort, the memories swirl chaotically, colliding with the present in a maelstrom of emotion. My heart races. What does it mean to say goodbye? Annie, lost in her own turmoil, shifts her gaze toward the casket, her grief manifesting like a dark cloud drifting over her features. "He's gone, isn't he?" she murmurs, and the words hang in the air like a stone thrown into a still pond. I want to reach out and tell her that no, he's just in another room, waiting for us to wake up from this terrible nightmare. But what good are words now? The funeral practices, the rituals we've chosen, feel like a performance, an act in a tragedy too grand to comprehend. There's a haunting beauty to the way we prepare for the journey to the afterlife, a twisted sense of artistry in our grief. Each item we choose to adorn him with is imbued with meaning, the locket around his neck, holding a photograph of us as children, the well-worn book of poetry he loved, the bottle of whiskey, his constant companion. Each object feels like a breadcrumb, a clue to the life he lived, a testament to the man who filled our lives with stories and laughter. But what of the stories that remain untold? As I watch Annie lay the whiskey beside him, I feel a pang of guilt. What have we left behind? What will the world remember about him? My mother's face flashes in my mind, a mask of stoicism, hiding her own turmoil beneath layers of duty and obligation. She's been preparing for this moment for years, yet it feels as if she's lost in a trance, going through the motions without ever truly being present. I remember, I repeat, a mantra against the encroaching darkness. I remember summer days spent fishing by the river, the way he would laugh, his voice booming like thunder, shaking the trees. I remember the stories he told that would keep us up at night, eyes wide with wonder and fear. But those memories feel like fragile glass, ready to shatter under the weight of reality. Annie's voice breaks my reverie. "Do you think he's watching us?" she asks, her eyes pleading for reassurance. I can't meet her gaze, I feel unworthy of such hope. Instead, I focus on the flickering candlelight, watching the shadows twist and stretch across the walls, as if they're alive, whispering secrets of the departed. "Maybe," I finally say, my voice trembling. "Maybe he's just somewhere else." The thought brings no comfort, yet it hangs in the air between us, a fragile thread connecting the living and the dead. As we prepare the final rites, the tension builds, coiling around us like a serpent ready to strike. Each breath is heavy with unspoken words, every heartbeat a reminder that the clock is ticking, and with every tick, we move closer to that finality we dread yet cannot escape. The sound of the clock feels mocking now, a constant reminder of the time we have lost and the moments we can never reclaim. I remember laughter, I remember joy, but now, all that lingers is the specter of loss. The casket, with its polished wood and delicate engravings, feels like a portal to the unknown, an invitation to confront the darkness that lies ahead. I glance at Annie, her face pale and drawn, and for a moment, I see in her eyes the reflection of my own fear, fear of what comes next, fear of being left alone in this world without our Father's guiding light. The night deepens, shadows grow longer, and the air thickens with sorrow. We are on the precipice of an abyss, staring into the depths of grief, unprepared for the plunge. The candle flickers one last time, a final gasp of light before it threatens to extinguish, and in that moment, we both realize, this is not just about him, it's about us, what we will carry, what we will become as we navigate this uncharted territory of loss. And as the clock strikes midnight, we take a step forward, hand in hand, into the unknown, ready, or maybe not, to confront the journey ahead. The journey that never really ends, because in the echoes of our grief, life continues to pulse, stubbornly, defiantly, in our hearts. The air is thick with unspoken words, a heavy fog of dread that wraps itself around the crumbling stones of the ancient mausoleum. Shadows flicker like lost souls, dancing in the dim light of flickering candles, their flames trembling as if they too fear the secrets buried beneath the earth. A low moan escapes the lips of a woman named Ilara, a sound so raw it echoes through the cold, damp chambers, reverberating off the walls like a ghost's lament. She cradles a broken amulet in her palms, fingers tracing the jagged edges, each cut a reminder of her father's last words, "Do not forget me." But how can she remember when the weight of burial is pressing on her chest, suffocating her with the memory of the earth swallowing him whole? Beside her, a man named Sorellen stands, his jaw clenched, fists balled at his sides. He glances at Ilara, his heart pounding with a mix of anger and grief. "This is madness," he hisses, the words like venom spilling from his lips. "Digging into the past will only unearth more pain." The flickering light catches the glimmer of tears in his eyes, and for a moment, Ilara sees the boy he once was, the boy who used to make her laugh until her stomach hurt, before life taught them both the cruelty of loss. They share a history, one woven with threads of laughter and quiet moments stolen beneath the stars, but now it feels frayed, unraveling in the face of death's grim embrace. Then, there is the specter of the past looming over them. It's a ghost named Eric, a memory that flits through Ilara's mind like a candle's flame threatened by a gust of wind. He was her brother, lost too soon, buried beneath the soil of a city that had forgotten him. "You're digging for something that doesn't want to be found," his voice whispers in her ear, chilling her spine as she fights against the urge to break. Each shove of the spade into the cold earth sends tremors through her body, a visceral reminder that she could still reach him if only she could claw through the layers of history that entomb him. "Stop!" Sorellen's voice pierces the silence, but it's too late, the truth is already clawing its way to the surface. Ilara's heart races as she pulls the soil aside, revealing a glint of silver, a locket, old and tarnished, like their forgotten dreams. She can almost hear Eric's laughter in the distance, echoing through the years. I remember the way he smiled, the way he danced when he thought no one was watching." The memory floods her, a bittersweet tide that threatens to drown her in longing. It's as if time has folded in on itself, and this moment of excavation is both a beginning and an end, a cruel twist of fate that binds them to the places they wish to escape. Suddenly, reality crashes back. What if this is wrong? Sorellen's voice trembles, laced with fear. What if we're disturbing something that should remain undisturbed? There's a panic in his eyes that matches her own, a fear that the very act of remembrance might awaken something far more sinister than the echoes of their past. The walls seem to close in, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and the ghosts of memories long buried. Each heartbeat resonates like a drum, a countdown to an unknown reckoning. A gust of wind blows through the cracked stones, extinguishing their flickering candles, plunging them into an abyss of darkness. In that moment, a silence so profound envelops them, it presses against their skin like the weight of 1,000 unspoken words. Ilara's breath quickens, but she doesn't dare break the stillness. The world outside fades, all that exists is the tomb, the locket, and the suffocating fear of what lies beyond. "I remember," she whispers, the words trembling on her lips. "I remember the stories they told us about the tombs, how they were built to keep the dead at rest, to ward off the restless spirits." The thought clings to her like a spider's web, intricate yet fragile, begging to be torn apart. She shivers, the chill of the unseen creeping up her spine. What if we've awakened something? The darkness seems to answer her, thickening around them, a pulse that beats in time with their heartbeats. Can you feel it? So Ellen asks, his voice a mere thread in the vast emptiness. The energy, it's like something is watching us. Their eyes search the shadows, flickering between the known and the unknown, where the past intertwines with the present in a grotesque dance. What if we're not alone? His words hang in the air, heavy with the promise of something lurking just beyond their sight. As Elara reaches for the locket, its cold touch sends a shiver racing down her spine. The door creaks behind them, an ominous whisper that chills her to the bone. Elara! So Ellen's voice breaks through her trance, urgency clawing at his tone. We need to leave. Now. But the locket slips from her grasp, landing with a soft thud against the stone floor. In that moment, it feels like the heartbeat of the universe has faded, leaving only the echo of a forgotten memory, a lost soul, a brother she never got to mourn, a story left untold. The walls seem to breathe, exhaling the weight of history, the sorrow of those who came before them. With each passing second, the darkness deepens, wrapping around them like a shroud. And as they inch closer to the climax of their reckoning, the past draws near, its whispers blending with the present, a cacophony of grief and longing. I remember, Elara murmurs once more, a mantra as they face the abyss before them, an endless cycle of life and death, of tombs and burials, the architecture of memory forged in the depths of human despair. The night stretches on, thick with shadows and echoes, and the sacred rituals of remembrance tug at their souls, binding them to a fate they cannot escape. The tomb has awakened, and so too has the darkness within their hearts, demanding to be faced. Rain hammered down on the earth like frantic hearts beating in a shared panic. Each drop sent shards of cold through the night, where shadows danced among the trees, whispering secrets of the fallen. In the distance, a figure stood, drenched and trembling, hands sinking into the mud as if searching for something buried deep within the soil. Eliza could feel the earth sigh beneath her fingers, an old ache yearning to be fulfilled. She found herself staring at the darkened landscape, the weight of loss wrapped tightly around her throat like a noose. I remember, she whispered hoarsely, but the wind snatched her words, unraveling them into the chaos of the storm. Memories flashed through her mind, her brother Daniel, laughing in the sunlight, the way he'd twirled her around, spinning her into a world free of shadows. But laughter had turned bitter, twisted into a haunting echo after that fateful night when the world had split open and swallowed him whole. Why did you leave me? She screamed into the storm, wrath and sorrow mingling in the air. The trees bowed, shivering as if in sympathy, and the ground below felt alive, pulsing, as if responding to her wail. I can't let you go, not like this. Across the yard, under a tattered awning, stood Caleb, his eyes a tempest of confusion and fury. He was a stranger caught in the web of their grief, a friend turned into something heavier, a burden of unspoken words, of guilt. He had been there, too, the one who had promised to protect Daniel, only to watch him fall. Caleb clenched his fists, knuckles white against the darkness, as if holding onto the very fabric of life itself. I didn't, he faltered, voice cracking against the weight of his own shame. I didn't see it coming. He stepped forward, hesitant, the air thick with the scent of rain and regret. We need to what? Eliza snapped, turning her fury on him, her heart thundering, blood echoing in her ears. Bury him? Throw dirt over his memory like it means nothing. He flinched as if she'd struck him. No. I mean, a proper burial. It's what he deserves. It's what will keep him at peace. And yet, beneath the surface of their raw exchange, a truth brewed like the storm clouds overhead. Neither of them knew what peace looked like anymore. The darkness had seeped into their very bones, thrumming with a sinister heartbeat, each pulse a reminder of what they had lost, what they could never reclaim. Eliza thought of their town, the way it hummed with life just a few days ago, how the streets echoed with laughter before the chaos had swept in, leaving nothing but silence. Peace, she spat, as if it were a poison on her tongue. Do you think he can find peace without us? Without our love, our memory? Caleb's gaze slipped to the horizon, where the last remnants of sunlight fought against the encroaching night. He needs a marker, Eliza. Something to say he was here, that he mattered. I remember, she started again, her voice quieter now, haunted. I remember when we used to talk about death like it was a big joke. Like it would never touch us. And now, her trembling hand squeezed the earth, desperate to feel Daniel's presence, aching for any sign. Now it's all that matters. The shadows around them seemed to absorb her words, thickening the air, twisting it into something palpable. The rain fell harder, a sudden downpour of grief and despair, drowning their memories, drowning their hopes. And still, the earth beneath them whispered, beckoning with unspoken promises. "I'll help you," Caleb said finally, stepping closer, his voice a low rumble, steady against the storm. "We'll do it together. We'll give him what he deserves." Eliza looked up, her heart thrumming against the walls of her chest, fighting against the walls that had been built around her. "You don't have to do this," she breathed, the vulnerability hanging between them like a fragile thread, almost fraying. "No," he insisted, voice firm. "I want to. He was my brother too. I need to make it right." And in that moment, something shifted. The storm above them raged, but they stood together, shadow and light intertwined. With a shared glance, an unspoken understanding sparked, igniting the air around them, tinged with a flicker of hope. "I remember," she whispered again, and this time it felt different, a mantra almost. "I remember the laughter, the joy, the way he made the world feel alive." Caleb nodded, each breath they took heavy with the weight of the moment and the burden of their grief. "Then let's make sure he's not forgotten," he murmured, as they clasped hands, the warmth of their connection battling against the chilling rain. Eliza closed her eyes, envisioning a place of peace, where memories entwined with the earth, and spirits roamed free of the chains that bound them. They worked together, side by side, carving a place for Daniel, a sanctuary among the shadows. Each shovel of earth was a promise and a plea, a heartbeat echoing against the night. But with every scoop of soil, the air grew heavier, thicker with unprocessed emotion and the haunting whispers of what had been lost. The tension coiled around them, a serpent ready to strike, and a flicker of doubt crept in. Would this act of love be enough? Would it mend the fractures in their souls or merely deepen them? The wind howled, as if echoing their fears, and the shadows shifted, revealing fleeting glimpses of the past, faces, laughter, a life cut short. In that moment, Eliza and Caleb stood at the edge of the abyss, staring into the chasm of their despair. "Do you think he knows?" Eliza's voice trembled, barely audible over the storm's fury. "Do you think he'll forgive us?" Caleb's hand tightened around hers, anchoring her to the present, to the earth, to the man they loved. "He will. He has to." And as they lowered Daniel into the ground, as the rain washed over them like whispered secrets of the cosmos, they felt the weight of the world shift, just for a heartbeat, just for a moment. The air crackled with a sense of finality, like the ticking of a clock that counted down the last seconds of a shared existence. In that brief silence, the storm paused, the sky holding its breath, waiting. The earth received him, swaddling him in warmth, in memory, in love. And somewhere, beyond the veil, a whisper of peace began to stir. But the night was still young, and the shadows danced with an energy that promised more, a haunting reminder that every ending knows a beginning, that even in burial, there lies the promise of resurrection. And as the rain faded into a gentle mist, there was a flicker of hope, lingering as if teasing the darkness to come. The wind howled through the narrow streets, an unholy wail that seemed to echo from the depths of the grave. I stood there, heart pounding, breath wavering, feeling the chill of the night seep beneath my skin. Shadows danced like malevolent spirits in the flickering light of the lanterns, and the palpable weight of the air pressed down on me, thick with the scent of damp earth and something far more sinister. Mara was beside me, her fingers trembling as she clutched a handful of offerings, worn trinkets and fresh flowers, a desperate bid to appease the dead. I could see the fear etched across her face, her eyes glistening like shards of glass reflecting the fading light. "What if they don't accept us?" she whispered, her voice barely audible over the rustling leaves. "What if they demand more?" "Sure," I breathed, my heart racing for her. "They will hear you." The words felt hollow, a desperate charm against a truth too horrifying to articulate. The dead were not known for their mercy. They lurked just beyond the veil, hungry for the warmth of life, and I wasn't sure how long our offerings could keep them at bay. The pulse of the town throbbed in the distance, a heartbeat that felt both cruel and comforting. How could life continue as normal, when we were here, on the precipice of something dark. I remembered the stories told by the fire, the legends of those who had crossed the line between the living and the dead. They always returned, eyes hollow, voices echoing the pleas of those left behind. As we moved toward the old cemetery, the air thickened with an unsettling stillness. It felt as if the world held its breath for just a moment, before the storm. The moon hung low, a silver eye watching us, judging us. My mind raced back to my father's last words, trembling on his deathbed, echoed in my mind like a haunting refrain, "You must appease them, or they will come for more than you can give." I glanced at Mara, her face pale and drawn, knowing that we both carried the weight of our family's expectations. Each step we took felt like a betrayal, our very lives sacrificed on an altar of grief. "We can turn back," I urged, but the resolve in her gaze told me she wouldn't. "No," she said, her voice firmer now, "we can't." A memory flickered at the edges of my mind. When I was a child, my mother's laughter ringing in the air as she spun stories of the afterlife. "They want to be remembered," she'd said, "and we must honor those who came before us." But now, as I stood among the tombstones, I felt the sharp edge of fear gnawing at the edges of that sweet recollection. What if remembrance wasn't enough? The gravestones loomed like crooked teeth, each one a reminder of another life snuffed out. I knelt and placed the offerings at the foot of a weathered stone, my hand shaking. The flowers wilted in an instant, petals curling like the fingers of a dying hand. Mara followed suit, her offerings tumbling from her grasp and scattering across the damp ground, fragile tokens lost to the abyss. "Please," I whispered to the night, to the shadows that watched us, "we mean no harm." A sudden rustle in the bushes sent my heart racing, and I turned to see a figure, a silhouette against the darkened sky. I blinked, my breath caught in my throat, unable to discern if it was a figment of my imagination or something far worse. "Mara," my voice cracked, urging her to look. But she seemed entranced, eyes fixed on the figure, which now moved closer, revealing the features of a child, ghostly pale and forlorn. "Are you lost?" I asked, the words slipping from my mouth, trembling with dread. "No," the figure replied, voice drifting like smoke. "I'm waiting for them." "Waiting for who?" Mara's voice trembled, her resolve waning under the weight of the specter's presence. "The ones who forget," the child said, a sorrowful grin stretching across its face. "They don't come to play anymore." With those words, the air thickened, and I felt the chill crawl deeper into my bones. It was a haunting reminder that the dead did not always rest. Mara, trembling, took a step back, but I reached for her, anchoring her in place. "We're not here to forget," I said, the certainty in my voice sounding more like a plea. "We're here to remember." The child blinked, its gaze piercing through the darkness, and for a moment, I saw a flicker of something beyond fear, curiosity, perhaps. "Then what do you offer?" it asked, tilting its head like a bird, fragile yet dangerous. "What do you want?" Mara's voice trembled, and the weight of her fear wrapped around us like a suffocating shroud. "Something of value," the child replied, now standing so close that I could see the shadows dancing in its hollow eyes. "A memory. A sacrifice." I felt my heart race, pounding against my ribs like a wild thing. My own memories churned within me, aching to be released, the laughter of my mother, the warmth of the sun on my skin, the heartbeat of life that felt so distant now. But what would it take to appease the dead? "Do it," Mara urged, her voice threading through the air, filled with a desperation that mirrored my own. "We have to." And with that, I felt the bittersweet sting of resolve. I would give them a memory, a piece of myself, but what would it cost? The shadows around us seemed to lean in closer, hungry and expectant. But before I could answer, the world shifted, the air crackling with a promise or a curse. I knew then that we were teetering on the edge of something vast and terrible, and in that moment, I wished for the courage to confront the darkness. The silence that followed was loud, echoing through the hollow spaces of my mind. I felt the weight of the moment pressing down, a breathless anticipation swirling in the air. As I looked into Mara's eyes, I saw it mirrored there, the fear, the heartbreak, the overwhelming need to fight against the inevitable. And just like that, I realized we were no longer just seeking to appease the dead. We were standing at the very brink of sacrifice, ready to challenge the shadows that whispered our names. The air hung thick with incense, a dense fog of sandalwood and something darker, perhaps regret. I stood in a dimly lit chamber, where shadows clung to the stone walls like desperate whispers. The flickering candles cast a trembling glow on the faces of the faithful, their eyes wide, glistening with unshed tears and fears. It was a night of reckoning, a night where the boundary between this world and the next blurred like the edges of a dream. The priestess, cloaked in garments that seemed to ripple like water, stepped forward. Her voice quivered, rich with a haunting melody, summoning the spirits of the departed as if they were old friends. "Tonight, we call upon the lost," she intoned, her words curling around us like smoke. I could almost see the souls drifting behind her, their shapes murky and uncertain, caught between longing and despair. I remember the way the air shifted, a primal tension threading through the room. I could feel the heartbeat of my own fear, pounding like a war drum. Beside me stood Elias, a man with haunted eyes, his fingers twitching at his sides. He had lost his daughter only months before. The weight of his grief was a palpable thing, suffocating and raw. I caught his gaze, a silent understanding like a gaping wound between us. I remember how he clutched a small, worn toy, a token of his loss, and how his knuckles turned white, as if he could squeeze the pain out of the memory. And there was Ruth, the priestess herself, a guardian of the secrets that twined through the fabric of life and death. She wore the weight of countless rituals, every incantation she spoke was layered with the souls she had guided. Her heart ached with every invocation, and I could see it in the way her breath caught slightly as she uttered her next words, a plea to the unseen. "Come forth, O spirits, hear our call." A cold shiver raced through the crowd. The air thickened, crackling with an energy that left us both terrified and exhilarated. I felt as if I had been drawn into a web, each thread a memory or a ghost of what once was. Ruth's hands moved gracefully, but her eyes betrayed her, flickering with shadows of doubt. It was clear, she was not just a conduit, she was a woman standing at the precipice of the unknown, grappling with her own fears. "Will you let them come?" Elias whispered, his voice a fragile thread that hung in the charged silence. Beneath that question lay a storm of torment, the haunting thought of what it meant to invite back the lost. I felt the room hold its breath. "I have to," Ruth replied, her voice steady yet trembling. "They deserve to be remembered." But the truth was that she feared what might come back. The souls were not just echoes of memories, they were the essence of those who had walked beside us, loved us, and left us in silence. What if they returned angry? What if they carried their pain into the living world? Remember that night, I thought, as the words of old songs and chants filled the air, drenching us in an ancient sorrow. Remember how we used to laugh, how we believed we would never lose. The ache of nostalgia clawed at my heart, and the visions of lost moments flickered in my mind. But here and now, the fear was thick, and it felt like a countdown. The clock was ticking, each second heavy with an unspoken question: what does it mean to let go? Elias shifted beside me, his breath unsteady as he fought against the tide of his emotions. "I can't do this," he said, and I could hear the tremor in his voice, the crack of a man on the brink. "I don't want to be here." But he was. Because deep down, he craved a connection, a chance to speak to his daughter one last time. The agony of loss coiled tightly around him, twisting tighter with every heartbeat. I wanted to reach out, to remind him of the joy that once filled their lives, but the words died in my throat when the flickering lights dipped dangerously low, casting deep shadows that danced with menace. Ruth continued, her incantation rising like a tide, compelling and relentless. I remember how she stumbled, a fleeting hesitation that shattered the fragile hold on the moment. I called upon the spirits to reveal themselves, to bring forth the echoes of our beloved. Her voice trembled, and I felt the air shift, as if the world itself braced for an answer. And then, silence. A suffocating stillness enveloped us, stretching the seconds into eternity. My heart raced as I glanced at Elias, who had turned pale, his eyes darting around, searching for something, anything, to anchor him to this world. Suddenly, a whisper, almost imperceptible, slithered through the air. "Daddy," the blood drained from Elias's face. he was frozen, suspended in a moment that felt both sacred and profane. "No, no," he murmured, backing away as if the sound had clawed its way from the deepest abyss, an uninvited guest that demanded to be heard. "Stay with me." Ruth's voice was barely a breath, but it carried the weight of 1,000 lifetimes. It was a call to remember, a battle against the encroaching darkness. But there it was again, the low, sweet sound, "Daddy." It hung heavy, a tether to the past that threatened to pull him down into a chasm of despair. I felt my own heart break for him, a bittersweet ache that resonated within the confines of that small, shadowed room, where love and loss danced dangerously close, hand in hand. And as the candles flickered, casting eerie shadows that twisted and turned, I knew that we were on the edge of something far greater than ourselves. The battle between the living and the lost had only just begun. Each one of us, mere puppets in a grand, haunting ritual, held our breath as the night deepened, and darkness loomed heavy above us, a reminder that even in the sacred rites of remembrance, nothing was ever truly finished. In that moment, we were all bound together, Elias, Ruth, the departed souls, and the lingering shadows, as we stood on the threshold of the unknown, hearts racing, souls intertwined in a dance of life, death, and the desperate need for connection. Time ticked on, relentless and unyielding, as we teetered on the brink. The echoes of the past surged forward, and we were left to confront what it meant to love and to lose. The air was thick with sorrow, a tangible weight, as I knelt in the dimly lit chamber, the flickering candle casting shadows that danced like specters across the walls. I could hear the whispers of the ancients, their voices curling into my ears, luring me deeper into their world, the world of the dead. "You have come," they seemed to say. "You have come to understand." But understanding was a cruel mistress. I felt her icy fingers grasping at my heart, squeezing tighter with each passing moment. In the corner, Amelia stood, her eyes wide, reflecting the flickering light. She was a fragile silhouette, trembling, caught between the memories of her past and the horrors that loomed ahead. "What are we doing here?" she whispered, her voice a fragile thread, woven with fear. Her fingers twitched, betraying her anxiety, and I recalled the way she used to laugh, that infectious sound that seemed to drown out the chaos of the world. Now, laughter felt like a distant echo, a ghost of a time when life was warm and full. "Face it," I replied, a mixture of resolve and desperation in my voice. "We have to confront what's waiting. The Book of the Dead, it holds the truth. We can't turn away." The ancient tome lay on the altar, its pages yellowed and frayed. It felt alive, pulsating with secrets. I could sense the energy humming, a low thrum that vibrated through the stone beneath us. It beckoned, both a promise and a curse. Tom, my brother, paced the room, his frustration palpable. "This is madness," he spat, his voice rising. "You think we'll find answers in a pile of dust? The last thing we need is to summon something we can't control." His brow furrowed, the lines etched deep like scars from losses too heavy to bear. I remembered when he had once been my protector, a shield against the world's cruelty. Now, he felt like a storm crashing against the fragile walls of my resolve. "Maybe you're right," I conceded, the weight of his words wrapping around me like a noose. But still, I moved toward the book, drawn by an invisible thread. "But I need to know. I have to understand what happened to them. What they want from us." Each word fell from my lips like stones, heavy and unyielding. The shadows breathed, and for a moment, I could see them, faces twisted in anguish, eyes pleading for release. They flickered in and out of existence, a macabre dance that sent shivers racing down my spine. I felt Amelia's hand grip mine, her fingers cold and trembling. "What if they don't want to be found?" she asked, her voice barely audible, as if speaking too loudly might shatter the delicate balance of the moment. But this was a risk I had to take. "What if they do?" I shot back, desperate for conviction. I could feel the pulse of the room, the thrum of history pressing against us, the weight of all those who had come before. I remembered the tales whispered in dark corners, the stories of souls trapped between worlds, seeking solace in our ignorance. The Book of the Dead was a gateway, a bridge spanning the chasm between the living and dead, and I was determined to cross it. As I opened the book, the pages crackled like dry leaves, releasing a scent of decay and ancient incense. The words leaped out, swirling in the dim light, coiling around my mind like smoke. Each line felt like a confession, a curse, a cry for help. It was their truth, raw and unfiltered, a symphony of suffering that pierced through the veil of time. "Listen," I urged, my voice trembling with urgency. "They're speaking to us. They want us to know. They had lives. They loved. They feared. They lost." In that moment, the room shifted. Shadows thickened and swirled, merging into shapes that felt both familiar and alien. It was as if the very fabric of reality was unraveling, exposing the raw sinews of existence. Tom's eyes were wide, fear battling against a flicker of curiosity. "What do they want?" he asked, a whisper caught in the web of suspense. The atmosphere twisted, thickening like molasses, and I felt the pressure building. "What do you want from us?" I shouted, the words tearing from my throat like a wounded animal. And then, a voice, a chorus of voices, rose from the depths of the shadows, echoing in the chamber. "Remember us," they cried. "Remember our pain, our stories. We are not lost, we linger. We are the echoes of your past." Their sorrow enveloped me, wrapping around my heart like a shroud, choking me with the weight of their unfulfilled lives. Amelia gasped, her breath hitching, as she stumbled backward, clutching her chest. I can't breathe." She fell, collapsing to the floor, and the shadows surged, threatening to consume her. My heart raced, a wild drumbeat pounding in my ears as I rushed to her side. "Amelia!" "No." Tom's face paled, the desperation igniting a fire within him. "Get her out. We have to leave." But I couldn't leave her, not like this. I could feel her spirit slipping, a thread unraveling from the tapestry of existence. "Hold on," I pleaded. "We can't abandon them." A cacophony of voices rose, a symphony of despair and longing that filled the chamber, shaking the very walls. The book vibrated beneath my fingertips, the energy surging, inviting us deeper into the darkness. I could feel their stories wrapping around my heart, binding me to them, an anchor in the tempest. "Remember us," they chanted, their voices rising to a fever pitch. "Remember our names. Remember our lives." The shadows thickened, a living tapestry of lost souls, and I was caught in the web of their desires, their pain bleeding into my own. The room swirled, colors melting into shades of night, and I felt the universe expanding, collapsing, a cosmic dance of chaos. Time twisted around us, stretching like a rubber band, and I knew this was just the beginning. The darkness held its secrets close, but it was not finished with us yet. The cycle had started, and in the heart of that chamber, beneath the weight of the Book of the Dead, we were destined to confront our own stories, our own shadows, and the cosmic threads that bound us to those who had come before. And as we stood at the precipice of life and death, I knew we could never turn back. The echoes of the past would haunt us, their whispers guiding us into the unknown. Time itself had become a labyrinth, and we were its unwilling yet necessary explorers. I could feel the pulse of the universe, a heartbeat that echoed through eternity, tethering us to the spectral realm we dared to touch. The wind howled through the cracked walls of the temple, a mournful wail that echoed the anguish of 1,000 lost souls. I stood amidst the flickering shadows, the air heavy with the scent of burnt offerings. In the distance, the city of Ur shimmered like a mirage, its ziggurat reaching toward a sky bruised by twilight. The sun had almost surrendered, sinking into the horizon, and with it, the last tendrils of daylight that clung to the world. Marduk's heart raced in his chest, a drumbeat of desperation. He knelt before the altar, trembling hands clutching a clay tablet inscribed with the names of the dead, names that haunted him like ghosts. I remember how the cries of the mourners pierced the air, a cacophony that seemed to swirl around me, suffocating. "Please," he pleaded, voice cracking, "bring her back." His sister, Esme, had been taken too soon, swept away by a fever that left behind only a cold, empty shell of what once was. I could see it in his eyes, the hollow ache, the depth of despair that threatened to swallow him whole. The gods were fickle, often cruel. Here, at the boundary between life and death, Marduk sought to bargain for a miracle. In his desperation, he was a moth drawn to the flame, willing to risk everything for one more moment with her laughter. A figure emerged from the shadows, a priestess named Ninsen, her voice a river of calm amid the storm. She understood the boundaries all too well. "Life is a flicker, Marduk," she whispered, her gaze piercing through the darkness. "And death?" "Death is a constant, a shadow that follows us all." I remember how her words wrapped around my heart, tightening like a vice. "Do you think she can hear me?" he asked, tears streaming down his dirt-streaked face. "Do you think the dead still remember us?" Ninsen knelt beside him, her fingers brushing over the clay, tracing the names etched into the surface. To speak to the dead is to walk a path none should tread lightly. The line is thin, and the veil is fragile. Her eyes glimmered like stars caught in a web of fate, full of sorrow and unspoken truths. I felt a chill crawl up my spine, as if the very air around us held the weight of every unfulfilled promise. I remember the night I lost my own beloved, not to sickness but to the sword, a brutal end for a love that had burned too bright. The echoes of that pain resonated within Marduk. I could feel it, an invisible thread weaving our experiences together, a tapestry of grief that stretched across time. The temple walls felt like they were closing in, the shadows dancing, reminding me of the boundaries we dared not cross. Ninsen began to chant, her voice threading through the air, stirring something deep within the recesses of my soul. "Inanna, goddess of love and war, guide our souls. Let us see beyond the veil." Her words felt like a lifeline in the suffocating darkness as the flickering flames cast ominous shapes on the altar. And then it hit, the stillness. A heaviness that settled like a blanket over our hearts. In that moment, time fractured. The past and present collided. The very fabric of existence shuddered, and I felt it at the brush of cold fingers against my skin, a whisper of ancient secrets, a promise that the dead are never truly gone. I remember the way my heart raced, not with fear but with an intoxicating blend of dread and hope. "Is me?" Marduk's voice trembled, raw and fragile. The sound seemed to tether us to the living world, but the darkness loomed ever closer. I could see the edges of his sanity fraying, each breath a desperate grasp at something unattainable. "Do not summon what you cannot control," Ninsen warned, her voice rising like a tempest. "The dead have their own desires, their own grief." The shadows thickened, swirling around us, and I felt as if they were alive, drawn to the anguish pooling in Marduk's heart. Suddenly, a vision, a fleeting glimpse of Ismi, radiant and laughing, her spirit dancing just beyond reach. "Marduk, I'm here." I could almost hear her voice, teasing him, pulling him closer. It was intoxicating, a blend of joy and agony. I could feel Marduk's heart break anew, a sacred wound reopening. "Wake up!" Ninsen screamed, her voice cutting through the haze. "Do not surrender your soul." But Marduk was lost, his eyes glazed as he reached for the ephemeral form. "Let me hold you," he begged, desperation clawing at his throat. The shadows convulsed, and I could sense the ancient forces at play, the unseen dance between life and death, the endless struggle. I felt the weight of every soul, every heartbeat across millennia, trapped between the worlds. "This is no game, Marduk," I whispered, my voice heavy with urgency. "These boundaries are sacred." The air thickened, a palpable tension crackling around us. I remember the chilling sensation of 1,000 eyes watching, waiting, the unseen weight of the dead pressing against the living. "You must choose," Ninsen urged, her voice fierce, a battle cry against the tide of sorrow. "Will you fight for her memory, or will you let despair consume you?" Marduk's breath hitched, and I feared for him, for the fragile thread connecting him to reality. "I will fight," he finally declared, a glimmer of defiance igniting in his eyes. "I will remember her, no matter the cost." And just like that, the shadows receded, retreating to the corners of the room, leaving us breathless and trembling. The air grew heavy with the echoes of promises made, the boundaries between life and death blurring ever so slightly, as if we had danced along the edge of a cliff, teetering, not quite able to fall. As the last flicker of daylight surrendered to the night, I felt a sense of impending doom linger in the air, an omnipresent reminder of the fragility of existence. All around us, the world sighed, a sound that resonated in the depths of our souls. The night was alive, and the dead were watching, waiting for the moment when the living would forget to remember. I remember the fleeting hope that flickered like a candle in the darkness, a promise that the boundaries could be crossed, if only for a heartbeat that pulsed with life, love, and the haunting echo of all that was lost. The air was thick, almost suffocating, with that cloying, metallic scent of blood and fear. The moon hung high, a cruel witness to the chaos unfurling beneath its indifferent gaze. Shadows danced on the cobblestones, grotesque, twisting shapes that seemed to mock the living. I stood frozen, heart pounding like a war drum, as the night erupted with a cacophony of shrieks and howls, voices torn from the depths of despair. I couldn't move. My feet were anchored in that dark soil, an unwilling participant in a nightmare that felt all too real. I remember how Sarah's eyes, those once bright, shimmering pools of laughter, now glinted with terror, wide and wild. "They're coming for us," she screamed, her voice splintering the night. I could see the shadows coiling around us, their forms flickering like candle flames, and I could feel my own heart echoing her dread. I wanted to comfort her, to tell her it was only a trick of the mind, but how could I when the whispers grew louder, insistent, scratching at the edges of my sanity? "Do you remember the old stories?" I managed to croak, desperate to anchor myself in something, anything. "The ones about the unrested dead." Her breath caught in her throat, and for a moment, the world around us faded, leaving just the two of us, two fragile souls trembling in the face of the abyss. "They said if you disturb their graves, they'll haunt you," she whispered, her voice trembling. But it wasn't the graves we disturbed. No, it was the memories, the regrets, that clawed at us, demanding to be acknowledged. I remembered the stories told in hushed tones, the old woman by the fire weaving tales of restless spirits seeking retribution, lost loves unable to let go. How could they let go when we clung so fiercely to our own sorrows? The weight of our past hung over us like a noose, tightening with every heartbeat. "Do you think they know our fears?" I asked, my voice trembling under the weight of that thought. "Do you think they feel our pain?" The shadows twitched, and I felt a chill that cut deeper than the night air. They were listening. I could almost feel their icy breath on my skin. Sarah clutched my arm, her nails digging in, grounding me in our shared panic. The fear in her eyes mirrored my own. It was the fear of being forgotten, of drifting through eternity without resolution. "Maybe we deserve this," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, yet it thundered in my ears. "We've ignored them for too long." I thought of all the names we left unspoken, the memories we tucked away in the attic of our minds, gathering dust. Were the spirits crying out for justice or merely for a connection, something we had denied them? I could feel their yearning, like a weight pressing against my chest, and it made my heart ache. I wanted to scream, to wail for all the lives lost, the stories untold. But then came a sudden rush of air, a wind that felt alive, swirling around us with a sinister glee. I turned, and there they were, figures shrouded in darkness, their faces obscured but their intentions clear. They moved with a purpose, fluid and relentless, as if time had no power over them. "It's too late," a voice shrieked, a sound that twisted my insides, echoing the despair we had tried to bury. I looked to Sarah, her face pale, eyes wide with terror, and for a heartbeat, I saw her as she once was, a girl with dreams that reached for the stars, untainted by the scars of loss. "Run!" I shouted, shattering the spell that held us captive. But her feet wouldn't budge. She was caught, ensnared by the ghosts of her own making. "I can't," she cried, tears streaming down her face. "I can't leave them." And it was true. How could we abandon our past? The whispers intensified, a cacophony of long-buried memories crashing over us like a tidal wave. I felt the weight of the world, the lovers lost, the battles fought, the regrets we clung to like lifelines. Each name was a thread, weaving through time, binding us to a history that refused to fade. "Sarah!" I shouted again, desperation clawing at my throat. "You have to fight. We can't let them take us." But even as I spoke, I felt my own resolve wavering. The shadows pressed closer, their icy fingers curling around my heart, squeezing tight until I gasped for air. Their sorrow, their anguish, it seeped into my soul. I remembered the faces of those I had lost, their laughter now haunting echoes in my mind. I felt them reaching for me, begging for acknowledgement, and I was torn between the comfort of remembrance and the terror of becoming one of them. "Don't let them win," I screamed, shaking Sarah, forcing her to meet my gaze. "We have to remember them, but we cannot join them." Finally, a flicker of recognition ignited in her eyes, a spark of defiance. "You're right," she whispered, and with that small admission, the shadows hesitated, as if our will was a light they couldn't extinguish. But they weren't done. The ground trembled beneath us, a warning, a promise. I could feel the atmosphere shifting, the veil between our world and theirs thinning. The spirits were restless, and their cries grew louder, a symphony of sorrow that resonated in the very fabric of the night. "Do you hear them?" I asked, urgency clawing at me. "They want to be remembered. We have to give them something, some form of peace." I dug deep, grasping at the memories, the stories I had locked away. "We can honor them," I urged, the idea taking shape amidst the chaos. "We can tell their stories, keep them alive." For a moment, the shadows wavered, hesitation lingering like a ghostly breath. But the darkness was relentless, hungry for our despair. I could see it creeping back, ready to engulf us once more. "No. Fight!" I yelled, feeling the weight of their desperation crash over me once more, threatening to drown us. "Fight for them!" It was in that moment of defiance, of rage against the inevitable, that I felt a shift. The shadows recoiled, twisting away from our light, and with it came the realization that we had the power to confront the fear of the unrested dead. We could weave the threads of our past into something beautiful, something that didn't bind us but instead set us free. "Together," I whispered, and for the first time in what felt like a lifetime, I felt hope blooming amidst the horror. But the night was not done with us yet. A chill cuts through the night air, carving a path of silence where only the whispers of the dead dare to tread. The moon hangs low, casting an eerie glow over the landscape like a reluctant spotlight on an ancient stage. Shadows stretch and twist, warped by the contours of the earth itself, where the kurgan looms, an enormous mound, a silent sentinel of lives long extinguished. It feels alive, pulsating with the heartbeat of the past, a haunting reminder that every layer of earth holds a story, a memory, a soul trapped in an eternal embrace with time. I stand there, heart racing, breath caught somewhere between reverence and dread. My fingers tremble, brushing against the coarse surface of the mound, the cold earth chilling my skin like the touch of a ghost. I remember my grandfather, his voice a gravelly echo of authority, telling me stories as a child. "These mounds, boy. They cradle the dead, protect them from the chaos of the world. They are homes, places of rest, not just heaps of dirt." But what kind of rest is this? What if the dead dream of the lives they left behind, only to awaken in the shadows of their forgotten mounds? I look over at my companion, Lena, her eyes wide, glistening like two pools of sorrow under the moonlight. She had come here to escape, to find some shred of truth in the loss that bore down on her like a heavy shroud. A few weeks ago, she had buried her mother beneath the weight of that very earth, and now, she stands before the kurgan, searching the darkness for answers that elude her. "What if," she whispers, her voice trembling, "what if she's not really gone? What if she's just waiting? Waiting?" I shoot back, unable to keep the edge of disbelief from creeping into my tone. "What if she's just gone? Like the grains of sand slipping through your fingers." But even as I say it, I feel the words crumble, for a part of me wants to believe in the impossible, the idea that the dead linger, drawn to the mounds like moths to the flickering flame of memory. The ground beneath us stirs, a low rumble, as if it remembers. The universe clenches, time elongating, stretching between the past and the present. I remember the old tales of the kurgan, ancient graves filled with treasures, echoes of a civilization that once thrived, now reduced to mere relics. The mounds were places of honor, of power, where chieftains were laid to rest with their swords and their secrets. But all that remains now are whispers carried by the wind, stories that twist and turn in the night. Lena's breath hitches, and I turn to meet her gaze, the weight of her grief weighing heavy in the air, thick as fog. "What if I could speak to her?" she murmurs, a flicker of hope igniting in her voice. "What if I could ask her why she left me? The desperation in her words wraps around me like a vice. I can't help but feel the pull of her wish, the urgency that drives her to seek solace in the embrace of the Kurgan. But what solace can be found in a mound of earth? What comfort can lie in the remnants of a life once vibrant? I take a step back, my instinct screaming at me to run, to escape the swirling shadows that seem to gather, encroaching upon us with an insatiable hunger. Lena, maybe we should go. This place, it's not right. But she shakes her head, defiance etched into every line of her face. No. I have to know. The raw intensity of her emotion fills the air, a tempest brewing around us. I can't let her go without understanding. I need. Her voice trails off, swallowed by the vastness of the night. Suddenly, the stillness shatters. A cacophony of whispers rises from the ground, swirling around us like a storm of voices, each one a fragment of a lifelong lost, a story begging to be heard. I stumble backward, the earth shifting beneath my feet, as if it is alive, yearning to expose its secrets. What is that? I gasp, fear clawing at my throat, tightening like a noose. Lena stands her ground, a fierce light in her eyes, wild and unyielding. It's them, she breathes, it's the souls. They're calling to us. But what do they want? Each whisper feels like a plea, a haunting echo of a time when they walked among us, vibrant and alive. I can almost feel the edges of their stories brushing against my skin, desperate to weave themselves into the fabric of our lives once more. Yet, as much as I want to surrender to the pull, something deep within screams for us to retreat, to leave the dead to their peace, to protect Lena from the weight of what she seeks. And then the ground quakes beneath us, a violent pulse, shaking the very roots of the Kurgan. I grab Lena's arm, pulling her back, but she resists, her gaze locked onto something unseen, something beyond the grasp of the living. I won't let her go, she cries, voice breaking, tears streaming down her cheeks, leaving streaks of silver on her pale skin. The winds howl, carrying the cries of the lost with them, the very essence of the Kurgan clawing at my sanity. I remember the lullabies my mother sang, the stories that lulled me to sleep, but this is a different kind of lullaby, a haunting serenade of despair that pulls me toward the edge of reason. Lena, please. My voice cracks under the weight of my fear. We have to leave. But even as I plead, I feel the pull of the mound, the way it beckons, promising a connection to the past, a bridge between worlds. Just one more moment, she whispers, the desperation thick in her voice, and I know we're teetering on the brink of something unfathomable, something that transcends life and death, something that could tear us apart or bind us together forever. As the whispers crescendo, the night thickens, closing in around us. Time doesn't matter anymore, it's just us and the Kurgan and the unyielding weight of what it means to confront loss. In this moment, the boundary between past and present blurs, and I find myself questioning everything, the life I've lived, the stories I've told, the truths I've buried. I remember standing at the edge of a well as a child, peering into the abyss and wondering what lay beneath the dark surface. Now, standing before the Kurgan, I realize that the abyss is not just a void, it's a tangle of lives, of grief, of love that has outlasted time itself. Just hold on, Lena murmurs, clutching my hand like a lifeline, and I realize that the Kurgan is not just a tomb. It is a testament to love, to loss, to the very essence of being human. The air thickens, charged with something electric, something primal, as we stare into the maw of the mound and confront the ghosts of our own fears and desires. No conclusions. No escape. Just the haunting echoes of the past and the relentless pull of the Kurgan, a mound of earth that holds the weight of countless souls, waiting, always waiting. The shadows clung to the crumbling walls of the ancient city, a thick veil that muffled even the faintest whispers. I stood there, heart racing, every pulse a reminder of the lives that once thrummed with fervor in this forsaken place. It was twilight, suspended between day and night, and I could almost hear the echoes of their laughter, their sorrows, mingling with the chilling wind. The past was alive here, and it carried the weight of 1,000 souls. A figure stumbled through the dust, face smeared with despair and determination. It was Naram, clutching a clay tablet, the jagged edges biting into his palm like the grim thoughts gnawing at his heart. His eyes, dark wells of anguish, reflected the burden of his family's legacy, an unbroken chain of honor and fear spiraling toward oblivion. "They say the dead wander the streets," he murmured, voice a fragile thread, "that they seek what was stolen from them." I remember the tales, the stories recited in hushed tones around flickering fires, the dark promises of the afterlife just beyond the veil of death. There was the river of the underworld, crossing it only if your heart was light, weighed by truth and righteousness, not by the sins of the living. With each tale, fear and intrigue twined together, creating a tapestry of hope and terror. His sister, Inanna, stood at the edge of the square, her silhouette sharp against the fading light. Inanna, the flame of rebellion, the one who dared to question the gods, held her breath. "What if the stories are wrong?" she shot back, defiance shaping her words like weapons. "What if all they find is sorrow? What if there is no peace for them, only shadows?" Her voice trembled, and I could see it, the flicker of doubt burning within her. It was the fear of the unknown, the haunting thought that perhaps the ancients had been led astray, that those who passed beyond were not embraced by the divine but consumed by darkness. Her gaze flickered to the horizon, where the sun bled into the earth, and in that moment, the weight of uncertainty hung in the air, thick enough to choke on. Naram clenched the tablet tighter, the clay crumbling beneath the pressure of his desperate grip. "We must face it," he insisted, voice rising like a storm. "We owe it to them. To our ancestors, to our very souls to seek the truth." But what truth? I could feel the pulse of ancient ritual, the prayers whispered to the gods, the incense curling into the night like a lost memory. Every heartbeat echoed the words of priests who spoke of the afterlife, a place of judgment where the weight of one's life was measured against a feather. The thought sent shivers down my spine. What if it all hung in the balance, the soul's fate teetering on a razor's edge? Inanna stepped closer to him, the shadows playing tricks on her face, highlighting the fear that lingered just beneath her fierce exterior. "You want to confront the ghosts? Do you even understand what that means?" Her voice cracked, and in that moment, vulnerability seeped from her very being. The fight in her eyes was real, but so was her terror. The concept of afterlife in Babylon was an enigma, an abyss where the lost wandered, seeking solace, but finding only despair. I felt their desperation collide within me, a tempest of emotion that threatened to drown. The air was thick with the scent of impending storms, loss, betrayal, hope, and the unbearable weight of lineage. "What if we're wrong?" she whispered, a challenge and a plea, as if the universe might crack open at any moment and swallow them whole. But the truth was a beast that could not be tamed, and Naram would not be deterred. "We have to try," he said, voice steadying, igniting a flicker of courage. "We owe it to those who came before us. To find them, to bring them peace." Every word hung in the air like an incantation, reverberating deep within the marrow of the earth. I could sense the pulse of their ancestors, the shadows stirring with ancient energy and the weight of 1,000 unfulfilled dreams. In the silence of the night, I felt their breath, the sigh of the past mingling with the present, an eerie harmony that resonated through my bones. Suddenly, a breeze swept through the square, a spectral touch that sent shivers racing down my spine. The air thickened, and I caught my breath, sensing the edges of reality fray. Naram's eyes widened, and for a heartbeat, I could see shimmering figures emerging from the darkness, the lost ones, the forgotten souls of a bygone era. Their faces were ghostly reflections of those who lived and died, shadows without form, reaching out with gnarled hands, seeking connection, seeking peace. I could feel the weight of their longing, the desperation in their hollow eyes. Inanna gasped, stepping back, and I too felt the chill of the void that threatened to swallow us whole. "What have we awakened?" she murmured, eyes darting as the boundary blurred between life and death, between hope and despair. Naram stood firm, his resolve unyielding, yet I could feel the tremors of his fear. The stories had warned us of this, the wrath of the restless dead. "We must face them," he urged, even as doubt clawed at his heart. "We must bring them the truth they seek." My own heart raced, pounding against my ribcage as I stood witness to their turmoil, their grief. The air crackled with unspoken words, secrets buried in the dust of ages. The confrontation was inevitable, the clash between the living and the lost, and I felt the cosmic clock ticking, time slipping through our fingers like grains of sand. In that fevered moment, the The whispers of the past swirled around us, a storm of emotion that left no soul untouched. The laughter of the ancients echoed, mingled with cries of despair, intertwining like the strands of fate that bound us all. Inanna and Naram stood at the threshold of understanding, unable to turn back, unwilling to yield. And as the shadows deepened, we braced ourselves for a revelation that could shatter everything we believed, or bind us to the legacy of those who had come before, a legacy haunting and heart-wrenching, a flame that flickered beneath the weight of the cosmos. The line between the living and the dead blurred, and in that moment, the night became alive with the pulse of ancient truths yet to unfold. The moon hung low over Nineveh, a ghostly orb casting shadows that danced like lost souls upon the cobbled streets. The air felt electric, thick with the scent of impending rain and something else, something bitter, something haunting. I stood there, breathless, heart hammering against my ribs as the sounds of despair pierced the night. Wails echoed from the distant marketplace, where the weight of loss pressed down like a heavy stone, and the cries of mourners clawed at the edges of my sanity. This was a world where death was not an end but a beginning, and the very fabric of existence hummed with the knowledge of its inevitability. I saw her then, a woman with hair like woven ebony, her face a mask of grief, standing eerily still among the chaos. Her name was Asheratu, and she gripped a small clay figurine in her bony fingers, an effigy, a lifeline to her lost child. The sight of it twisted something deep within me, a reminder that death was never clean, never simple. It lingered like an odor in the air, a festering wound beneath the skin of the city. I remember how I wanted to reach out to her, but every step toward her felt like plunging into a pit of despair, a deeper darkness that threatened to swallow us both. "Where are they now?" she whispered, voice cracking like dry earth. "In the halls of the great god, all lost among the shadows." I could see the flicker of something in her eyes, hope, perhaps, mingled with a terrible uncertainty. Was there an afterlife? Was there solace beyond the grave? Or were we all just us waiting to be swept away? Nearby, a man named Nabu stood, arms crossed, his brow furrowed with the weight of 1,000 thoughts. I could feel his frustration, a palpable force that made the air tremble. He had lost his brother, a warrior who had faced death with bravado, yet in the end succumbed to the very thing he sought to conquer. "What is left for me?" he spat, anger mingling with grief. To bury him in a grave, marked by stone and silence? To forget him as the earth devours his body? I wanted to scream at him, to tell him that forgetting was impossible. I wanted to shout that every moment of our lives was stitched together with memories of those we loved and lost. But all I could do was watch, haunted, as he wrestled with his sorrow, his fists clenched like a vengeful god preparing for war. I remember the stories we told, around campfires, in the shadows of our homes, how the Assyrian kings had faced death as if it were a rival in battle. They built grand tombs, adorned with carvings that whispered of glory, to ensure their spirits would thrive in eternity. We believed in the underworld, a place of darkness where the dead roamed, where the spirits of the lost lingered, trapped between worlds, seeking warmth, seeking life. In those moments, we felt invincible, as if our tales of valor could defy the very nature of existence. But tonight, the weight of it, the intensity, it felt like the universe itself was holding its breath. A wind rustled through the streets, and I felt the chill of the unknown rise along my spine. Faces flickered like candle flames, illuminated by the desperation of the living. "Will he be waiting for me?" Asheratu's voice quavered, breaking through the fog of my thoughts. "In that shadowy domain, will he remember my love? Will he know my sorrow?" Her fingers tightened around the figurine. I could see her nails digging into the clay, the small cracks growing deeper, as if the weight of her longing might shatter it. I wanted to tell her that love transcended even the most formidable of barriers, that it wrapped around our souls like tendrils of smoke, soft and unyielding. I wanted to say that her child would remember her, would seek her out in that dark abyss where the spirits wandered, yet the words lodged in my throat, heavy as lead. Nabu stepped closer to Asheratu, the fire of mourning igniting something fierce in him. "We are all ghosts, you know," he said suddenly, voice low and gravelly, drifting through this life as if it were only a prelude to something greater. "We are shadows cast upon the earth, waiting to return to the darkness." The words hung in the air like a death knell, a promise of what lay ahead. But a flicker of defiance sparked in Asheratu's eyes. No, she said, trembling, I refuse to let the darkness consume me. My love was real, it was here, and it will not be forgotten. Her voice grew stronger, as if she were challenging the very heavens, daring them to snatch away her resolve. I will carry him with me, even if it means fighting the shadows. A ripple of silence passed over the crowd, an electric charge that made my skin prickle. The tension was thick enough to slice through, and as I watched them, it felt as though time stood still. A confrontation brewed, the living against the specters of the past, the desire for connection wrestling with the fear of oblivion. Nabu's jaw clenched, his eyes reflecting the conflict raging within him as he glanced from Asheratu to the horizon where the sun had long since vanished. Then came the laughter, sharp and unexpected, a mocking sound that seemed to mock the very essence of their struggle. The laughter of the past echoed in my ears, the ghostly presence of those who had once stood where we now stood. You think you can defy us? The laughter taunted, wrapping around our hearts like a vice. But it was Asheratu who broke the spell, her voice rising above the cacophony. Yes. Yes, I can. I will not be just a fading memory, a forgotten whisper in the wind. I will carve my name into the stars, into the very fabric of life, and I will scream my love until the heavens tremble. Her words ignited a fire in Nabu, a spark of recognition, as if the very essence of life had reawakened within him. I stood there, my own heart racing, caught in the storm of their emotions. The moon bathed us in its cold light, and I felt the weight of existence pressing down, the eternal question looming large: what came after? Would we all become nothing, or could we find a way to hold on, to create meaning in a world that relentlessly sought to erase us? The answers danced just beyond reach, shimmering like the stars above, a wicked tease, a cruel joke played by the cosmos. I remember how I longed to shout into the void, to challenge the silence, to scream that we were alive, that our stories mattered. But in that moment, as I witnessed Asheratu and Nabu grappling with their grief, I understood the struggle itself was a testament to our humanity. As the shadows lengthened, and the cries of the mourners wove through the night like a haunting melody, I felt a shift. The weight of despair mingled with something else, a flicker of hope, of resilience, of the relentless pursuit of meaning in a world that often felt devoid of it. The darkness might be inevitable, but so was the light of memory, the echo of love that could never be silenced. And so we stood together, three souls caught in the throes of anguish and defiance, as the night wrapped around us like a shroud, a tapestry woven with threads of loss and longing, each moment a heartbeat, a reminder that life, even in its darkest hours, was still a fierce and beautiful struggle against the void. The echoes of the past whispered through the air, and I felt the pull of the afterlife, a siren call drawing us closer, deeper, into the mysteries that awaited just beyond the veil. The air was heavy with unspoken words, a tense silence that sat like a stone in the pit of the room. I could feel it, a pulse, a thrum beneath the surface, as if the universe itself was holding its breath. The candle flickered, its light a feeble defiance against the encroaching darkness. In that moment, I was acutely aware of the women surrounding me, their faces etched with fears that ran deeper than any grave. They were not just mourning, they were wrestling with specters of the past and the haunting questions of what came after, the shadows of ancestors whispering secrets of the afterlife, prophesies of what awaits those who wander too far beyond the veil. A frail hand reached out, trembling, the skin like parchment, crinkled and delicate. It belonged to Agnes, her eyes pools of sorrow, brimming with uncried tears. I remember, she whispered, her voice cracking like ice underfoot. When my mother died, I thought I saw her again, standing in the garden, her hands full of blooms, blooms that had withered while she was alive. The room inhaled sharply, as if the air itself recognized the weight of her words. She was looking at me, searching for understanding, for the validation of a shared fear. I nodded, feeling the truth of her memory resonate within me. Death had a way of twisting reality, of pulling our beloved dead back into our lives like a cruel puppet master. Beside her sat Miriam, the fierce matriarch, arms crossed tightly over her chest like a shield. Her face was a mask of stoicism, but her eyes betrayed a tempest. "It's just the mind playing tricks," she snapped, but her voice faltered, revealing the fissures in her bravado. "Ghosts are nothing but echoes of regret." But I could see the tremor in her hands, the way she clutched at her own memories like a lifeline. I couldn't help but think of her daughter, lost to a fate too cruel. The laughter of children should have filled the halls, instead replaced by this chilling silence that stretched like an abyss. Miriam had buried her girl, but in her heart, she clung to the hope that perhaps, somewhere in the tapestry of existence, she could still find her. "Hope is a dangerous game," Agnes murmured, her voice barely a breath. "It's like waiting for a ghost to return, knowing full well that some doors are meant to stay closed." The tension in the room thickened like fog, wrapping around us, suffocating. I could feel the weight of their struggles pressing against my own, a shared burden of grief and fear and the relentless search for answers that could never be fully grasped. What if the afterlife was not a paradise, but an echo chamber of our own despair? I remembered the stories told by candlelight, tales of women who had defied death, who had sold their souls for a glimpse of what lay beyond. They danced with shadows, laughed in the face of oblivion, but what if their laughter was nothing but the hollow sound of defeat? The thought made my heart race. It was a fear that gnawed at me, a visceral terror that wrapped around my throat. I could almost hear the whispers of those who had come before us, their voices rising in a cacophony of longing and sorrow. "Tell me, Agnes," I urged, "what if death is just another beginning?" My voice was raw, a desperate plea for a thread of hope in this dark tapestry. Her gaze pierced through me, a storm of emotion swirling beneath the surface, a desire to believe, but burdened by the weight of reality. "Beginnings are just veils for endings," she said softly, the flame of her candle casting eerie shadows on the wall, transforming her face into a shifting landscape of grief. "And women carry the weight of both." That word, a weight, clung to the air, heavy with meaning. We were the bearers of life, yes, but also of loss, of burden and pain, of love that transcended even the finality of death. Miriam's gaze turned towards the window, where the moon hung low and full, a luminous orb casting silver light over the world. "Do you think they watch us?" she asked, vulnerability cracking through her armor. "Our mothers, our daughters, the ones we've lost." A moment of silence enveloped the room, and in the stillness, we were all there, the past swirling around us like tempestuous winds. "I do," I whispered, my heart racing at the thought. "I think they're here, shadowing us, guiding us, reminding us of what we've lost and what we still have." The words hung in the air, and I could almost feel their presence, a distant echo, a haunting that both terrified and comforted. Footsteps echoed outside, breaking the fragile moment. The door creaked open to reveal an old woman, hunched and weary, her face a map of creases and lines that told stories of suffering, survival, and wisdom. "You speak of death," she rasped, her voice a whisper like the rustle of dry leaves. "But what of life? What do you do with the weight of living?" A question that pierced the heart like a blade. The truth was, we were all grappling with that weight, the uncertainty of existence pressing against our chests like a heavy stone. "We live with it," I replied, my voice barely above a whisper. "We live because we must, even when the shadows threaten to consume us." As her eyes locked onto mine, I felt an electric connection, a fleeting moment of understanding. In that instant, I understood that life and death were two sides of the same coin, bound together in an eternal dance. The phantom of our fears coalesced around us, but within that abyss, there was also the light of hope, flickering like a candle in the dark. And just like that, the atmosphere shifted again, the tension thickening like a storm cloud ready to burst. We were teetering on the precipice, caught in the web of our shared grief and unyielding hope, as the echoes of forgotten voices filled the air around us, a haunting reminder that death, too, was a part of our existence. The confrontation loomed, as inevitable as the dawn, spiraling us into the next chapter of our stories, where the struggle against the shadows would continue. The clock struck midnight, an echoing chime that rattled the windows like a shuddering heart. In that moment, I stood at the crossroads of terror and wonder, the air thick with dread. Outside, the shadows of the city danced in the pale moonlight, each flicker a memory of fear, an imprint of those who once walked these streets, now mere echoes in the void. The night held its breath, waiting. I could hear her voice, soft yet trembling, a whisper wrapped in despair. "What if there's nothing?" Lily asked, her eyes wide, reflecting the shards of the moon. The question hung in the air, heavy, like a storm cloud poised to burst. She had always been the brave one, witty and sharp, with laughter that could slice through the heaviest fog. But tonight, the veneer of her courage crumbled, revealing the raw, vulnerable truth beneath. She was a ghost herself, haunting the edges of reality, caught between her vibrant dreams and the suffocating weight of existence. Daniel, my brother, stood nearby, arms crossed, his jaw clenched tight enough to splinter bone. He was a fortress of doubt, the kind of man who wore his skepticism like armor. "You're wasting your breath, Lily. We're just dust, and in the end, we'll be forgotten." His words were cold, striking like a chilling wind, yet the tremor in his voice betrayed the terror lurking beneath. He never spoke of such things, choosing instead to suppress the screams of his own fears, burying them deep where even he dared not look. I felt the panic pulse through my veins, a cacophony of breaths and heartbeats that drowned out the silence. "I remember," I whispered, the memories flooding back like a relentless tide. "I remember the nights when we would lie on the roof, counting stars, making wishes as if they could bridge the gap between life and what lies beyond. I could almost see those stars now, flickering in the abyss, as if mocking our uncertainty. I remember how we laughed at death, how we thought it was just a punchline in some cosmic joke. But the joke had grown stale, and the laughter felt hollow. The fear of the afterlife gnawed at our insides, a relentless specter that loomed larger with every passing moment. "What if there's a judgment?" Lily's voice cut through the thickening atmosphere, her breath a shuddering whisper. "What if we're not ready?" The thought wrapped around my chest, squeezing tighter until I could hardly breathe. I could see images flashing in the dark, faces of loved ones lost, memories I tried to forget. What if they were watching? What if their disappointment echoed through the void, haunting my every step? Daniel glanced at me, his eyes a storm of emotions I couldn't decipher. "You have to let it go," he said, but the urgency in his tone betrayed the cracks in his own facade. "We can't let fear rule us. Not now." But how could I? The fear was a living thing, curling like smoke around our minds, whispering terrible truths in the dead of night. I could feel it creeping up my spine, cold and suffocating, wrapping around my thoughts like a serpent, squeezing tighter until only despair remained. Outside, the city throbbed beneath us, a heartbeat of lives entwined in their own battles against the unknown. I could hear the distant laughter of revelers, oblivious to our internal struggles, each joyous shout echoing like a phantom taunt. "You're not alone," I wanted to shout to them, to the world beyond our small circle, to anyone who would listen. "We all fear what comes next." But words were useless now, just fragments of hope against the dark, fleeting whispers swallowed by the void. "Maybe we're meant to be afraid," Daniel murmured, his voice barely more than a breath. "Maybe it's the fear that makes us human." The weight of his confession struck me like a lightning bolt, illuminating the depths of his soul. In that moment, I saw the cracks, the fractures that spoke of sleepless nights spent wrestling with the shadows of his thoughts, the moments he lay awake, paralyzed by what lay beyond the veil. Lily recoiled, her laughter a brittle shell. "That's a terrible way to live." But even as she said it, I could see the truth in her eyes. The fear was a part of us, a companion we couldn't shake, a shadow that clung to our souls. The world felt impossibly vast, and our lives mere flickers against its darkness. I felt my heart race, beating in time with the ticking clock, each second a reminder of our fleeting existence. "Maybe it's what we do with that fear that matters," I said, the words spilling out before I could stop them. "Maybe we turn it into something beautiful." The flicker of hope ignited between us, a fragile flame in the darkness. But the fear was a relentless tide, crashing against the shores of our hearts, threatening to wash away the light. I could almost feel the pulse of the universe, a cosmic rhythm that reminded us of our place in the grand design, yet left us questioning everything. "Do you think the stars care?" Lily asked, her voice trembling, a fragile hope breaking through the storm. "Do they shine for us, or just because they can?" I didn't have an answer. The questions hung in the air, a haunting melody of uncertainty that echoed against the walls of our minds. But in that moment, standing on the precipice of fear and hope, I realized something profound: we were not alone. The city outside continued its dance, oblivious to our turmoil, and the clock ticked on, each beat a reminder of our impermanence. But in that swirling chaos of emotion and fear, we were bound together, three souls lost in the vastness of existence, clinging to each other against the encroaching darkness. As the shadows deepened, so did our bond, fragile yet unbreakable, and I couldn't help but wonder if perhaps, just perhaps, in the heart of our fears, lay the very essence of what it meant to be alive. And so we stood there, in the stillness of the night, waiting for the dawn to break through the darkness, each heartbeat echoing like a promise whispered into the cosmos. The night fell over the ancient city like a shroud, its shadows creeping slowly, insidiously, as if the very ground whispered secrets to the darkness. An eerie silence blanketed the streets, broken only by the distant sound of water lapping against the banks of the Tigris, each splash a reminder of the life that swirled beneath its murky depths, of the souls who walked the earth and those who had slipped away, unseen, into the embrace of the afterlife. I remember the weight of the clay tablet in my hands, cool and heavy, inscribed with the meticulous strokes of a scribe long dead. Stories of gods and demons, of the great journeys through dark tunnels and across rivers of sorrow, all trapped within its ancient lines. Outside, the moon hung like a ghostly eye, watching, judging. I felt a tremor in my bones as I traced the faded cuneiform with trembling fingers, each symbol a heartbeat, a pulse of what had once been. And then there was Ninsen, her eyes aflame with intensity, a woman caught in the crosshairs of her own grief. She stood at the riverbank, the murk swirling around her ankles, her silhouette framed against the silver light, her heart a hollow drum echoing the absence of a son lost to the whims of fate. "I will not let him fade," she whispered, her voice a raw thread pulled taut, ready to snap. I remember the way her hands clenched into fists, the way the water lapped at her skin, as if seeking to cradle her sorrow. I felt the ache of her longing, the pitiful desperation of a mother who had painted dreams for her child's future, only to watch them dissolve like fog in the dawn. She spoke of Gilgamesh, her beloved son, now roaming the vast unknown that lay beyond the stars. Each word was a dagger, twisting deeper into my heart. But there was also Enkidu, the wild man, torn from the embrace of nature, now struggling to comprehend his own mortality. The weight of his existence pressed upon him like a boulder. He was raw, untamed, an animal caught in the chains of civilization, and with every breath, I felt his confusion. "What is death?" he sighed, voice heavy with the taste of the earth. "Is it an end, or merely a beginning?" I remember his struggle, the way his eyes darted around, seeking answers in the night sky, in the shadows of the ziggurats, as if the gods themselves would descend to offer clarity. But there was only silence, an overwhelming, suffocating silence that filled the space between breaths. And in that silence, an unspoken truth lingered. The afterlife was not merely a destination, it was a looming specter perched at the edge of every thought, every heartbeat. Ninsen's voice rose in fervor, a hymn to the forgotten. "We must honor them," she cried, and I felt the urgency in her words, each syllable pulsing with desperation. Art is our connection, our lifeline. We carve their stories into stone, we paint their memories on walls, so they will not be lost to the abyss. The passion in her tone ignited something deep within me, a flicker of hope battling against the eternal darkness. And there it was, the moment of reckoning. The air crackled with tension as Enkidu stepped forward, defiance etched into his rugged features. "Then let us confront it. Let us challenge the demons of the underworld." His voice shattered the stillness, a wild roar that echoed through the night, awakening the spirits of the ancients. I could feel the ground shudder beneath our feet, the pulse of the city aligning with the rhythm of our hearts. I remember the overwhelming weight of the moment. We were not merely wanderers lost in our grief, we were warriors, facing the abyss with our art, our stories. Shadows danced around us, flickering like the flames of our resolve. Each brushstroke, each carving, became a weapon against the relentless tide of time, a fight against the inevitable erasure of existence. Ninsen raised her arms to the heavens, as if she could summon the spirits of the past. "Let every mural tell a story. Let every statue stand as a testament to love and loss." The fervor in her voice was infectious, a swelling tide that pulled me along. I found myself caught in the storm, my heart racing, my own fears fading into the background. But there was also the weight of dread. I felt it creeping back, like a predator poised to strike. What if we could not change the course of fate? What if the afterlife was, in fact, a dark, insatiable void? I caught Enkidu's gaze, the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes mirrored my own, a reflection of our human fragility, our desperate grasp for meaning in a world that often seemed devoid of it. As the moonlight bathed the city in an ethereal glow, we began to chant, a guttural sound rising from our throats, an invocation to the spirits that lingered somewhere out there, beyond the veil. Each note carried our hopes, our fears, dancing through the night air like a ribbon weaving through the cosmos. But even as our voices soared, the shadows thickened, lurking at the corners of our minds, whispering of inevitable endings, of forgotten tales lost to time. I felt the chill crawl up my spine, a reminder that for all our defiance, the afterlife remained a haunting specter, looming just out of reach, the destiny we could not escape. I remember the clock in my mind ticking, each second a reminder of the fragility of life, of the shadows that stretch long and dark across the sands of time. And in that moment, the walls of the ancient city closed in, the weight of our emotions filling every crevice, every shadow, until I could barely breathe. And as we sang, as our voices echoed into the night, I realized we were not merely fighting against death, we were living, fully, fiercely, and rawly. We were weaving a tapestry of existence that would stretch beyond the boundaries of life itself, stitching together the hearts of the living with the spirits that had come before us. The afterlife was not an end, it was a continuation, a dance between shadows and light, where the echoes of our laughter mingled with the sorrow of our tears. And so we stood, together, at the edge of eternity, eyes fixed on the stars, ready to embrace the unknown, forever bound by the stories we created, the stories that would echo on, through art and memory, through love and loss, into the vast, ungraspable night. The clock ticks ominously in the stillness of the abandoned church, its hollow echoes reverberating through the air like whispers from the damned. I stand there, heart pounding, feeling the weight of 1,000 souls pressing down on me. The dust coats the shattered pews, and the moonlight slices through the broken stained glass, throwing fractured colors onto the stone floor, a grotesque tapestry of beauty and decay. This place holds secrets like a coffin holds bones, each crack in the walls a memory, a tragedy waiting to be unearthed. I remember the night everything changed. The air thick with tension, suffocating like a lover's last breath. Nathaniel stood in the shadow of the altar, his face twisted with regret. He was my brother, my blood, and yet, in that moment, as he clutched the dagger, he felt like a stranger, an echo of a man once good. The blade shimmered like a snake in the dim light, beckoning and taunting. I could feel his turmoil swirling around us, his desperation, his anger, and the haunting guilt that tied him to our father's death. I didn't mean to, he rasped, words scraping against his throat. I thought I could save him. I thought. A fragile little thing, isn't it? Like the flickering candle on the crumbling altar, it can illuminate or incinerate in one breath. Ruth was there, too, her face pale and ghostly behind a curtain of hair, eyes wide and glistening with unspilled tears. She was our anchor, our light in the abyss, yet even she couldn't save Nathaniel from the darkness that clawed at him. We can't change what happened, she whispered, voice trembling like a fawn stepping into the clearing. But we can face it together. Her words were like a lifeline tossed into the stormy sea of our lives. Yet, as I watched Nathaniel tremble, I wondered if he was already drowning, sinking deeper into the sins he clung to. What good are anchors when the ship is already lost? I remember the way the shadows closed in on us, thickening with unspoken truths. The night stretched on like a taut string ready to snap, the silence heavy with the weight of our choices. Each breath was an act of rebellion against the fate that loomed over us. Nathaniel's hands shook violently, pulse racing like a trapped animal, and I could sense the specter of our father hovering, a ghost born of rage and disappointment. You don't understand, he cried, voice cracking, the dagger trembling in his grip. I was trying to save him. I thought, but thoughts, I learned, are like autumn leaves, dancing whimsically on the wind before falling to rot. The echoes of our past seeped into the air, wrapping around us like smoke. I could almost hear the laughter of our childhood, the warmth of summer days slipping through my fingers. But now, those days were smothered, buried beneath the weight of betrayal and tragedy. Ruth stepped forward, a beacon of fragile hope. Nathaniel, you can't undo what's done, but you can choose what comes next. Her voice vibrated with a strength that belied her fear, her hands reaching out to him, trembling but unwavering. Yet, he recoiled, haunted by the specter of his past. But what if there's no redemption? What if I'm damned? The question hung in the air, shrouded in shadows. What is damnation, really? A concept carved by men who feared their own darkness? Or the reality that lurks in the hearts of those who have lost their way? I could feel the weight of his despair, pressing against my chest like a vice. I remember being happy, I murmured, as if my words could pierce through the fog of regret. Before the darkness, we were whole. We were alive. But who are we without our mistakes? Who are we without the choices that carve our destinies? The moonlight painted a cruel smile on Ruth's face as she brushed her fingertips against Nathaniel's shoulder. You're more than your failures. You can still fight for your soul. But was it a fight worth fighting? The silence grew heavy, a tangible thing that wrapped around us, binding us to our fates. Nathaniel's gaze flickered between the dagger and the faces of those he loved. I could see the struggle etched into his brow, the clash of hope and despair playing out in a brutal symphony. And then there was a noise, a crack, a sound like thunder rolling across the heavens. The church trembled, as if the ground itself was rebelling against the weight of our sins. I could feel a cold breath on my neck, a whisper from the beyond that sent shivers racing down my spine. Shadows danced in the corners, flickering like dying stars in the vast expanse of the universe. In that moment, a decision loomed above us, a shadow ready to engulf him. Redemption or damnation? The choice was his, yet the weight of it threatened to crush him. His forehead glistened with sweat, eyes darting like a trapped bird, and I reached out, grasping his hand. Whatever you choose, we will face it together. Tears streamed down Ruth's face as she stepped closer, an ethereal light cutting through the darkness. It's not too late, she urged, her voice a haunting melody of hope. You can change the ending. But could he? Could any of us? The night stretched on, thick with unanswered questions, and the specter of our father loomed larger, eyes filled with judgment and loss. I could feel the air crackling with tension, time slipping away like sand through our fingers. The dagger glinted in the moonlight, a harbinger of our choices. The world outside faded into an unrecognizable blur, and for a heartbeat, just one shining heartbeat, we stood on the precipice, staring down into the abyss of our fates. And then, as if the universe itself held its breath, Nathaniel took a step forward, trembling but resolute. The air crackled with electricity, shadows swirling around us like a tempest. Would he rise from the ashes, or would he be claimed by the darkness that had haunted him? In that moment, everything hung in the balance, and I realized we were not merely witnesses to our tragedy, we were players in a game far larger than ourselves. The echoes of the past flooded my mind, a symphony of choices and consequences blending into a haunting melody. Whatever happens next, I breathed, my heart pounding like war drums in the silence, we face it as one. And as Nathaniel's decision loomed like a dark cloud over us, I felt the weight of the cosmos pressing down, the promise of divine retribution whispering through the shadows, urging us toward an unknown fate. The clock continued to tick, each beat a reminder that time was not our ally. What awaited us in the afterlife, what consequences would we bear for our actions, lingered ominously like ghosts in the night. But as we stood, united in our fears and hopes, an ember ignited within me, a flicker of belief that even the darkest night can give birth to the dawn. And so the battle began, in the heart of that forsaken church, where morality and afterlife consequences danced in a macabre waltz, binding us to our choices, entwining our fates in a tapestry of despair and redemption. And the clock? It would keep ticking, a relentless reminder of the time slipping away, drawing us closer to the moment when we would confront the shadows that haunted us, bathed in the eerie glow of the moonlit night. The wind howled through the crumbling walls of the old house, a mournful cry that echoed the grief festering within its heart. It was the kind of night where shadows slithered and whispered secrets, where the air felt thick, pregnant with dread and the weight of unspoken words. I stood in the dim light, a flickering candle casting ghostly shapes across the floor, every crack and creak of the house punctuating the silence with a reminder we were not alone. "Mom, they're here," I said, my voice trembling, barely above a whisper. Her eyes flicked toward the dark corner, where ancestral portraits hung like watchful sentinels, their expressions a tapestry of disappointment and longing. They'd come to collect what they were owed, and the debt was heavy, a burden we could not escape. The air thickened with the scent of decaying memories, and I felt the chill of a presence brushing against my skin. "Shush," she hushed, her fingers trembling as she adjusted the offerings on the small altar, a withered bouquet, dried sweet grass, and a bowl of water that shimmered like liquid night. We must keep them content. Content. The word hung in the air, a thin veil of hope over an abyss of despair. What did it mean to keep spirits content? How many nights had we spent kneeling before this altar, whispering the same prayers, offering our lives in exchange for their favor? Every heartbeat echoed the unrelenting truth: they were restless, unsatisfied. I remembered the stories she told, each one weaving a spell of reverence and dread. Your great-grandfather died in this very room, she had said, voice trembling, eyes wet with unshed tears. He never forgave us for leaving him behind. Her words were a knife, slicing through the fabric of our reality, intertwining our lives with the dead. Do you think they can hear us? I asked, desperation clawing at my throat. Of course, she replied, her gaze locked on the shadows, her voice a fragile thread barely holding together her fear. They always can. Just then, a sharp knock reverberated through the house, each thud a reminder that the past was here, waiting. My heart raced, a wild drum echoing against the stillness. I glanced at the window. The moon hung low and full, its light spilling inside like silver threads, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the darkness. But what it revealed was more terrifying: shapes, shadows that flickered and faded, whispering tales of heartache and betrayal. Stay close. She stepped towards the door, its ancient wood groaning in protest. I followed, each step echoing with the weight of ancestral eyes watching, judging. The door creaked open, and there stood Carlos, arms crossed, his face etched with the lines of conflict and worry. Did you hear that? He stammered, stepping inside, the warmth of his body a stark contrast to the chill that enveloped us. The tension hung thick, a web woven from fear and shared secrets. Carlos had always been the skeptic, the brave soul who dared question the traditions we clung to, but even he could not ignore the whispers tonight. It's just the wind, he said, though his voice quivered slightly. Right. Right, I echoed, though doubt gnawed at my gut. The spirits weren't just in the corners of this room, they were in the marrow of our bones, entwined in our stories, demanding recognition. I think we should stop this, he said suddenly, his eyes darting around as if the walls themselves were listening. These rituals, they only make it worse. Worse? My voice rose, a mixture of disbelief and fear. Do you think they'll just leave us alone if we stop? They'll become angry. They will haunt us. Maybe it's anger that keeps them here, he shot back, frustration spilling over. You can't placate the dead with flowers and water. They want something we can't give. Mom's breath hitched, a sharp intake of air slicing through the tension. Carlos, you don't understand. We owe it to them. This is family. This is love. Love, he spat, the bitterness curling around his words. Love is not fear. Love does not chain us to the past. We're living in a ghost story, and it's time we rewrite it. His words were a storm, crashing against the fragile walls of our tradition, and I felt the conflict churning within me. What did it mean to honor the dead? Was it love or was it fear that kept us shackled to their restless spirits? And then, silence. A heavy, suffocating silence, thick as fog. The shadows in the room shifted, coiling like smoke, and I felt a cold hand of dread clutch at my heart. Mom. I whispered, but her eyes were vacant, staring past us into the void. Mom. The candle flickered wildly, as if warning of an impending storm. She stepped back, her breath quickening, and in that moment, the fabric of our reality seemed to fray. The walls trembled, and I felt the echoes of 1,000 voices weaving through the air, a cacophony of long-buried grief and unfulfilled desires. Do you hear them? I choked, my voice breaking, fear rising like bile. They want to be heard. I remember, Mom whispered, her gaze unfocused, lost to the storm of memories swirling around us. I remember the stories. The laughter. The pain. They're all here, trapped with us. Everything spun, the room warping under the weight of the moment. The shadows danced closer, and I could feel their eyes on me, demanding something, an offering, a confession, a promise. I could taste the fear on my tongue, a bitter reminder of our connection to the past, and the weight of unspoken words hung heavy in the air. Maybe we should listen, I suggested, trembling with the intensity of the moment. But as the shadows drew nearer, I realized that listening might demand more than we were prepared to give. In this moment, caught between the weight of our ancestors and the desire for freedom, I felt the world shift beneath my feet, an earthquake of emotion, a tidal wave of history crashing against our fragile resolve. And as the candle flickered one last time, illuminating the faces of our ancestors frozen in time, I understood. This was not just a matter of keeping spirits content, it was an exploration of our own souls, a confrontation with the very essence of what it meant to be alive. I searched their faces for answers, for a way forward. But their eyes were hollow, reflecting only the darkness we had yet to face. And in that silence, the night deepened around us, the shadows stretching long. We stood on the precipice of something vast, something unnameable, as the air grew electric with anticipation. The voices, once silent, began to stir, whispering in a language as old as time, urging us to remember, remember, remember. The wind howled like a banshee, slashing through the night, and in the heart of the storm stood Miriam, her breath coming in frantic bursts, each gasp a reminder of the weight of her sins. The moon hung low, a ghostly eye peering through the clouds, illuminating the ancient graveyard where she had come to confront the shadows that haunted her. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decay, a smell that seeped into her bones, awakening long-buried fears. She could almost hear the whispers of the dead, their stories weaving through the trees, wrapping around her heart. "I shouldn't be here," she breathed, but the words felt hollow as they escaped her lips. What was life without the specter of death looming ever closer? She felt the weight of her mother's stories pressing against her chest, tales that twisted through the ages like roots of a dark and gnarled tree. The afterlife is a labyrinth, her mother had said, filled with monsters and lost souls. Miriam's hands trembled as she clutched a tattered book filled with myths of the damned. The words seemed to pulse with life, each line a pulse in her own beating heart. She was drawn in, ensnared by the fear that had haunted her since childhood, a fear that gnawed at her insides like a hungry rat. "I remember," she whispered, the phrase hanging in the air like fog. "I remember the stories." Across the graveyard, Samuel stood, a figure draped in shadows. He leaned against a weathered tombstone, his heart a drum echoing the cadence of his racing thoughts. He was a skeptic, always had been, but theories of the afterlife, the vengeful spirits, the eternal void, sent shivers down his spine. "They can't be real," he muttered, but the tremor in his voice betrayed his bravado. He watched Miriam, her silhouette flickering like a candle's flame, and felt a pull deep within him, a magnetic force he couldn't resist. "I remember," he whispered, letting the memories wash over him, the tales of his grandmother's ghostly encounters intertwining with his own visceral terror. He could picture her, a frail figure in a rocking chair, recounting how she had seen the shadows shift and dance in the corners of her home. When the clock strikes 12, she would warn, "It's time to mourn the living." In that moment, Samuel made a decision: he wouldn't let fear consume him. He pushed off from the tombstone, stepping toward Miriam, each footfall a declaration of defiance against the myths that had bound them both. "Miriam," he called, his voice trembling against the wind. "Let's not let the darkness swallow us whole." But she couldn't hear him, she was lost within the folds of her own despair. The weight of her mother's stories pressed against her chest like a tombstone, suffocating her. "What if they're right?" she shouted into the night, her voice raw and desperate. "What if the afterlife is a curse? Life is the real curse." Samuel shot back, the heat of his words igniting a fire within her. "The afterlife is just a myth. We create our own fears." As the storm raged around them, the ground trembled beneath Miriam's feet. She felt the past clawing its way back, memories flooding her mind like an avalanche. "I remember," she gasped, her eyes wide with terror. "I remember the night my father disappeared, the whispers in the dark, the warnings about other realms. Stop!" Samuel shouted, desperation coloring his tone. "You have to confront it. What did you really see?" Her voice wavered, and for a heartbeat, silence enveloped them. The storm stilled, a moment of clarity cutting through the chaos. "I saw him," she confessed, tears streaming down her cheeks, mixing with the rain. He was trapped between worlds, a ghost in his own life. The myths, they took him. Samuel, heart racing, stepped closer. But did you ever think he might be free? The words hung heavy between them. Miriam shook her head, the denial burning like acid in her throat. Freedom is just another trap, Samuel. The myths bind us, shape our fears, weaving chains around our souls. The storm roared back to life, lightning illuminating their faces in stark, haunting relief. Shadows danced in the flickering light, twisting into forms that resembled the ghosts of their pasts. The tales they had grown up with clawed at the edges of their consciousness, the unanswered questions tightening around them like a noose. Do you believe in the afterlife? Miriam challenged, her voice raw, a challenge wrapped in vulnerability. I believe in us, he responded, the words spilling forth before he could bottle them. I believe we can rewrite our stories, break free from the myths. For a moment, they stood on the precipice of understanding, caught between the weight of the past and the promise of something more. But just as quickly, doubt crashed back in, a wave of fear that threatened to drown them both. A rustle in the underbrush sent chills racing down Miriam's spine, and she turned, her heart pounding like a war drum. What was that? Just the wind, Samuel replied, though his voice trembled. But even he could feel it, the presence lurking just out of sight, a shadow cast by their fears, an echo of lives not lived. I can't do this, she whispered, the walls closing in. The very ground beneath her felt alive, whispering the ancient fears of the forgotten dead. The myths had come alive, taking root in her spirit, and the stories threatened to consume her whole. Stay with me, Samuel cried, urgency clawing at his throat. Don't let the darkness pull you under. In this maelstrom of emotions, amidst the raging storm and the haunting specters of their pasts, they stood at the crossroads of belief and fear, frontiers of the mind where the myths ride, alive and unyielding. And as the storm lashed out, thunder crashing overhead, Miriam felt herself teetering on the brink, caught between the whispered legends of the afterlife and the flickering hope that perhaps, just perhaps, they could carve a new path through the darkness. But the myths loomed large, fierce, and relentless, ready to entrap them in a cycle of fear that echoed through the ages, a fear that clawed at their very souls, whispering of the eternal dance of life and death that awaited them all. With the storm howling around them, they took a breath, a moment suspended in time, knowing that the confrontation was just beginning, and the shadows were only gathering strength. Each heartbeat, a reminder of the stories yet to unfold. Gunfire echoed like a heartbeat in the hollow streets, a rhythm of chaos that drowned out every thought, every prayer. I stood there, heart pounding, watching the shadows flicker against the flickering flames, feeling the weight of despair settle in my bones. For a moment, everything slowed. The air was thick with smoke and fear, and I could see him, Marcus, just a few feet away, his body rigid, eyes wide and wild, searching for answers in all the wrong places. I can't do this, he whispered, his voice breaking over the cacophony, and I felt the tremor of his vulnerability cut through me like a knife. It was a confession wrapped in desperation, a raw wound laid bare. I wanted to reach out, pull him back from the brink. But how could I bind his wounds when mine were festering in silence? I remember when we were children, laughing under a sun that felt eternal, chasing dreams that fluttered just beyond our grasp. We believed in magic back then, in angels and bright lights guiding us to something better. Now, those dreams felt as distant as the stars themselves, swallowed by the darkness of this war-torn world. I turned away, glancing at the twisted metal of what used to be a car, a grotesque sculpture of destruction. The smell of gunpowder stung my nostrils, mingling with memories of laughter that seemed hauntingly out of place. Do you think they see us? Marcus asked, his gaze twisting toward the night sky, searching for something beyond the smoke, beyond the bloodshed. He was grappling with ghosts, the specters of the fallen, their stories tangled with ours. What if they're waiting for us? The thought sent a chill racing down my spine. The afterlife had always been a comfort to him, a promise of peace, but I had wrestled with nightmares instead. I remember the stories my mother told me, of the souls who lingered, bound to the earth by unfinished business, by the weight of their regrets. The idea that death might merely be a transition to a different kind of suffering felt like a noose tightening around my throat. Don't say that, I choked out, desperate to keep the darkness at bay. They're gone, Marcus. They're gone. But my words felt empty, like shells washed ashore, hollow and devoid of life. As if to mock my denial, a sudden volley of gunfire erupted nearby, and instinctively, we ducked. The sound was a visceral reminder of mortality, and I could feel the pull of despair tightening around my chest. War had changed everything. It had warped our perceptions of life and death, turned our beliefs into shrapnel, scattered across the battlefield like so many souls, lost, forsaken. I had seen it in the eyes of the fallen, the way their expressions froze in terror, as if they were trapped in a moment that would never let them go. I don't want to die here, Marcus said, a raw edge to his voice that sliced through me like glass. I don't want to be another ghost, wandering these streets. The truth of his fear echoed in the hollow of my heart. I, too, didn't want to be tethered to the memories of this place, to this chaos that had consumed our youth and twisted our futures into something grotesque. I remember lying awake at night, listening to the distant echoes of conflict, wondering if perhaps the dead did watch us, their judgment heavy in the air. Maybe they're angry, I whispered. Maybe that's why they won't let go. Marcus's eyes darkened, reflecting a myriad of emotions, grief, rage, a desperate hope that perhaps there was sanctuary in the unknown. Then what do we do? He asked, the vulnerability settling like a shroud around us. I felt the weight of his gaze, the intensity of his fear, and I knew then what we were truly fighting against. Not just the enemy outside, but the shadows within ourselves, the specters of our collective guilt, our inevitable failures. We were soldiers, yes, but more than that, we were witnesses. Witnesses to horrors that would haunt us long after the last gun had fallen silent. The night deepened, and with it came the weight of every unsaid word, every scream that had been swallowed by the earth. I could feel the memories pressing against me, the faces of comrades lost in the fray, their laughter now ghostly echoes that wrapped around my heart. I can't forget them, Marcus said, his voice barely a whisper, and I saw the tears brimming in his eyes. What if they're trapped here, like we are? The agony in his voice broke something within me, and I turned to face him fully, my heart racing, a storm of emotions churning beneath my ribs. Maybe we can help them, I said, though deep down, I wondered who would help us when our time came. As if to answer my unasked question, the ground shook, and a rumble of distant thunder rolled through the sky, a portent of something greater than ourselves. We need to move, I urged, grabbing his arm, feeling the warmth of his skin, the pulse of his life beating against mine. The moment stretched, leaving us both suspended between the past and an uncertain future, trapped in the eerie silence that followed. Together, we moved through the shadows, the streets our only witness, a canvas painted in shades of loss and longing. Our thoughts spiraled, intertwined like the smoke rising from the remnants of our world, as we pressed forward, seeking something that felt just out of reach. The night was unyielding, full of whispers and echoes, memories that clawed at the edges of sanity. I could feel the shadows watching, felt the weight of what we had lost intertwined with what lay ahead. And as we fled that crawling darkness, I couldn't shake the feeling that the ghosts of our past would follow us forever, haunting the very edges of our souls. The night was thick with dread, the moon cloaked behind a veil of swirling clouds, casting the world in a shroud of uncertainty. I stood in the shadows of the crumbling ziggurat, the ancient stones whispering secrets long buried beneath layers of dust and despair. In the distance, the river murmured its eternal lullaby, soft yet sinister, like the breath of a slumbering beast. I could feel the pulse of the land beneath my feet, a throbbing reminder that death stalked every living moment, and the afterlife loomed large, an ominous spectre clawing at the edges of my mind. "Do you hear it?" whispered Ishtar, her voice trembling like the fragile wings of a moth drawn to a flame. Her dark eyes glimmered with a mixture of terror and curiosity. "The dead call for us, begging to be remembered. They want us to fear them." I wanted to laugh, to scoff at the absurdity of it all, but her fear was infectious. The air hung heavy with the scent of damp earth and decay, and I shivered involuntarily. These were not just tales spun in the flickering light of oil lamps, they were warnings inscribed in the very fabric of our existence. I remembered the stories of the ancients, how they believed that the soul wandered for eternity, seeking solace in a world beyond the veil. But what if that world was nothing but a pit of shadows and echoes? What if the afterlife was simply an extension of this nightmare? Then there was Uruk, the bard, a soul both tortured and free. He sat cross-legged on the cold stone, his lute cradled like a child, fingers trembling as he strummed a haunting melody that curled around us like smoke. In his eyes danced a madness, a yearning for something he could not name. "I write for the dead," he confessed, his voice cracking. "For the ones who have forgotten how to live. They haunt my dreams, and I can't escape them. This music, it's their lament. Your songs won't save them," I shot back, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. "They slip away, no matter how you sing." But deep down, my heart ached for Uruk. I remembered the way he laughed in the face of mortality, how he spun tales of heroes and monsters, yet here he was, a fragile thread in the tapestry of life, fraying at the edges. I watched him, lost in his melody, unaware that each note drew him closer to the darkness he so fervently sought to elude. Suddenly, a rustle in the underbrush snapped my attention back to the moment. My breath hitched as shadows began to shift, like ghosts rising from the very earth we walked upon. "Do you see them?" Ishtar gasped, clutching my arm with a grip that felt like a lifeline. "The souls of the forgotten." I shook my head, but my heart raced. I could feel their presence, a cold chill wrapping around my spine, seeping into my bones. They were here, watching, waiting. Memories danced like fireflies in my mind, faces of loved ones lost, nameless figures that had slipped through the cracks of time. I remembered my mother's tales of the afterlife, how she spoke of the great river that separated the living from the dead. "You must pay the ferryman," she would say, "or be left to wander aimlessly, forever seeking what you can never have." A crack of thunder rumbled in the distance, the heavens echoing our fears. I felt the weight of my past crush down upon me, our history of mistakes, regrets, and the undeniable truth that none of us could escape our fate. I turned to Uruk, desperation clawing at my throat. What if the dead are not just memories? What if they're waiting for something, or someone? His fingers faltered on the strings, an unsettling silence enveloping us. The air thickened, charged with an unspeakable tension, as if the universe itself was holding its breath. "We dance on the edge of a blade," he murmured, staring into the yawning abyss of the night. "One misstep, and we plunge into the void." I remember, Ishtar's voice trembled, her eyes wide with the terror of the unknown. The stories of those who defied the gods, who sought to return from the land of the dead. They were never the same. Each heartbeat echoed in the quiet, a reminder that time was slipping away. I could feel the shadows growing bolder, creeping into our thoughts, weaving their unholy tapestry of despair. "What if we are already dead?" I asked, the words spilling forth like poison. "What if this life is merely a dream, and the afterlife is our true existence?" The sky crackled with energy, the winds howling as if they understood the gravity of our conversation. Ishtar's grip tightened around my arm, her fear palpable, and I could see the ghostly figures gathering closer. Their faces were twisted in anguish and longing, eyes hollow and despairing. Were they the ones who had forgotten how to live? Or were they the ones who had never truly lived at all? Uruk's song rose again, breaking the stillness like a desperate prayer, but it was not enough to drown out the whispers of the dead. I stood paralyzed, caught in a web of unrelenting emotion, each heartbeat a reminder of our fragility. Time twisted and warped around us, and the shadows danced in a mocking rhythm, as if daring us to confront the truth of our existence. The river called to me, a siren song laced with sorrow. I remember, I chanted, a mantra against the encroaching darkness. But even as the words left my lips, I felt their weight pressing down, a reminder of the inevitability that awaited us all. And then, just as abruptly as it began, a profound stillness descended. The world around us faded into silence, leaving only the beating of our hearts and the distant call of the river. In that moment, I realized that fear and memory were inseparable, each feeding into the other, a loop of torment that could never truly be broken. But we were not ready to surrender. The confrontation loomed, a reckoning that could shatter us or bind us together. With every breath, we teetered on the brink, the shadows whispering our names, as the afterlife beckoned with open arms. Time pressed onward, relentless and unyielding, and I knew we would have to face the truth of our existence, together. As the night deepened, the lines between life and death blurred, wrapping us in an inescapable embrace. The echoes continued to haunt us, but we were determined to write our own story, here, on the precipice of everything we feared. The air was thick, suffocating, like a damp shroud wrapped around the small village, nestled between jagged mountains. I could hear their whispers, the wind carrying secrets of the dead, scraping against the stone walls of the crumbling church, where every prayer felt like a tentative truce with the inevitable. Beneath the cold grasp of twilight, Marisol stood at the gravesite, knuckles white as she gripped the crumbling stone, her breath hitching in her throat. "Why?" she whispered, her voice a mere tremor against the oppressive silence. The weight of her son's absence was a living thing, clawing at the edges of her sanity. She could almost sense him there, a shadow among the tombstones, just out of reach. Across the village, the river churned, swirling with the same ferocity as her grief. A storm was brewing, dark clouds swirling like an omen, and somewhere within the heavy mist, the spirits of their ancestors seemed to stir. Each droplet of rain that fell felt like a tear shed for lives lost, for the unfulfilled dreams that hovered just beyond the horizon. Her husband, Thomas, stood a few paces behind her, his heart aching, torn between the desire to comfort her and his own unrelenting guilt. He had promised their boy the world, but all he could offer now was a hollow echo of what should have been. The weight of his failure pressed down on him, heavy as the earth itself, the mountains looming over, spectral and unforgiving. I remember, Marisol's voice wavered, the stories they told. How the mountains guard the souls of the departed. A hint of bitterness laced her words, a sharp edge of anger against the very landscape that had cradled their suffering. But what if the mountains have turned their backs on us? She thought of the countless graves, of the generations that had come and gone, of the eerie stillness that filled the air as the village held its breath, waiting for the rain to come and wash away the pain. Thomas felt the tremor in her voice, the raw emotion that twisted like a knife in his chest. "The rain will come," he said, as if to convince himself. "It cleanses. It brings life." But did it? The drought had taken everything from them, its malevolent grip tightening around their throats, squeezing out hope like the last drops of water from a cracked well. Each day was a battle against despair, each night a haunting reminder of what once was. The river, once a vibrant artery of life, now lay stagnant, a reflection of their own stagnant grief. Life? Marisol spat, anger igniting in her dark eyes. Or is it just another way to mask the death we cradle in our arms? She turned, and in that moment, something shifted, the air crackled with an electric tension. Was it the storm drawing closer, or was it the weight of their despair, thickening the very atmosphere around them? "You think the mountains care about our prayers? You think they listen?" Her voice rose, echoing through the empty village, a desperate challenge to the very geography that shaped their beliefs. Thomas had always been the pragmatic one, grounding her flights of fancy in reality. But now, even he felt the pull of something deeper, a gnawing uncertainty that he had long buried beneath layers of rationality. "Maybe they do," he whispered, stepping closer, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath his feet as if it were a heartbeat, a reminder that life and death were inextricably linked. "Maybe they remember us." But did the mountains remember the laughter of children, the warmth of the sun on a harvest day, or the crushing weight of sorrow? The shadows cast by the ancient trees seemed to mock their struggle, each twist of the gnarled branches resembling skeletal fingers tracing the outlines of their haunted hearts. A chill ran down his spine as the wind howled, a mournful cry that twisted through the village like an accusing wraith. Marisol fought against the tide of despair. "Tell me, Thomas, what do you believe happens when we die?" Her voice quivered, the question hanging in the air like the dark clouds overhead. It was a question that had loomed larger than their grief, unfurling like a curse across the fabric of their existence. "Do we vanish into the mountains, or are we destined to wander, lost?" I don't know," he admitted, the words falling from his lips like stones, heavy and unyielding. "But I want to believe there's more. That our souls travel," he faltered, searching for words that felt true. "That they find peace." Marisol's breath caught, and the anger in her eyes dimmed, flickering like the last flames of a dying fire. "And what if that peace is just a lie?" she challenged, tears streaming down her cheeks. "What if they suffer, the lost souls, trapped by this unrelenting drought, just as we are. The storm broke then, unleashing a torrent of rain that crashed against the earth, washing away the dust of their grief, mingling with their tears. The air was electric, alive with a fierce intensity. It felt like Judgment Day, like the very heavens were waging war against the desolation that had enveloped them. As they stood soaked to the skin, with the river raging like a newly awakened beast, Thomas took her hands, grounding her in the chaos. "I remember," he said, voice firm, echoing a truth beyond their pain. "The stories of our ancestors. They say the rivers carry our souls to the stars, that each drop of rain is a memory, a fragment of who we were." And in that moment, the earth beneath them trembled, a heartbeat synchronizing with theirs, a reminder that life persisted even in the face of death. The rain fell harder, drenching the land, and for the first time, Marisol felt a flicker of hope within the depths of her sorrow. A scattered thought, a fleeting dream, perhaps the mountains held their memories, and perhaps the river would carry them home. But even as the storm poured down upon them, it was impossible to escape the creeping dread that loomed just beyond the veil of their fragile beliefs. The landscape stretched infinitely, a reminder of their insignificance within the cosmos, while shadows whispered of ghosts that lingered, waiting for them to join the chorus of the lost. And deep within their hearts, the question remained, was this a beginning, or simply the next chapter of their relentless struggle? The rain fell, relentless, as they clung to one another, fighting against the darkness that surrounded them, a testament to their undying love, even amid the shadows of despair. The air was thick with tension, an almost palpable force, as shadows danced ominously across the cracked walls of the dying city. It was night, but beneath the cover of darkness, the stars were swallowed whole by a shroud of despair. Somewhere in the distance, a child's wail echoed, a chilling reminder of mortality that pierced straight through the heart, binding the living to their inevitable fate. In that moment, I could see them, Nura and Kallim, two souls wrapped in the agony of existence, standing at the precipice of eternity and oblivion. Nura, with her wild hair cascading like stormy skies, clutched her belly, where hope and fear coiled into a tumultuous knot. She was pregnant, life blossoming and withering all at once. "What if our child is lost to the void?" she whispered, voice trembling like the fragile threads of fate. "What if there is nothing after this?" Each word hung heavy in the air, like the weight of the world pressing down on her thin shoulders. She stared into the abyss, as if expecting an answer to emerge from the darkness, but what stared back was merely a reflection of her doubt. Kallim stood beside her, a man of stone and fire, his fists clenched tight enough to draw blood, yet vulnerable in his uncertainty. "You think the gods will allow our child to slip away?" he spat, voice laced with venom. Yet, deep within his chest, a flicker of fear ignited, a fear of the unknown, of the silence that would envelope them if all was lost. "We must believe in something. In the afterlife? In eternal life." But his assertion faltered as the night air wrapped around them, mocking his desperate hope. I remember the silence that followed, an all-consuming void that swallowed their words whole. It was a silence pregnant with possibility, yet dripping with despair. The debate hung in the air, thick as the mists that rolled in from the Euphrates, a lifeline to some, an omen to others. Eternal life, a gift granted to the brave and worthy; annihilation, a punishment for the weak. They were caught between the two, like moths drawn to a flame, knowing they might perish in the endeavor. Nura's gaze shifted, darting toward the distant hills, where shadows whispered secrets of the ancients, where the echoes of those long gone mingled with the breath of the living. "What if there is no afterlife?" she murmured, her voice trembling with the weight of her fears. "What if we are merely ghosts, haunting the earth until time forgets us?" The word sliced through Kallim like a blade, and I felt his heart wrench in response, a visceral reaction to the thought of being nothing more than a fading memory, slipping through the cracks of existence like grains of sand. "I can't bear to think that," he replied, voice strained, the rawness of his emotion spilling into the night. "To be just gone." His eyes, dark pools of despair, searched hers for solace, for a glimmer of hope. The moon hung above them, casting haunting shadows, but Kallim, in that moment, was lost in the depths of his own turmoil, a tempest of conflicting desires. And I was a mere observer, a ghost of history, watching them dance on the edge of despair, feeling the pulse of their fears resonate within me. I remember my own thoughts swirling, a kaleidoscope of belief and doubt. Eternal life promised a continuation, a chance to weave stories through the threads of time. But what if it was nothing more than a cruel trick played by the gods? A cosmic joke, where the punchline was the very essence of pain. Nura's breath caught, her eyes glimmering with unshed tears. "If there is no eternal life," she whispered, "what becomes of our child? If the gods have turned their backs on us, what hope is there?" The words cracked open the fragile veneer of strength she wore, revealing the raw, aching truth beneath. It was a truth that clawed at my heart, how desperately we cling to the idea of an afterlife, of a lingering presence beyond the grave. Callum stepped closer, the warmth of his body a stark contrast to the cold night air. "We will find a way," he said, conviction trembling in his voice. "We will make sacrifices, offerings, anything to appease the gods." But the desperation in his tone belied a deeper fear, one that gnawed at him, a fear of futility, of waging battles against an indifferent universe. The night deepened like a wound, and I felt the weight of their despair settle over me like a shroud. Time ticked mercilessly on, the heartbeat of the cosmos echoing in the stillness around them. Each tick was a reminder of their mortality, a countdown to the moment when they would have to confront their beliefs. I could see the way their faces twisted with the enormity of it all, the burden of choice pressing down like a silent curse. "Would you rather face the void?" Callum's voice broke through the silence, harsh and unyielding. "Or cling to the promise of something greater?" He stepped back, arms outstretched as if to embrace the universe, or perhaps to shield himself from the dark abyss that beckoned. "There is life beyond death. The gods reward the brave." But as he spoke, I could see the tremor in his hands, the flickering of his faith, wavering like a candle in the wind. Nura shook her head, defiance flickering in her eyes. "Bravery? Or foolishness?" she countered, her voice rising like a tide. "What if the gods are just stories we tell ourselves to avoid the truth?" Her words hung in the air, electric, igniting a firestorm of doubt between them. The very essence of existence felt balanced on the knife's edge, teetering between hope and despair. With every passing moment, the night thickened, wrapped around them like a shroud. The debate was no longer just philosophical, it was a visceral clash of belief and fear, illuminating the darkest corners of their souls. I could feel it, an emotional whirlwind, spiraling higher, each heartbeat reverberating with intensity, drawing them closer to a confrontation they could no longer avoid. Time itself seemed to hold its breath, the cosmos watching, waiting, poised on the brink of revelation. The crisis loomed large, a tempest of uncertainty swirling around them, as they stood at the crossroads of life and death, eternity and annihilation. The stakes had never felt higher, the air crackling with the weight of their choices, with the haunting realization that what lay ahead could irrevocably alter the course of their lives, and perhaps, in some cosmic way, ours as well. The clock struck midnight, its muffled chime vibrating through the empty corridors like a heartbeat, a reminder that time, mercilessly, continued to march on. Shadows danced in the flickering candlelight, elongating and twisting as if caught in a ritual of their own. The air hung heavy with the scent of incense, weaving a palpable gloom that clung to the walls, suffocating yet intoxicating. It was here, in this hushed sanctum of grief, that I found myself, standing over the pale figure of my mother, her body draped in white linens, as if trying to shield her from the world that had turned so cruelly away. I remember the way her lips had moved, silent and frozen in a moment I could never quite capture in full. The weight of her absence pressed down on me, and I felt as if I were floating in a void, lost between memory and reality. The night held its breath, and I could almost hear the echoes of her laughter, soft, like the whisper of a breeze through dying leaves. The kind of laughter that once filled our home with light, now extinguished, replaced by an emptiness that gnawed at my very soul. Across the room, my brother, David, stood rigid, his hands clenched into fists that trembled with an unspent rage and sorrow. I could feel his turmoil clawing its way to the surface, a storm brewing behind his stormy blue eyes, the same eyes our mother used to say held the whole cosmos. But now, all I saw was darkness, his grief manifesting as an insatiable beast, demanding to be fed, to be acknowledged. "What kind of god would take her?" he rasped, his voice a jagged whisper that sliced through the thick air. I flinched at the rawness of it, at the bitterness that bled into every syllable. I wanted to reach out, to comfort him, to pull him back from the brink of despair, but how could I? I was drowning in my own sorrow, floundering in a sea of despair with no lifeline in sight. I remember the night she fell ill like it was a dream, an inexplicable horror that crept into our lives, stealing her away piece by piece. The doctors had spoken in hushed tones, their words swirling like the fog outside, shrouded in uncertainty. Pneumonia, they had said, as though uttering a simple name could render her loss any less profound. She'll be fine, they had promised, but their assurances fell like autumn leaves, beautiful yet brittle, destined to crumble into dust. Now, here we stood, mere ghosts among the living, haunted by the memories of her love, her fierce, unyielding love that had once wrapped around us like a protective shroud. I couldn't help but wonder if she could hear us, if she drifted in the space between the living and the dead, watching us unravel. Would she weep for us as we wept for her? Or would her spirit scorn us, immobilized by the weight of our grief? As the candles flickered low, I caught sight of our father, a distant silhouette lurking in the corner, his presence more ghostly than corporeal. He had retreated into himself ever since she left us, folding into a shell of silence, his heart a fortress of sorrow. I could see him welling with unshed tears that had become his only companions. I wanted to scream at him, to shake him, to make him feel, to make him remember. But what was the point? His grief had become a fortress, and I was but a mere visitor, an intruder into his desolation. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and the air shifted. Our neighbors, faces drawn and pale, shuffled in, their eyes wide with the familiar fear of loss reflected in our own. They came bearing food and hollow condolences, unaware that their offerings were as stale as the bread they carried. I watched as they filled the room, their presence heavy with unspoken words, their sorrow intertwining with ours, a tapestry of grief that clung to the very fabric of our existence. Yet at that moment, all I could see was the way they looked at us, as if we were fragile glass, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. I remember the whispers that danced just beyond my hearing, words laden with pity and fear. Is he all right? She looks lost. What will they do now? I wanted to scream at them to leave, to take their pity and their fear and shove it into the corners of their own homes. But I said nothing, instead retreating further into the embrace of my loss, feeling its cold fingers wrap around my heart, squeezing tighter with every breath. David's voice broke through my reverie, raw and twisted. What happens now? He asked, the tremor in his tone a reflection of the uncertainty that lay ahead of us. I could hear it in his voice, the question that hung heavy in the air, the question of purpose, of meaning, of how to navigate this dark labyrinth of grief that had swallowed us whole. I wanted to tell him that we would find a way, that we would carry our mother's spirit within us like a fire, a beacon in the encroaching darkness. But the words wouldn't come, they were swallowed by the shadows. And in that moment, I felt it, a flicker of something that danced within the depths of my heart. A spark of defiance amid the devastation. I would not let her memory die. I would not let her laughter fade into a whisper. I would gather the fragments of our past, the moments of joy and love, and weave them into a tapestry that would wrap around us, keeping her alive within our very bones. The candles sputtered as the shadows grew deeper, and I realized we were not just mourning her death, we were wrestling with our own fears, our own fragility in the face of mortality. The fear that we, too, would be shadows, whispers lost to time. I grasped David's hand, a silent promise that we would weather this storm together, that we would face our fears head-on, no matter how terrifying they may be. In the oppressive silence, I closed my eyes and whispered a prayer, a plea for strength and courage. I heard my brother's breath beside me, felt the warmth of his presence, a reminder that we were not alone, even in our darkest hours. And as the night wore on, I let the tears flow, each one a tribute to the love we had lost, a love that would never fade, no matter how engulfed in darkness we felt. And there, in the heart of our mourning, I felt a flicker of hope ignite. We would rise from the ashes of this grief, we would dance in the shadows of our fears, honoring her memory with every heartbeat and every breath. The ritual of mourning was not the end, it was but a chapter, a bridge to a new beginning, weaving our souls together in an unbreakable bond, a testament to love that transcended even death. The clock struck 3, a haunting echo in the stillness of the night, reverberating through the empty halls of the old house. It was the witching hour, when shadows stretched long and the whispers of the dead danced through the air like a forgotten melody. I lay in bed, my heart pounding, consumed by a terror that clung to me like a second skin. I could hear her, my sister, calling from the depths of my dreams. "Come play with me, Anna," her voice lilted, soft yet unyielding, pulling me into a world where the boundaries of life and death twisted and blurred. The last time I saw her, she was surrounded by darkness, a specter of her former self. We lost her to the void, and since then, the nights have been nothing short of a battleground for my mind. I remember the day she went missing, how I searched every corner of the sprawling city, a maze of cobblestones and shadows, calling her name until my voice broke. I remember the worried faces of strangers and the unyielding weight of despair crushing my chest. I didn't know it then, but that despair would soon morph into something far more sinister. "Do you think dreams can tell us what happens after?" A voice interrupted my thoughts. Ethan, my best friend, sat across the room, his face aglow with an eerie light from his phone, oblivious to the shadows lurking just beyond the window. His curiosity was infectious, and I found myself drawn to his questions like a moth to flame. But I hesitated, the weight of my memories anchoring me. "What if they're more than just dreams?" I whispered, my voice trembling. "What if they're messages?" He looked at me, his brow furrowed, the boyish charm of his face shadowed by the gravity of my words. "Do you really believe that?" He challenged, a hint of skepticism laced with concern. My gaze darted toward the window, where the wind howled, tossing leaves like lost souls searching for a way home. I recalled the dreams, the swirling images of my sister's laughter, her hand reaching out to me, a bridge between worlds that I could never seem to cross. I remembered the night I found her in my dreams, a spectral apparition dancing in the moonlight, laughing as if the weight of the world had vanished. "Anna! Come with me," she beckoned, her eyes shining with an otherworldly light. I reached for her, but as my fingers grazed her ethereal form, she dissipated like smoke, leaving only the echo of her laughter, a haunting reminder of what I had lost. "Maybe they're a glimpse of what lies beyond," Ethan said, drawing me back to the present. I could see the curiosity flickering in his eyes, but beneath it lay an undeniable fear. The unknown is always terrifying, it gnaws at the edges of reason and sanity. What if it's just wishful thinking? I shot back, frustration bubbling within me. What if we're merely ghosts in our own lives, trapped by our desires and regrets? "Then we fight," he replied, his voice low and steady, a flicker of resolve igniting in the space between us. "We fight to understand, to find meaning in the chaos." I could see it in his eyes, the desperation, the longing for closure that mirrored my own. We were two lost souls, fumbling in the dark, grasping at threads of hope and fear. As the clock ticked ominously, I felt the weight of the room shift. A chill descended, sinking into my bones, wrapping me in a shroud of anxiety. My dreams were no longer just dreams, they had become a battleground for my soul. Each night, I descended into that abyss, a realm where visions became vivid and the veil between life and death thinned to gossamer. With each dream, I lost more of myself, surrendering willingly to the lure of the unknown. "Dreams are our portal," I murmured, my breath catching in my throat. "But what if they're also a trap?" Ethan's eyes widened, the realization hanging in the air like an unseen threat. "If we're not careful, we could lose ourselves completely." The weight of those words pressed against my chest, suffocating and exhilarating all at once. But then I saw her again, my sister, flickering like an old film reel, her laughter echoing through the darkness. "Come play with me, Anna," she beckoned, and the allure of her voice was undeniable. I felt the pull, that familiar ache of longing, the desire to escape into the depths of her world where pain ceased to exist. "Do you think she's waiting for you?" Ethan asked, his voice barely a whisper, as if speaking too loudly would shatter the fragile connection. "What if she's trying to tell you something?" The thought paralyzed me. What if my dreams were a message, a harbinger of choices yet to be made? I was torn, lost in a tempest of emotions, fear, longing, and the desperate hope for reconciliation. I closed my eyes, the weight of sadness wrapping around me like a heavy blanket. I could feel the tension in the air, a pressure building, the anticipation of something imminent. The world outside faded, the shadows stretching, wrapping around us, cocooning us in their dark embrace. With every breath, the room felt smaller, the distance between life and death narrowing until it was almost non-existent. "Anna," I called out, my voice trembling through the silence, a tremor of hope battling against the crushing weight of reality. "Is this where you are?" A flicker of light danced just beyond the edges of my consciousness, and for a fleeting moment, I felt her presence, a warm caress on my skin, a whisper in the darkness. And then, nothing. The house groaned, the walls creaking under the weight of time, and in that moment, I realized that dreams were both a sanctuary and a prison. They held the keys to understanding, yet they also risked leading us to madness. Ethan's voice shattered my reverie, pulling me back. "Anna, this isn't just about you anymore," he said, urgency creeping into his tone. "We have to confront this together." I could see the fear in his eyes, mirrored in my own, a reflection of our struggles, our pain, the burning question of what lay beyond. The shadows loomed larger, closing in, and with them, the knowledge that our dreams had become the battleground of our existence. In this silent war, we were both warriors and victims, fighting against the inevitable, clawing for meaning in the dark. "Are we ready?" I whispered, my heart racing as I faced the abyss. The room held its breath, the stillness palpable. There was no turning back now. The sun hung low, a molten eye casting shadows that danced on the cracked earth like whispers of the dead. In the distance, the ziggurat loomed, a monstrous step pyramid rising defiantly against the twilight. The air was thick with the scent of incense, mingling with the acrid smoke of burnt offerings. I stood there, heart racing, pulse pounding like a war drum, listening to the desperate cries of a frantic widow, her voice splitting the heavy silence like a blade. "Bring him back! I cannot bear this!" I remember the murmurs of the people, their faces worn but resolute, eyes dark pools of fear and resignation. They were waiting for the priests to emerge from the temple, their faces cloaked in shadows, secrets heavy on their lips. I remember the moment the priest stepped forward, his eyes a void, a mirror reflecting a truth no one wanted to face. "The afterlife is not for the weak," he said, voice solemn, each word a stone dropped into a well, echoing endlessly. Tammuz stood beside me, trembling, his hands fisted at his sides, the grief etched across his features like a map of every loss he had endured. His brother, taken by fever, lay cold in the earth, an empty vessel, a cruel reminder that life was but a flicker in the endless dance of stars. "Is he with the gods now?" Tammuz's voice cracked, a fragile thread tugging at my heart. His eyes, glassy with unshed tears, searched mine for solace, for a glimmer of hope. I swallowed hard. The gods, they are fickle. They do not always hold on to what we cherish. A flicker of rage ignited in his chest. Then what's the point? To toil and suffer for a chance at an indifferent afterlife. The words dripped with venom, each syllable laced with a despair that twisted in my gut. I wished to offer comfort, but my own beliefs felt like fragile glass, trembling under the weight of his anguish. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky bled crimson, and the stars began their silent ascent. There, in the inky darkness, the cosmos beckoned, and the constellations whispered secrets of eternity. I could feel it, the weight of the universe pressing down, a reminder that death was not an end, but a passage, a transition through the veil into the unknown. "Do you ever dream of the afterlife?" Tammuz asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "What lies beyond this wretched existence?" I couldn't help but laugh, a brittle sound that cracked the tension. I dreamt I was a fish once. An enormous, glimmering fish with scales that caught the light of 1,000 suns. I swam through the rivers of the underworld, dodging spirits like they were just as lost as I was. The absurdity of it sent a chill down my spine, the lines between reality and dream blurring like the edges of a fading memory. A small smile broke through Tammuz's sorrow, fleeting like the last rays of sunlight. "You'd make a terrible fish." But the laughter faded as quickly as it had come, replaced by the heavy reality of our circumstances. The widow's wails grew distant as the priests began their chant, voices weaving a tapestry of ancient words that hung thick in the air. They spoke of judgment, of scales that weighed the heart against a feather, a final reckoning that left no soul unturned. "Will my brother's heart be heavy?" Tammuz asked, his voice trembling. "Will the gods judge him for being human?" The word struck me like a lightning bolt. We were all human, flawed and fragile. The struggles of our lives weighed heavy on our hearts, a burden that felt insurmountable. I wanted to tell him that love and loss were the deep currents of the universe, that every star in the night sky held the screams of the forgotten, the hearts that beat in despair. I remember, I began, my voice shaking. I remember holding my mother's hand as she slipped away, her breath like the softest breeze, fading into nothingness. She told me to find the stars and seek comfort in their glow. They will show you the way, she said. But all I felt was the cold emptiness of her absence. Tammuz's eyes were wide, a reflection of my own despair. What if the stars lie? What if they lead us into darkness instead? Silence fell, thick and palpable. The priests droned on, their chants a haunting melody that wrapped around us, pulling us closer to the edge of hopelessness. I could feel the weight of the earth beneath us, the souls of the departed pressing up from the ground, whispering their secrets. The shadows loomed larger, the night deepening, and the air grew cold. I could almost hear the rustle of wings, the flutter of spirits long gone, their stories woven into the fabric of our world. Perhaps the afterlife is not a destination, I murmured, but a memory we carry with us. A ghost that refuses to leave, lingering in our hearts until the end. Tammuz glanced at me, a hint of understanding flickering in his gaze. And what if I don't want to carry it? What if I want to forget? The question hung in the air, a knife poised to strike. I wanted to tell him that forgetting meant losing not just the pain but the love that had filled those moments. But before I could answer, the priests raised their arms to the sky, invoking the gods with fervor, their voices rising like a tempest, twisting into a storm of desperation. In that moment, the world shifted, the cosmos shuddering as if the heavens themselves were listening. The stars above twinkled ominously, a reminder that we were never truly alone, bound together by the unseen threads of grief and yearning, our lives woven into the cosmic tapestry of existence. And as the chant crescendoed, an overwhelming fear gripped my heart, a fear of the unknown, of what lay beyond the veil, and the realization that we were all just shadows, flickering in the dark, fighting against the inevitable pull of the abyss. Do you feel it? I asked, my voice barely a whisper, a tremor of panic coloring every word. We are all connected, yet we are so dreadfully alone. We stood in the gathering dark, two souls adrift in an ocean of uncertainty, lost amidst the stars and the silence. The priests continued their chant, their words a haunting lullaby for the damned, echoing through the night, a reminder that the afterlife was not merely a destination, but a terrifying journey into the heart of what it means to be alive, to love, to lose, and to question everything that we are. And in that moment, as the last rays of sunlight disappeared, I knew that the confrontation with the afterlife was not just about death, it was about living. About embracing every heartbeat, every breath, every heart-wrenching moment, as we stood on the precipice of eternity. The air hung thick, electric with tension, as I stood among the crumbling ruins of what was once a revered temple, a place where souls whispered and dreams intertwined. Shadows danced like lost spirits, flickering in the dying light. I could hear the distant clash of steel, the desperate cries of the vanquished, and my heart raced with each echoing thud. The ground trembled, as if the earth itself was mourning the lives lost in this brutal conquest. A shiver crawled down my spine, a reminder that history wasn't just a collection of dates and names, it was alive, and it was hungry. I remember the first time I met Elena. She had skin like polished marble, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and defiance, a flicker of rebellion against the oppressive weight of her people's beliefs. She stood there, trembling, clutching a tattered book of prayers, its edges frayed like the hopes that surrounded her. "They'll take everything," she whispered, and I believed her. This was not just a fight for territory, it was for the very essence of existence. The afterlife they had known, woven from threads of ancestors and spirits, was being torn apart, pulled into the churning void of an alien faith. And then there was Marco. He was a soldier, calloused hands gripping a sword that glinted ominously in the fading sun. A man caught in the machinery of conquest. He wore his guilt like armor, each scar on his body a testament to the lives he had taken, and those he wished he could save. "It's just the way it is," he'd say, a hollow laugh escaping his lips, but I saw the pain in his eyes. He was a puppet, and the strings were pulled by a fate he couldn't escape. What if we're wrong? He often mused in the dead of the night, the stars above a mocking reminder of choices made and paths taken. I remember the night the sky turned crimson, an omen or perhaps the universe's cruel joke. Elena stood before me, her voice breaking the silence. What if we can't hold onto our past? Her words cut deep, slicing through the veil of my own doubts. I felt the weight of her despair wrap around me like a shroud, suffocating yet familiar. We were two souls, lost amidst chaos, grappling for a glimmer of understanding in the darkness. The clash of cultures felt like thunder, resonating through the very marrow of our beings. Symbols of faith, once sacred, were trampled beneath the march of conquerors. They brought with them a new pantheon, their gods demanding allegiance, their afterlife promising a paradise we couldn't comprehend. What of our ancestors? I'd scream into the wind, but the echoes that returned were empty, hollow like the chests of those who had forgotten the old ways. I remember the firelight that flickered in the ruins, the last remnant of what was once a vibrant community. Marco had gathered a few of us, the remnants of our spirit, and together we faced the shadows creeping closer. "We'll fight for our memories," he declared, his voice a tempest of passion. But within, I sensed the tremor of his uncertainty. The weight of the past pressed down upon him, and I saw how it gnawed at his resolve. Elena clutched her prayer book like a lifeline, even as the chants of the invaders echoed in the distance. "We can blend our beliefs," she pleaded, fervor igniting her voice. "Our ancestors will guide us. They will not abandon us." But the doubt dripped like poison. Could we really merge the shimmering threads of our past with the starkness of their promises? In that moment, I was suspended in a web of possibilities, teetering on the edge of despair and hope, as the world around me twisted into something unrecognizable. I remember the moments when silence enveloped us, thick and suffocating. Those were the times I could hear my heart thundering in my ears, questioning everything I had ever known. We were ghosts, haunting the edges of our own lives, caught in the liminal space between what was and what could be. The sky darkened, and with it came the realization that our fight wasn't just for survival, it was for our very souls. The clash grew louder, and I could feel the pull of the inevitable, a confrontation that would shape the very fabric of our beliefs. The soldiers of the conquerors loomed closer, their laughter a cruel serenade to our impending doom. "You can't change the past," Marco shouted, but the defeat in his voice was unmistakable. "But we can rewrite the future." And there it was, a glimmer of hope igniting in the ashes of despair. In his eyes, I saw the possibility of something new, a syncretism born not from the ashes of destruction but from the embers of resilience. "What if we create our own afterlife?" I whispered, and the words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of rebellion. "A place where memories intertwine, where our ancestors dance with their gods." I remember Elena's eyes, fierce and alive, reflecting the firelight as if they held the very essence of the universe. "Then let's make it real," she declared, and her voice became a battle cry, resonating through the ruins. We stood there, three souls entwined in a moment that felt eternal, a breath suspended in time, poised on the brink of creation or destruction. As the horizon bled into shades of darkening despair, I understood that the fight wasn't just for survival, it was for identity, for the very core of who we were. We would redefine everything: afterlife, faith, memory. We would weave a tapestry from the remnants of two worlds, crafting something beautiful from the chaos that enveloped us. In that moment, with the night closing in, the question was no longer whether we could endure the storm but how we would emerge from its depths. Would we fall apart, or would we rise, transformed? The answer hung in the air, a promise and a threat, shimmering like the stars above, always out of reach, yet always there, waiting to be grasped. The shadows loomed, thick and cloying, as the wind howled through the narrow streets of Uruk, rattling the clay bricks of the ancient homes. I stood there, paralyzed by the weight of what came next, the finality of death, the echo of whispers from the underworld. It gripped my heart tighter than the heavy, leaden sky above, the air thick with the scent of impending rain and the memories of those who had tread the path before me. I remember, the words danced on my lips like the flickering flame of a dying candle. I remember the stories of the underworld. My eyes locked onto the aged face of Naram, his features etched with lines of sorrow and wisdom, the very embodiment of lost dreams. He clutched a shard of pottery, fragments of a life too soon severed, and I could see his fingers tremble, quaking under the weight of his memories. It was always about judgment, wasn't it? He croaked, voice rasping like dry leaves underfoot. The gatekeeper, the scales. They awaited us all. He was right, of course. The Mesopotamians had conjured a realm where the living feared to tread, a place where souls were weighed against the feather, where the sins of the flesh danced in grotesque jubilation. I felt the chill creep into my bones, a tightness in my chest as I recalled the tales passed down through generations. The river, Naram. The river of the dead, I whispered, a prayer or a curse, I couldn't tell. Emira, our fierce companion with fire in her heart and shadows in her eyes, stepped closer. I could see her unwavering resolve, a storm brewing beneath her surface. What if we don't find him? She demanded, her voice cutting through the gloom, raw and laced with desperation. What if the dead refuse to speak? She squeezed her fists, nails digging into her palms. I watched the turmoil in her gaze, the pulse of fear we all shared. Our friend, Alim, had vanished into the night, swallowed by the very darkness we sought to avoid. I remember, she began again, as if her own words could conjure him back, the way he laughed. It was a sound that once filled our hearts, now an echo that stung like salt on an open wound. He was too bright for this world, she said, voice trailing off. In that moment, I could almost hear Alim's laughter, an absurd, reckless sound that had clashed with the solemnity of our shared beliefs. We had often joked about the afterlife, about how the Mesopotamians believed the dead were simply shadows flitting among the living. But in this moment, reality twisted into something darker, more sinister. The thought of him lost in the underworld, judged and condemned, chilled me to the core. What if he's being devoured by the darkness? I breathed, the weight of my words hanging thick in the air like the promise of rain. The heavens cracked open, and the first drops fell, pitter-pattering against the cobblestones, washing memories away. We need to find him, I urged, my voice a tremor of conviction. If the dead can't speak, we will listen. We have to go to the river. Naram nodded, though his eyes held the wisdom of centuries, the knowledge that the river would not give up its secrets easily. The dead speak in riddles, my friends. They whisper of love and longing but drown in regret. He took a deep breath, the weight of his sorrow mixing with the heavy air. You both must understand, the afterlife is not kind. It is a mirror reflecting the truth of our souls. The rain poured down, soaking us, the cool drops mingling with the heat of our fears. As we raced toward the river, the street seemed to shift beneath us, the shadows lengthening, mocking, whispering tales of those who had come before. I could feel the fabric of time slipping, blurring between the living and the spirits that lingered. Each step grew heavier, burdened by uncertainty. I remember, I gasped, as if my memories could anchor me. I remember my grandmother's stories. How she spoke of the demons and the forgotten souls, trapped in the endless cycle of despair. Emira halted, her breath hitching. What if Alim is one of them? What if he's trapped in that darkness? No. I shouted, the word bursting from my chest like a lifeline. We won't let that happen. As we neared the river, the air crackled with energy, a tension so thick it was suffocating. The water churned, reflecting the tempest above, and I caught sight of something, movement, a shimmer beneath the surface. My heart raced, each beat a drum echoing the urgency of our quest. Alim! I called out, the name soaring into the storm, swallowed by the roar of the water. In that moment, the world around us faded. It was just us, caught between the realms, the living and the lost. The river gurgled ominously, as if it taunted our resolve, whispering secrets of the afterlife. I felt Naram's hand clasp mine, his grip a tether to sanity. Remember, he murmured, the afterlife is but a reflection of our fears, our regrets. Emira stepped forward, eyes ablaze with defiance. Then let's dive into that darkness. Let's face it together. And as we leaned closer to the water, I could almost hear the haunting echo of those ancient beliefs, reverberating through the ages, how the Mesopotamians embraced the unknown, how they feared it yet revered it. The legacy of their afterlife beliefs flowed through us now, binding our fates to the ghosts of the past, pushing us forward into the abyss. The rain fell harder, the storm a cacophony of sound around us. I remember, I whispered again, my heart pounding, the stories about courage, about love that transcends even death. Together, we took a breath, a collective heartbeat resonating in the tempest. We were not just searching for a limb, we were confronting our own ghosts, the shadows that whispered from the depths of our souls. And as we plunged into the icy embrace of the river, I realized with a jolt that perhaps, just perhaps, the legacy of Mesopotamian beliefs was not merely a story of the dead, but a powerful reflection of what it means to truly live. The ground shuddered beneath their feet, a violent reminder that time was an illusion, a cruel joke played by the cosmos. I stood, paralyzed, as the earth erupted, a cacophony of screams and shattering stone. The archaeologists had dug too deep, and now the past clawed its way back to life, gasping for breath, angry and resentful, hungry for recognition. Not here. Not now. Sarah's voice pierced through the chaos. Her eyes, wide and wild, reflected the flickering lights of the excavation site, where shadows danced with a life of their own. I could feel her fear wrapping around me like a vice, squeezing the air from my lungs. She was more than a colleague, she was a friend, a heart beating in rhythm with mine, and her desperation mirrored my own. Keep digging. We're so close. Thomas shouted, his hands trembling with excitement and dread. He was relentless, a man possessed by the whispers of the dead, an archaeologist whose passion often walked hand in hand with obsession. I watched as he plunged his trowel into the earth, each scrape sending tremors through my body. The ground felt alive, like it was breathing, and I wondered, what had we awakened? Each heartbeat echoed the unspoken question, what lies beneath? I glanced at the shadows flickering behind Sarah, where the darkness clung like a shroud. Was it the remnants of those who had come before us? Or something more sinister, lurking in the recesses of time? I remembered her words, spoken in hushed tones over cups of coffee stained with the bitterness of reality. The afterlife isn't just a concept, it's a desperate plea for meaning. As if summoned by her thoughts, a chill swept through the sight, and I shivered against the cold. The air thickened, a palpable tension wrapping around us, drawing us closer together, yet pushing us apart. I could see it in Thomas's eyes, the glimmer of a boy who had once believed in heroes and magic, but had been corroded by the weight of history. Each dig, each discovery, was a puzzle piece he needed to fit together, but the picture eluded him, as if mocking his quest. Sarah, wait! I reached out as she stepped closer to the crumbling edge of the excavation. The pit had opened like a wound, revealing fragments of pottery, bones, and the scent of ancient ash, a reminder of lives lived, loved, and lost. We need to be careful. Her laugh was brittle, almost shattered. Careful? We're digging up the remains of civilizations that thought they could escape death. How careful can we be? I wanted to tell her that sometimes, ignorance is bliss, that maybe the echoes of the past should stay buried, but the words lodged in my throat like stones. Instead, I felt the grip of despair tightening around my heart. The weight of their stories pressed down on me, those who had once gazed at the stars, seeking answers to the void that awaited them. And then there was a crack, like thunder, reverberating through the air, sending a shockwave of terror rippling through my bones. The ground split open, a chasm swallowing light, and all at once, I was no longer just an observer, I was trapped in the midst of something far larger than myself, something that transcended the frail boundaries of life and death. Thomas! I screamed, but he was transfixed, eyes wide, lost in the abyss of his own making. His hands trembled as he reached down, toward what? A relic? A curse? I wanted to pull him back, to safeguard him from the secrets that clawed at the edges of reason. But it was too late. The darkness surged, and I could almost see it reach for him, tendrils of shadow curling around his arm like fingers of grief. Help! His voice cracked, a raw, visceral plea that echoed in the hollow space between us. I lunged, my heart racing, a wild animal desperate to save its own. I grasped his wrist, feeling the warmth of life against the encroaching cold. Let it go! I shouted, fear and urgency merging into one desperate, primal scream. He hesitated, caught between the allure of knowledge and the raw instinct to survive. But what if this is the key? His eyes burned with a feverish light, illuminating the depths of his obsession. What if we're meant to find out what lies beyond? In that moment, I saw it, a flicker of something deep and dark within him, a hunger for understanding so profound it felt as if the universe itself was whispering secrets through the cracks in the earth. Yet, within that same flicker lay the shadow of madness, a reminder that some truths are buried for a reason. Time stretched, a taut string ready to snap. I could feel Sarah's breath hitching, the air thick with anticipation and dread. "We can't do this." Her words were barely a whisper, yet they hung heavily between us, a desperate plea echoing through the silence. The ground convulsed again, and with it came a rush of memories, the echoes of those who had tread this path before us. I felt their presence, ghosts of the past swirling around us, a symphony of lives extinguished, dreams shattered, and souls lingering. "Let's go!" I cried, yanking him back, pulling him from the brink of the unknown. I felt the weight of history pressing against us, an unbearable burden that threatened to crush us under its enormity. But Thomas clung tighter to the relics of the past, eyes ablaze with the thrill of discovery. "I can't. I need to know." And in that moment, I understood, it wasn't just the dead he sought to uncover, but the very essence of life itself, a quest for meaning in a world where everything fades, where nothing stays. The shadows whispered secrets, but their voices were drowned out by the rushing weight of uncertainty. The clock ticked, merciless and relentless, a reminder that our time was slipping away, and with it, the chance to leave this darkness behind. In that moment, I felt a decision coiling within me, our choice between the pull of history and the light of the living. I could see it in Sarah's eyes too, the fight mirrored between us. The past was there, waiting to be acknowledged, but it was the future that beckoned us, a fragile thread of hope woven into the fabric of our existence. "Let's make our own story," I said, my voice steady, filled with raw emotion. And as we stepped back from the precipice, away from the hungry shadows, I felt the weight of the past recede, a momentary lull in the storm. But the echoes lingered, a haunting melody that would follow us long after we left the excavation site, because the afterlife isn't just a place, it's a state of being, a heartbeat shared between those who dare to remember. The ground may have settled, but the question remained, what do we truly leave behind when we say goodbye? And as we turned away from the chasm, a flicker of doubt gnawed at the edges of my mind. What if the real discovery was never meant to be unearthed? What if the truth of the afterlife lay not in the relics of the past, but in the choices we make in the light of day? As we stepped into the fading light, the shadows whispered once more, and the weight of their stories echoed in the silence, reminding me that some secrets are better left buried. The night stretched before us, and with each step, I felt the pulse of history thrumming in my veins, an invitation, a warning, a reminder that the past is never truly gone, and the afterlife is but a heartbeat away. The weight of the air pressed down like a heavy shroud. It was midnight, the kind of deep, inky darkness that clung to the skin, suffocating and intimate. A flicker of candlelight cast haunting shadows across the stone walls, twisting ancient hieroglyphs into grotesque figures, their meanings lost in time yet echoing through the corridors of our souls. I remember the cold grip of fear tightening around my heart as I stood alongside Zara and Malik, the flickering flame mirroring our own trembling resolve. Zara's eyes were wide, brimming with unshed tears, reflecting her inner turmoil, the battle waging between the weight of the past and the uncertainty of the future. "We can't turn back now," she whispered, her voice a mix of desperation and defiance. The ankh, that ancient symbol of life, dangled from her neck, a talisman against the darkness that threatened to swallow us whole. It was supposed to protect her, to guide us through the shadows, yet here we were, trapped at the edge of a precipice, teetering on the brink. I could feel my own heart pounding, a relentless drum echoing the panic that surged through my veins. Malik, ever the skeptic, stood a step behind, arms folded tightly across his chest. The winged sun, emblazoned on the amulet he clutched like a lifeline, shimmered dully in the dim light. "All these symbols," he muttered, "what do they mean when faced with the real world? They don't save us from what we fear." His bitterness hung heavy in the air, a stark contrast to Zara's hopeful gaze. I wanted to tell him that symbols held power, they breathed life into the essence of humanity, weaving our stories into a tapestry of existence. But the words caught in my throat, an echo of my own doubt. We were standing on the precipice of revelation, the fate of our souls intertwined with the symbols that adorned our bodies. I remember the way time seemed to stretch and contract, an elastic band ready to snap. Everything felt surreal, the walls closing in, the flickering candlelight dancing like spirits, teasing us with the promise of answers. "Do you believe in fate?" Zara asked, her voice barely above a whisper, fragile as the flame that illuminated our fears. The question hung between us like a veil, delicate yet heavy. I nodded, consumed by a sense of inevitability. In that moment, I could feel the weight of history pressing down on us, a chorus of voices whispering ancient truths. "I don't," Malik shot back, his eyes narrowing, filled with a fire that clashed with our uncertainty. "Fate is just a convenient excuse for failure." Each word dripped with the anger of 1,000 disappointments, the agony of dreams unfulfilled. I could see the flicker of his own past reflected in his eyes, the memories that haunted him, the moments he wished he could erase. The candles flickered again, as if the universe were holding its breath, and for a heartbeat, the shadows retreated. But then, the darkness surged back, a tidal wave of despair that threatened to drown us. I felt the cold tendrils of anxiety wrap around my spine, a shiver that gripped my soul. "What if we're meant to be here?" I ventured, my voice trembling with the weight of the moment. "What if the Ankh and the winged sun are more than just symbols? They're our connection to something greater." The words escaped me like a prayer, desperate and raw, resonating with the remnants of a belief I held onto, even as doubt gnawed at the edges. Zara's gaze brightened, a flicker of hope igniting within her. "What if we're the ones meant to breathe life into these symbols?" The power of her words surged like electricity in the air, sparking a light within the darkness. My heart raced at the thought, the tantalizing possibility that we could become the architects of our own destiny. But Malik scoffed, rolling his eyes. "You're grasping at straws. Symbols don't change reality." His voice was a knife, sharp and cutting, slicing through the fragile threads of hope we were weaving. But beneath the bravado, I could sense the crackle of fear. He was terrified of what lay ahead, of the unknown that lurked like a predator in the shadows. Then came the heavy silence, a pause pregnant with anticipation. Shadows loomed, cloaking the room in an eerie stillness. Outside, the wind howled, a ghostly lament that resonated with our despair. I felt the weight of time pressing against us, the clock's hand spinning relentlessly forward as if mocking our indecision. I remember the moment it happened, the flicker of a candle extinguished by a sudden gust, plunging us into darkness. In that pitch black, I felt a surge of panic, an all-consuming fear that threatened to swallow me whole. "What are we doing?" I cried out, my voice trembling, an echo in the void. And then, the flicker returned, the candle igniting again, illuminating the room. My breath caught in my throat as I looked into Zara's eyes, a depth of understanding passing between us. We were bound by something greater than ourselves, linked by the weight of history, dreams, and symbols that echoed our very existence. As I met Malik's gaze, I saw the remnants of his resistance crumbling. The shadows no longer felt suffocating but instead a canvas for our potential. The heart of the world beat around us, thrumming with the rhythm of uncertainty, and I could feel the pulse of destiny drawing us forward. "Let's embrace it," I said, my voice a fire igniting within the cold. "Let's become the story that these symbols tell." And in that moment, the air crackled with possibility, a promise of transformation lingering in the darkness. But the journey was only beginning. The confrontation loomed, the weight of the symbols bearing down on us like a storm gathering on the horizon, and I could feel the breath of the cosmos whispering secrets we had yet to uncover. Each heartbeat was a step into the unknown, a dive into the depths of our own souls. And as we stood together, trembling yet resolute, I knew we would face whatever lay ahead. Together, we would unravel the mysteries that bound us to the past and reshape our destiny beneath the watchful gaze of the Ankh and the winged sun, symbols of a life yet to be lived. The wind howled through the cracked stone walls of the ancient city, a mournful lament that echoed through the darkness like lost souls crying out for reprieve. A figure darted through the shadows, heart pounding, breath coming in ragged gasps. Orin was running, but the shadows were alive, reaching for him with skeletal hands, whispering the names of those he had lost. He stumbled, the weight of memories, a mother's laugh, a brother's embrace, crushing him like the heavy clay of the earth, binding him to a fate he could neither escape nor understand. "Not like this," he gasped, his voice a mere wisp in the night. I won't be taken like this. But the afterlife loomed, a dark promise that hovered just out of sight, a spectre waiting to claim the fractured pieces of his soul. It was said that the underworld was a desolate place where the dead wandered aimlessly, shadows without form, forever searching for the warmth of the living. The tales recounted whispered of a river, Tigris or Euphrates, depending on who told the story, that one must cross to reach the realm of the dead. But what happened if you never found the way? What if you became a lost echo, a sigh forgotten in the wind? He ran into a narrow alley, heart thundering, and almost collided with Liber, her eyes wide and wild. She was a seer, a woman of the earth who spoke with the spirits of the departed. Tonight, she was a haunting vision, her hair tangled like dark vines, skin glistening with sweat under the pale moonlight. "You shouldn't be here," she screamed, urgency clawing at her voice. "You're not ready. The spirits, they are restless." "I don't care." Orin yelled, the anguish in his voice a jagged blade. "I need to know. I need to understand why they left me. Why do I hear them calling?" Liber stepped closer, her hand trembling as she reached out to him. The afterlife isn't a place for the living to meddle. It's a cycle, a bitter dance of loss and longing. You can't outrun your grief. You must face it. But how could he face the shadows of his family? The laughter that turned to silence, the warmth that turned into nothing? He felt the cold grip of despair, a tightening around his chest, as if the very air conspired against him. He couldn't let go, couldn't stop the flood of memories that threatened to drown him. "I remember," he whispered, his voice breaking, "the way my mother held my hand as we walked under the stars, the way my brother would laugh at my silly jokes, even when they weren't funny. I remember the day the plague came, and everything shattered." Liber's expression softened, a fleeting moment of compassion breaking through her fear. "It's the burden we all carry, Orin. The memories are ghosts, and they don't fade easily. But they don't have to define you." "Easy for you to say," he spat, venom in his tone. "You talk to them like they're friends. I can't even close my eyes without seeing them, without hearing the echoes of their voices. What's the point of living if I'm haunted by the dead?" Liber stepped back, a flicker of hurt crossing her features. "You think I chose this life? To speak with spirits? I wanted to be a mother, to have my own children, but fate had other plans. I lost them. My heart is a graveyard, filled with what could have been. But I learned to carry their love with me rather than their loss." Suddenly, the wind shifted, and an otherworldly chill swept through the alley. Orin felt it claw at his skin, the air thickening with sorrow. A figure emerged from the shadows, a ghostly silhouette, draped in tattered robes, eyes hollow and filled with despair. It was his brother, the sadness radiating from him like a dark cloud, palpable and suffocating. "Orin," the voice echoed, soft and broken. "You're not alone. We're still with you, but you must choose to live." The world around Orin blurred, as he stood frozen between life and death, between love and sorrow. The tension in his chest grew unbearable, a storm raging within him. The urgency of the moment blasted through him, clashing with the weight of his memories. He wanted to scream, to reach out and touch the essence of the brother he had lost, to pull him back from the abyss. "Why?" he cried, the tears streaming down his face like a torrential river. "Why did you leave me? Why didn't you fight?" The ghost's form shimmered, flickering like a dying flame. "I fought, Orin. I fought against the darkness. But in the end, the shadows claimed me. You must be stronger than I was. You must live, for both of us." As the ghost began to fade, Orin's heart shattered. Shadows danced around him, whispering promises and threats, taunting him with visions of the afterlife. He could feel the pull, the seductive call of the unknown. But Liber's voice cut through the haze, fierce and unwavering. "Orin, you have to choose. Life or death. The afterlife is not a refuge, it's a prison for the lost." And in that moment, something within him flickered, a tiny ember igniting amidst the ashes of despair. Perhaps living with the shadows was the answer, not surrendering to them. A surge of defiance coursed through him, igniting a fierce determination. I will not be claimed by the darkness, he roared, his voice reverberating through the night. He turned to Libba, and their eyes locked, unspoken understanding passing between them. In that shared moment, he recognized his own scars reflected in her gaze, both haunted, both yearning to be free. The echoes of his memories swirled around him, but they were no longer chains, they were threads woven into the tapestry of his existence. As the last remnants of his brother faded into the night, Orin felt a sense of clarity wash over him. He would carry their love, their laughter, their lessons, not as burdens but as the very essence of who he was. And in this realization, he understood that the afterlife was not just a destination but a continuous thread that connected all souls, alive or departed. The wind howled again, but this time it felt different, like a promise, a reminder that every heartbeat was a declaration of life, of resilience. He stepped forward, into the uncertain embrace of the night, ready to confront the shadows of his past, forever changed by the specters of love and loss. And as he walked, Libba's words echoed behind him, carried by the wind, "You are never truly alone." The city loomed ahead, a cradle of history, whispers of the past intertwining with the present, and Orin knew that somewhere in that vast expanse of existence, the echoes of those he loved would always be with him. The air was thick with dread, heavy like the dust that clung to the streets of yore. A little girl, no more than 7, clutched the hem of her mother's dress, her wide eyes reflecting the flickering torches that lined the path to the ziggurat. "Mama, what's beyond the river?" she whispered, her voice a threadbare fabric unraveling with fear. The mother, lips pressed into a thin line, could only offer a wan smile, one that betrayed the terror gnawing at her heart. She remembered the stories of the afterlife, tales of shadowy figures rising from the depths, the screams of the damned echoing through the darkness. The fear of the unknown had woven itself into their very beings, clawing at their souls like the relentless waves of the Tigris. I stand at the crossroads of their fate, my pulse like a war drum, each thud a reminder that death waits patiently, lurking with a predatory grace. Here, in this place where the gods once walked, fear is not just an emotion, it's a visceral reality, a haunting melody that lingers in the air. I remember the tales of the netherworld, where the dead wander aimlessly, their voices a haunting chorus that calls to the living, a reminder of the shadows that dance just beyond the flicker of candlelight. "Your heart must be as light as a feather," they said, as if a mere weight could seal your fate. And then there was Naram, the scribe, ink-stained fingers trembling as he transcribed the lamentations of the dead. A man with a heart that bled for the lost, he scribbled furiously, each stroke of the reed pen a desperate prayer. "I write to remember," he murmured to himself, "to hold their stories close, lest they fade into nothing." But even he knew, every word was a thread, fraying as it reached the end of the page, and with it, the souls he sought to honor slipped farther from his grasp. A chill danced down his spine as he recalled the night his brother had vanished, swallowed by the river's murky depths, how the villagers spoke in hushed tones of the boatman waiting, ever patient, to carry the souls across the water. "Ereshkigal, the queen of the underworld, demands her due," the elders warned. I could feel Naram's heart racing, the weight of his brother's absence a constant ache, a reminder that the end was not just a conclusion but a transformation, a terrifying rebirth into something darker. As night draped its cloak over the city, shadows crept through the alleys like phantoms yearning for warmth. The air was thick with incense, and the temples were alive with ritual, chants blending into a haunting symphony that pierced the very fabric of the night. Men and women, their faces painted with the colors of the earth, swayed as if caught in a trance, desperate to appease the gods, fearing not just death, but what lay beyond it. They offered sacrifices, their voices rising in unison, a desperate plea for mercy, for hope that the afterlife would not be a torment but a sanctuary. Here, in the flickering flame of the altar, I saw the truth. The afterlife was not just a destination but a reflection of their deepest fears, a mirror held up to their souls, exposing every dark corner, every whispered secret. I remember the old woman who sold herbs at the market, her hands gnarled and twisted like roots. "Death is just a door," she'd croak, her voice a raspy whisper, "but what if the other side is a trap?" Her eyes burned with a knowing fear, a fear that echoed across civilizations, Egypt's elaborate tombs, Greece's cold embrace of Hades, the distant lands where the dead roamed free, seeking vengeance or solace. Each culture painted its own picture of the afterlife, but the brushstrokes of fear were universal. I could see the ancient Egyptians, those grand pyramids a futile attempt to cheat fate, the elaborate rituals meant to guide the soul through trials, an eternal game of chance. And what of the Greeks? Their tales of Charon, the ferryman, waiting, his eyes hollow, his heart cold, each soul a coin tossed into the abyss. But here in Mesopotamia, the fears were raw, unrefined. The afterlife was a desolate place where the dead drank dust instead of wine, where shadows whispered forgotten names, where every fear took form, tangible and menacing. I felt Naram's desperation, that need to reclaim the lost, to hold on to memories as if they were lifebuoys in a tempest. "How do I face the river when I don't know what waits on the other side?" he whispered, his voice cracking, laden with the weight of despair. The moon hung low, watching silently, as if sharing in their collective dread. I caught glimpses of the little girl again, her innocence juxtaposed against the harsh reality that had seeped into their lives. "Mama, do the stars die?" she asked, her voice trembling. And in that moment, I felt the enormity of it all, their fears woven into the very fabric of existence, interlacing with the cosmos. In her childlike wonder, there was a truth that struck deep, the fear of oblivion, the fear of being forgotten, a fear that transcended time and culture. As the night deepened, the voices of the living blended with the echoes of the past, creating a tapestry of longing and fear. I could see Naram's quill tremble as he wrote, the ink a lifeline against the encroaching dark. And still, the little girl held tight to her mother's skirt, her small body a fragile anchor in a world that felt increasingly unsteady. I remember the stories we tell ourselves, the whispers of the unknown that linger beneath our skin. The afterlife looms like a specter, haunting our dreams, twisting our hearts in knots. Yet, here in this moment, I feel the pulse of humanity, each fear, each heartbeat, a reminder that we are not alone in our dread. The shadows stretch and deepen, and I can't help but wonder, what awaits us all beyond that murky river? The fear is palpable, a force that binds them, that binds us all, and as each breath draws me deeper into this world of shadows, I realize, there is no end, only an everlasting loop, a haunting melody that plays on, echoing into eternity. The air hung heavy, thick with the scent of earth and despair as the clock struck midnight. A pulse reverberated through the darkness, a heartbeat that belonged not to the living but to something far more ancient and haunting. Outside, the city was cloaked in shadows, the flickering street lamps casting a ghostly glow, illuminating fragments of lives long forgotten. Somewhere, a dog howled, a mournful sound that echoed the cries of the damned, the lost souls trapped in the liminal space between life and the afterlife, a bridge they could never cross. I stood there, heart racing, as the chill crept up my spine. The stories of Mesopotamia rolled through my mind like smoke, ghosts of the past swirling around me, whispering secrets I was never meant to hear. I remembered the tales of the underworld, where the river of forgetfulness flowed, where even the strongest minds could be erased, where the echoes of our lives faded into nothingness. Then there was Sarah, my friend, her eyes wide as she stared into the abyss of her own making. She had always been drawn to the darkness, a moth to the flame of her own self-destruction. Tonight, she was different, frenzied, her breath shallow and rapid, like a creature caught in a trap. She paced back and forth, her fingers trembling, a litany of words spilling from her lips. What if it's true? What if we don't just die? What if we linger, lost, forever wandering those shadowy streets of the afterlife, searching for what we can never reclaim? I swallowed hard, my own fears curling into the corners of my mind. Sarah, stop. You're scaring yourself. It's just a story. But even as I said it, I could feel the truth lurking beneath my words. The ancient myths had a way of burrowing into your soul, planting seeds of doubt that could sprout into a forest of fears. And then there was Jonah, standing quietly in the shadows, his arms wrapped tightly around himself as if he could ward off the chill of his own thoughts. He was always the thinker, the philosopher who pondered the weight of existence as if it were a stone he could never cast aside. You think we're just dust, he mused, his voice low, sounding more like a prayer than a question. Just remnants of what was? Or do we become something more? A memory in someone else's heart? A ghost wandering through the halls of time? My heart twisted in my chest. I remembered the way he had clung to life, the way he had fought through the grief of losing his sister, her laughter now a haunting echo in his mind. The night she passed, he had whispered her name into the dark, searching for acknowledgement, for connection. "Do you think she's out there?" he had asked me once, eyes glassy with unshed tears. "Do you think she walks among the stars?" But tonight, the question hung heavier in the air, tinged with a desperation that sent chills racing down my spine. The shadows stretched and twisted, becoming almost sentient, as if they were listening, watching. I took a step back, feeling the weight of the past pressing down on me, a thick fog that obscured the light. "We are all stories," Sarah said abruptly, as if she had read my mind, "and when we die, do we become the stories we leave behind? Or do we simply fade into nothingness, our tales lost like whispers in the wind?" Her eyes glimmered with a feverish intensity, and I could see the ghosts of her own memories dancing behind them. I felt the urge to reach out, to pull her back from the brink of despair, but I was frozen, caught in the web of my own thoughts. A part of me was terrified of what lay beyond this life, of the nothingness that taunted us in the dark. But another part, one that danced on the fringes of insanity, craved the answers she sought, the truths that could only be found in the abyss. As if sensing the turmoil in my heart, Jonah spoke again, his voice a mere whisper. "What if the afterlife is not a destination, but a journey? A continuation of our struggles, our heartbreaks?" He looked at me, eyes yearning for understanding. "What if we are meant to wander, forever searching for closure?" "Closure," I echoed, the word heavy on my tongue. "But how do we find it in the shadows? In the stories that haunt us?" The wind picked up outside, rattling the windows, and I could almost hear the distant wailing of the souls trapped between worlds. I shuddered, the hairs on my neck standing on end. The walls felt like they were closing in, the air thickening with the weight of our unspoken fears. And then there was a moment, a strike of lightning illuminating the room for a heartbeat, revealing the truth etched on our faces. We were afraid. Afraid of the darkness, afraid of the unknown, but most of all, afraid of being forgotten. I remember, Sarah's voice was thin, trembling. I remember my mother telling me that the dead watch over us. I remember sitting in the garden with her, waiting for the sun to set, believing that our stories would be carried with the evening breeze. But what did it matter when the sun disappeared? We were left here, in this fragile shell of existence, the weight of the cosmos pressing down on us, every moment stretching into eternity, every heartbeat a reminder of the inevitable end. "Do you think they see us?" Jonah asked, a flicker of hope igniting in his chest. "Do you think they're proud of us?" In that moment, the air crackled with tension, the silence wrapping around us like a shroud. The question lingered, heavy and unanswerable. We stood on the precipice, staring into the darkness that awaited us, where the lines between life and death blurred into nothingness. And just like that, the clock struck one, the sound echoing through the night. We were left standing, intertwined in our shared fears, our hearts racing, caught between what was and what could never be. The afterlife loomed before us, an unfathomable void, and as the shadows danced around us, I could almost hear the whispers of the ancient echoes of Mesopotamia, urging us to confront our own ghosts, to face the haunting truths that lay buried deep within our souls. A child wanders through the crumbling remnants of a once great city, her small fingers tracing the jagged edges of ancient stone walls, whispers of the past curling around her like shadows. She pauses, hearing the distant echoes of laughter, ghosts of a time when life pulsed through these streets. But here, in this hollow silence, death clings to the air, heavy and palpable, as if the very stones mourn the souls that have departed. "I remember," I whisper, "the fears that chased me in the dark of night, the stories of the afterlife that wrapped around my mind like an unshakable shroud. There was once a man named Eshman, a laborer with hands calloused from toil and a heart burdened by dreams that trickled through his fingers like sand. Eshman stood at the edge of the ziggurat, staring into the abyss of the Euphrates, where the waters whispered of lost souls and unfathomable depths. He recalled the tales of the underworld, a ghostly realm known as Ker, where shadows twisted and danced like lost spirits. "I remember," he muttered, "the fear that held my heart in an iron grip, the dread of what lay beyond the flesh. What if I, too, became a wraith, wandering the dark, cursed to relive every regret and lost moment?" Across the river, Asher, a priestess with fiery determination and deep-set doubts, lit incense that curled like serpents into the air, each whisper prayer for the souls that had passed. Her voice trembled with the weight of her responsibility, the burden of guiding the living and the dead. She felt the eyes of the ancestors upon her, their unyielding gaze pressing down like the sun at noon. I remember, she breathed, the night when my own father fell silent, the weight of his absence like a stone in my chest. What do the gods want from us? Is this life merely a cruel joke, a brief flicker before the eternal darkness consumes us? Eshmun and Asher existed in a world where every fleeting moment was steeped in the fear of what lay ahead, where even the most mundane tasks became imbued with an urgency that pierced through the fabric of their daily lives. The air crackled with tension, each heartbeat echoing the rhythm of uncertainty. In their minds, they were not just living, they were racing against the relentless tide of time, grappling with the specters that threatened to swallow them whole. Night fell, draping the city in a cloak of darkness. Lanterns flickered, their tenuous glow barely piercing the heavy veil of fear. Eshmun found himself wandering, lost in thought, when he stumbled upon a gathering. Faces illuminated by firelight revealed anxious expressions, the community united in shared dread. Stories flowed like the river, each tale a thread binding them to one another, a tapestry woven from the fabric of their fears. I remember, they whispered, voices low and trembling, the tales of the shadowy figures that stalked the living. Do they not hunger for our souls? Will we become part of the stories spoken in hushed tones, our names forgotten, swallowed by the void? Asher stood among them, her heart racing, driven by a need to quell the rising tide of terror. Fear not the darkness, she called, her voice cutting through the murmur like a blade. We are the architects of our own destinies. The afterlife is not a curse, but a promise of transformation. Yet, even as she spoke, doubt called within her, was she convincing them, or merely comforting her own frayed nerves? The night stretched on, filled with stories of despair and hope, of losses, and the promise of reunion. Eshmun felt a raw urgency surge within him, a desperate need to confront not just the fear of death, but the ineffable sorrow of living in its shadow. I remember, he thought, the weight of unspoken words, the love left unexpressed. Must I face the abyss alone, or can my courage light the path? As dawn broke, painting the horizon in hues of crimson and gold, Asher and Eshmun found themselves standing at the river's edge. The water glimmered, inviting and treacherous, a reflection of their innermost fears. Together, they faced the churning currents, a symbol of life's relentless passage. What if we are but fleeting shadows? Eshmun murmured, the weight of existence pressing upon him. What if we dissolve into nothingness, mere echoes in the chambers of memory? Asher reached for his hand, warm and steady amidst the chaos of their thoughts. I remember, she said softly, the whispers of the ancients, their laughter echoing in the dark. They remind us that life is a fleeting gift, a luminous flame to be cherished, not extinguished by fear. The urgency of their shared understanding crackled in the air like static electricity. In that moment, they were bound by a singular truth. The afterlife's shadows loomed large, but it was the living moments that shaped their existence, the love and fear intertwining like vines around their hearts. As the sun ascended, illuminating the world with its warmth, Eshmun and Asher took a deep breath, inhaling the life around them, the scent of earth, the sound of water lapping at the shore, the rustle of leaves whispering secrets only they could understand. They stood at the precipice, not of death, but of a life reclaimed from the grips of fear. I remember, they spoke in unison, voices rising like a hymn, the power of our choices, the strength found in vulnerability. The river surged ahead, unrelenting and unstoppable, much like their own resolve. They would not merely exist in the shadows of the afterlife or be haunted by past mistakes, they would soar, igniting the flame within them, a beacon in the vast darkness of existence. In that heartbeat, a moment suspended in time, they knew they were not defined by their fears. The echoes of Mesopotamian afterlife fears would linger, yes, but they would not govern their lives. Instead, they would spin tales of joy and sorrow, weaving their own stories amid the whispers of the dead, creating a legacy that shimmered with light, shimmering like stars against the eternal night. And so, as the sun climbed higher, breathing life into the world, the shadows receded, chased away by the brilliance of their resolve, a tapestry of bravery and vulnerability stitched into the very fabric of the human experience.